Hi, good morning, everyone.
Hello.
Who got the belt today? Warren gets the belt today. Congratulations, Warren. Happy Thursday to everybody. Best day of the week. What's up, Breast Dog? What's up, Scooter? Chris is here. David's here. Mrs. Mac in the building. Let's go.
I just went to the printer.
Yeah.
Grab this. Have you seen Mark's office?
Yes.
Badass.
Yeah.
Like his office is spectacular.
Yeah. Pretty sick. What about my mic?
Uh-oh.
Oh, James's mic.
My mic?
James's mic. My mic's fine.
What's wrong with James's mic?
It wasn't muted.
Oh.
Everyone. We got like 30 seconds. Adam L. Security Bagley. Jalen. Lizzie. G Money. Yeah, the echo is one button. What it is if we don't mute James's mic in StreamYard, then you guys hear it looped back. Because it's currently set up where his mic goes to the board and then the board goes to you guys, which is my mic. Oh, hey, here we go. Party time. There we go. Hey, pro tip. You know, we like to help out anybody who's listening to this program who may have aspirations to someday be in radio, television, some form, podcasting, some form of media. We like to give out, you know, a tip, trick, tools of the trade when we can.
Pull
and
back
this is
the
a big
curtain.
one. Yeah, peel back the curtain and show and you know, kind of show everybody the ways that we do things here. And like I said, when I was a kid growing up, this is what I always wanted to do ever since I was small. And anytime I could get just a nugget of advice, I would cling to it and I would hold on to it like gospel. So when I have those to give out, I really try and give them out. So get your notebooks ready because I'm going to dish out some advice. When you're using your headphones, make sure they're plugged in, or else you won't hear anything coming out of your headphones.
Step 1.
And you'll panic about
Plug
why
in the
you can't hear
headphones.
anything coming out of the board.
We're on the air, right, Kyle? That's all
as
that matters.
the legal ID's playing, we're on the air. Look, board's live. I did that for sure.
Okay.
And then when I hit the button to send it to break, that's going to work. I did all that stuff.
All right.
At least it's going to work in theory. I've taken the steps to have that work, and our engineering team does a great job. So it very rarely fails. The legal ID is running. Our show intro is running, and I cannot figure out why I can't hear anything.
That's awesome.
So I'm hitting all the buttons that send the audio to all these different places. I'm like, what in the world is going on? Then I figured it out. Then my headphones weren't plugged into the headphone jack.
Step 1.
That's
plug in
very
the
key.
headphones.
Write that one down, everybody, and take that with you. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. No Joe Brazil today. He is on assignment. We're still the Insiders. We're still sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and we're still hanging out with you till noon. If you're on the radio, 1320 AM, 98.5 FM HD2. Salute, hello, good morning. We appreciate you listening there. If you're listening on one of the various apps we are on, that is the Odyssey app. That is the iHeartRadio app. That is the TuneIn app. You hit us on any of those. Search ESPN 1320. We're there. That way you don't have to be on the radio. You don't have to be by your computer. You don't have to be on YouTube. If you're not a YouTube person, we are accessible there live every single day, Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to noon right here on ESPN 1320. YouTube and Twitch, by the way, while we're talking about them, youtube.com/ESPN 1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. Good morning, everybody there and everybody in the chatty house. We appreciate y'all. And the podcast, James Ham and Kyle Madson Show, available wherever you get your podcasts. It's this program. It's just called the James Ham and Kyle Madson Show for legal reasons.
Yep.
All right, there we go. Housekeeping out of the way. Time is weird, bro.
Okay.
I have a lot of I have Kings thoughts and stuff, but and some 49er stuff to sprinkle in, and we have there's a major sports scandal going on right now.
Yes.
Like major, like massive, potentially league-altering scandal going on in the NFL that feels like a fringe story.
Yeah, that no one's even talking about.
We gotta dive into it. But before we do that, time is such a weird thing because I've been all week, I've felt like this is a long week. It's only Thursday. And it feels like, man, this week has been 14 days long. I don't know why. I don't have an explanation for it. But then I looked on the internet. And I was like, yeah, I'll go see. And the amount of people that were like, is it a long week? Has it been a long week for anybody else? Like, I think there's something with that. There's something to that.
It's crazy because some weeks go by so fast. You're
Yes.
like, what in the world just happened?
Right.
You know, there's some shows that you turn around and you're like, okay, that felt like 15 minutes.
Yes.
And then there are others that are just a total slog. And,
Yes.
and like weeks that just like slow down so dramatically. I don't know. I'll add this. When you have kids, it goes by even faster.
Oh, I bet.
Like it's absolutely crazy. Like today is my 26th wedding anniversary. Shout out Mrs. Ham.
Congratulations to the Hams.
But it feels like yesterday that, you know, I was meeting my wife and it just goes by so fast, man. You know, we're like the dog days of summer, right?
Yeah.
Like more than half of summer break is over.
Crazy.
My son will be a senior in like a couple of minutes. It's like
you are
happening.
one school this time next year. You will not have children in high school anymore.
I will not.
That's so crazy.
Free at last.
It feels like because time is made up. We make it up. It's not real. We decided that a minute was 60 seconds and we decided how long a second was. Like we've decided that.
Yep.
There's no, I don't want to dive all the way into this, but there's no like beginning.
No, but if we didn't know, we didn't have these increments of time, though, we would not know how to judge how many minutes Neat Clifford played.
Exactly.
And how he compares to other people. So.
Totally. And we'll get into that. I'm not done yet. So I appreciate the transition attempt. Well, I'm going to swat that away. We'll get back to it. So I understand like why we need time and why it matters and why we have it and why we invented it. I got it. I'm not behind on why we have time. But I do think that there's something to the idea that some weeks last longer than others. And how do we know? Like maybe it's accelerated by a little bit.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't take that much to like throw off our body clock. It could be a week that's 6 seconds longer than normal. Like one day is just like a little extra and it just feels different. And then some weeks go by faster. You're like, wait, it is Friday already? Like, oh my God, what happened? It's like, I think there's something to it. I'm not a scientist, but these are the things I think about. When you go, God, that seems kind of weird. This is why. Anyways, you mentioned Neat Clifford. I don't like to overreact to Summer League. I say that every time we talk about it. I'm not going to overreact. But look, bro. I'm running out of reasons to caveat Neat Clifford's Summer League success.
Yeah.
I think Neat Clifford is having a Summer League akin to an NBA star. Go watch every NBA like star level player play in Summer League. And it looks like this. It's not, wow, that guy stepped in as a rookie and averaged 50 a game in Summer League. No, it's they have full control of the game at all times. At most, I don't want to say, because there's been times where he had some missteps and some mistakes, and he had the 5 turnover game, etc. For most of the time, they are in full control of the game. Their team needs somebody to set up their teammates. He's doing it. Their team needs somebody to score. He's doing it. Their team needs somebody to just create off the dribble. He's doing it. He's getting to his spots. He's hitting his shots. The game doesn't seem too fast. All of these benchmarks, if you're looking for, and again, you've got to transition this to the NBA, and that's what's ultimately going to matter. But from what I'm seeing in Summer League and what I believe of Neat Clifford after Summer League, he has checked every box that a star level player, not a rotation player, not a he'll give you 20 good minutes a night. No, he is on, I believe, right now through 4 Summer League games. Again, not a huge sample size. He is on a star trajectory for me. He is doing everything you would want to see from a star caliber player. If Nick Clifford had been, and we talked about this yesterday, the draft, we talked about it with Damian and your expectations when you're a draft pick. Mm-hmm. If he was the number 4 overall pick, having the summer league that he's having, it would be the story of the NBA.
Yeah, I'm with you. So I'm going to point out a couple of things. It kind of like, for me, I try to keep perspective when it comes to these. Like, first of all, Nick Clifford is 23 years old. He played 5 years of college basketball, right? So that means that there are a couple of like 18, 19-year-old kids that are going into summer league and have no idea what they're doing.
Yeah.
They do not have they've got years of AAU. They've got a couple of years of high school. They might have a year of college basketball. They step on a court of like this, and they don't know how to play different roles. They know how to play the role that they've always been, which is a superstar. And when that doesn't happen, they struggle, right? So that's the first thing. I just want to temper a little bit of my enthusiasm, because when you're a NBA ready product, prospect, you come to the league as a 23-year-old, you should be able to walk into summer league and at least look mature on the court. But that's not what we're seeing here. We're seeing a kid who, like, here's the thing I'll point out, Kyle. Like, his NCAA season last year, 18.9 points, 9.6 rebounds, 4.4 assists, right? He shot 49.6% from the field and 37.7% from three.
This is last year?
This is last year. Okay, so you're always wondering, does it translate? Then you look at his summer league stats, and in fewer minutes, in 27 minutes per game, he's averaging 18.5 points. He's averaging 6.5 rebounds and 5 assists per game. He's been able to translate who he was as a college player to the summer league game without missing a beat at all.
Yep.
Like, just transferred it right over.
Immediate.
I am just as good today as I was yesterday. And that, to me, is where you start to go, And
it's not, and again, we're both leaving space for Nick Clifford gets into training camp and gets into NBA games, and it's like, oh boy, like, the game is too fast, the players are too big, whatever it is. Like, he's just, man, but you remember the summer league? But again, we're going off the information we have.
Yep.
And you mentioned that he's 23 years old. There's a lot of 23-year-olds who get into summer league and don't perform as well as Nick. Nick Clifford's already better than Devin Carter.
Yeah, I don't think that there's any question there. There's a bunch of 23-year-olds that have played in the league for years, that have bounced in and out of the league. You got Mason Jones out there who's 26.
Yeah.
Like, Nick has looked like a better player than Mason Jones.
Yes.
Like,
he's the best player on their summer league team by like a lot.
Yeah. Well, and he's also one of the best players in summer league, which is why the Kings keep winning, because they have this player who all of a sudden elevates his game when they need it and starts scoring buckets all the time. And so I just think it's really interesting to watch a player who has been so incredibly consistent. And then when you ask him to do something else, I think, like yesterday, we had the true test.
Yeah.
Right? Mason Jones is going to be out. Who's going to be the guy who takes his step, who starts getting in the pick and roll? It's not just about your assist totals or anything else. Who can run the offense? That's what the question was. And instantly, he steps up, raises his hand, says, I'm here. And it was like so clear that he was ready for the assignment.
Yep.
And he has no business being ready for the assignment of playing point guard at the NBA level, although it's a step below, but the summer league NBA level.
Doing it so flawlessly and so fluidly. Like our guy Buddha hit me on Twitter about this during the game, and I totally agree with this thought. He was not shooting it well to start yesterday's game, and I still thought he was playing great.
Oh yeah.
He went what was he 1 for 5 or something to start? He didn't start great.
They all looked like they had heavy legs.
Yeah.
They were all coming up short. The Kings have shot 42% from three coming into yesterday's game. I don't know what the final total was, but you could see that they started off with heavy legs.
Yeah, man. And he just continued to find ways to get in the paint, to distribute, to keep the ball moving, to keep the offense moving. You said something in there about consistency, and that is why I'm allowing myself to go a little bit overboard here.
Okay.
Because it's not, he's averaging 19, 6, and 7 on the strength of a 35, 14, and 10 game. He's averaging what he's averaging because, he's just kind of doing that every day.
Every single game.
And this is the other thing that, again, I'm giving myself space to be excited about this player in a way that I might not with Kyle Filipowski.
Yeah.
You seen Kyle Filipowski's stats in Summer League?
Yeah, he's
averaging like 30 a game. He's shooting 47% from three or 39% from three on 7 attempts a game. It's just, he's tearing it up.
He looks like what everyone thinks Cooper Flagg is going to look like at the NBA level.
Yes.
He's just dominating the action.
It's unbelievable.
Yep.
But again, it's because he's a big and there's not a lot of awesome bigs in Summer League. Like, I think that's kind of part of it. But the reason I'm allowing myself to get excited for Nick Clifford in a way I may not about a player like Kyle Filipowski is I think at the same time where he's been consistently productive, I think you're seeing him get better and adapt to the game as he's going.
Mm-hmm.
And you're seeing him take on that leadership role where in game 1, you're like, oh, Nico's nice. And in game 2, it was like, oh, man, he's a little better. Game 3, oh, he's a little better. And then that culminates yesterday. We said, hey, if Devin Carter or Nick Clifford is going to have a huge game, who would you prefer it be? And it winds up being Nick Clifford pretty clearly.
Oh, yeah, without any question.
And just the way, man, the way he is creating his own shot just immediately, and it's not clunky, it's not weird, it's a little unorthodox, but it's not that step back 3 that Devin Carter hit in the is that second game?
Yeah.
Where he did that slow ass drive and that long step back, and then he had to set his feet and do his push up. It's like, oh my God, that's never going to work against an NBA defender, at least a quality NBA defender. Like, you have no shot. But everything, like Nick yesterday gets a big switched onto him and just immediately attacks and then separates, creates some space, little turnaround, step back, bucket. It's like, man, that's a nice ass move. That's not some guy throwing something at the rim and, oh man, he just got hot and threw some. Like, no, he's attacking the right mismatches. He is creating his own shot. He's distributing. He is doing every single thing that you'd want a veteran NBA player to do in a summer league setting, except he's a rookie.
Yeah.
I'm trying really, really hard to temper my excitement.
I like the way he's gaining separation on his shots, how it's not forced. Everything looks smooth. Mm-hmm. When he goes to the basket, he knows how to clear space for himself. Mm-hmm. When he takes his mid-range jump shot, he creates like 3 feet of space.
Yeah.
You're like, where did that space come from?
Yeah.
You know, when he did the little sidestep 3, it's because he had set it up the entire game where you were worried about him hitting the gas and running by you. Nope, just pulled up and shot it so quickly. And that's where I think there's a lot of excitement. It is that he looks as close to NBA ready as you can possibly be. And, you know, I don't know what that means once we get to training camp, once we get to regular season. I don't know what it means. Right. But what I am, I feel like they found a rotational player. And I did not know that they were going to be able to do that at number 24. At
absolute minimum.
Yeah, but I mean,
Nick
out of the
Clifford's
gate,
going to be
like
a
year
rotation
1
player.
Yeah, year 1, I think they found a rotational player.
I have more Nick Clifford thoughts. We got to step aside real quick. We'll keep talking about Nick Clifford. I'm going to talk myself out of tempering my excitement at some point.
Oh, you're just
I'm just going to fall. I'm just going to fall all the way off the wagon and go for it. I'm sure. We've got Nick Clifford. We've also got the biggest story that's happening in sports, and nobody seems to care.
That's weird.
It's very, very odd, and it may completely change the sports landscape in this country. We'll talk about it. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. We're the Insiders. Sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're hanging out with you till noon here on ESPN 1320. It is Sacramento Sports Leader.
What's happening?
I'll be right back.
What's going on, Chatty House?
Chatty gang.
Still having issues with my earphones, my earbuds. It's killing me. I don't know if it's the wire or what. Just Spencer, we did a pod on Sunday. Sorry. We might be able to, but Brennan is still in Vegas. Sean, I think, is back from Vegas. Like, there's a lot of moving pieces. So we'll see. We definitely have a lot of little stuff to talk about, especially like the Nick Clifford stuff. Yes, Brett, my earphones are plugged in. Yesterday I lost the left side Like my left ear isn't working anymore, which is weird because I've had these earbuds for. I mean, I have molded earpieces from my time at NBC, so. But all of a sudden the left side stops working, which doesn't make any sense because they're like very basic. Like the idea behind them are very basic. I'll go to our engineers at some point. Say, help me.
John Bull is in the chat today.
He's already getting roasted.
Wow. Didn't know it was a big day. Hey, this was great. Did you see this video? As they put some CEO, I forget, somebody help me on the
Oh yeah. I saw it just a few minutes ago.
dude. So funny.
Yeah, with the HR director, something like that.
Just such a bad look.
Oh, there it is. Coldplay put CEO of Astronomer.
Astronomer.
Yeah, is that me just not being able to read it all today? And head of HR on the Jumbotron. Oh, that's tough. It is astronomer. I'm just like brain isn't functioning. Let's see what else is going on. Jesus.
Oh. I can't believe you would do this to me. You saw Coldplay in person.
Man. What are we doing here?
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, James is over there. I'm Kyle. No Joe Brazil today. He's out on assignment. What the hell is wrong with my microphone?
I don't know.
Why does this look like this? Why is this like this?
Oh no.
It's always like this? There we go. Okay, now we got it. All right. Now it's scary.
Between plugging in your headphones and a loose microphone mount, I'm not sure what's happening.
Yeah, just dishing out more radio advice for those of you looking to get into the profession. Make sure your microphone is pointed the right way when you talk into it. Because some microphones pick up all the sounds. Some other ones, you have to talk directly into it.
Yeah.
Because like if so I'll be talking into the mic here, but I'm going to move the mic to the side. So if I talk into the other side of the mic, you see how weird it sounds?
Oh yeah. Sounds like you're in the bottom of a well.
Yeah, and if I talk into the side, it probably sounds even weirder.
Yeah.
But then if I go here where it's supposed to be, now it's right.
Yeah.
So make sure
microphones.
Make sure you're talking into the correct side of the microphone. Anyways, James over there. I'm Kyle. We're talking about Nick Clifford and his rockin' start to NBA Summer League. I'm just reaching this point through 4 games. I keep waiting for the really bad game. I keep waiting for the game where, man, he just... And it's just not happening. And what's so impressive to me, and I think the reason I'm allowing myself to get excited is because there's more to this than just it's not like he's just physically dominant where he's 6'9", 250, moving like a guard, and it's just like, oh boy. Like he is just, oof. Like that's a little bit, so Maxime Raynaud. I think Maxime Raynaud has looked great.
Mm-hmm.
But I could also see where, hey, you know what? When he gets up against a bigger, sturdier NBA defender, he's not going to be able to kind of move the way he's able to move in summer league, and some of the places on the floor that he's able to get, he's not going to be able to get to. Like, okay, I got a little concern there. I think he's going to be good. I'm playing him over Drew Eubanks day one, but I see what am I trying to say? I see a potential like physical hurdle that he has to get over in a way that I don't with Nick Clifford.
No, I agree. And I would say this too, when it comes to Raynaud, like to me, he looks like he can play the 4 at the NBA level. And at the summer league level, he can't, because most of the 4s are undersized, right? Because that's just the way summer league is. So I think when you get him on an NBA court with regular NBA players, it's possible that the spacing and everything else plays to him being more of a 5'4" than just a straight up 5.
Yeah.
Like a guy who can bounce back and forth between 2 positions, might be able to play alongside a guy like Domantas Sabonis. He moves his feet really well. He's very fluid as an athlete, all this stuff. But I also, when I see like some of his jump hooks, which have really low release point, I'm thinking, okay, that's going to have a difficult time at the NBA level.
Yep.
He's got a soft touch, but again, if you're going to shoot the ball low, you're going up against elite athletes at the next level, and you're going to find that that's not going to always work out for you.
Yep.
So there are certain things that you're like, okay, I want to see more. But like you talked about Filipowski, and I think the problem that guys like Filipowski have is that there's also Drew Timme, who is second in summer league in scoring at 25.3 points per game.
Shout out to Kings legend Drew Timme.
Yeah, I mean, I love Drew Timme. I love watching him at Gonzaga. But again, we're talking about a 25, 26-year-old who's walking out there and looks like a mature player, like he should, but also who's dominating the action. And that just tells you that there aren't the quality big men that you need. Yeah. And, again, even the Kings went up against the Suns, right? And that's the one game, I believe, where Raynaud missed. And so they have monsters on their front line. What's his name? The kid
from Duke,
Malawak.
Yeah, it sounds right.
Yeah. They have him in the post, and you're getting a look like, okay, what is he gonna look like against a player like that? Well, we didn't get to see him play against a player like that, but also remember that players like Malawak take forever to develop at the NBA level. Like big men take, till they're 22, 23 typically to develop. And of course, you're getting that out of Raynaud because he's already that age. So he's just further along in the process as a big man who's learning his body and, becoming more and more coordinated. So I'm liking what I see from him for sure.
Same.
But then when I see Neek, like half of the guys in Summer League are veteran players that play that position, that are guys that have been in the G League or been in the NBA and are still trying to work their way back. He's playing against a lot of players that are similar size, that are going to be similar to what he's going to face at the NBA level. And that's where I'm excited about his ability to like the create space thing. Like when he pulls up on his mid-range jump shot, he's cleared enough space that when he goes up, he elevates really well. And he's got all this separation. There is no, no one is uptight on him.
No.
And, again, the step back 3 in the corner, like, where does that come from? Like, holy cow.
Yeah.
So I just see like a roadmap for him that is way different than so many other players that are walking in. I mean, he flat out, this is when you watch him play, he just gets it.
Okay. And that's why I'm excited. It's an intangible thing.
Yes, it is.
It is. Oh, he understands. There's a feel for the game. I feel the same way about Brock Purdy. You watch Brock Purdy and nothing he does physically is gonna blow you away. Like some of the throws you see Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen make, and some of the moves you see Lamar Jackson make to create space, and then some of the throws you make, you're like, oh my God, these guys. When you watch Brock Purdy, it's, he just gets it. Like he understands where everybody's supposed to be, where he's supposed to be. There's that innate ability to maneuver around the pocket. It's that same thing with Nick Clifford. And I think that's part of the reason I'm allowing myself to get excited. Is, man, that's going to translate. That feel for the game is not going to change. And so let's say he does get to the NBA, and I think this is going to wind up being the case, where he can run the point in Summer League. In Summer League, they could start him at the 1, and I think they'd be fine. I don't necessarily think you'll be able to do that in the NBA right away. But what excites me is he understands the game enough that, okay, move A that works in summer league does not work in the NBA. I'm going to adapt accordingly. I will instead go to this, or I will instead set up this move and distribute. Or like there's this feel and this basketball IQ that I think is going to allow him to very, very quickly, because we've seen it in summer league, adapt to the hurdles that do come. There's going to be adversity.
Yeah.
He's not going to be a perfect rookie. He's not going to average 25 a night. He's not like, that's not a thing that happens. But when, let's just say you mentioned the ability to create space in the mid-range. Maybe he doesn't do that great right away. He's not just going to keep going to that shot. He's going to find something different to impact winning. And impacting winning is what it looks like he's going to do. And to feel that way about a rookie in summer league after 4 games, that doesn't happen that much for me.
Yeah.
If ever.
Well, that, and I think you said it earlier, he's better than Devin Carter already. Like that's a statement you made. And I think what I would point to is this. Like Devin Carter is going to have trouble figuring out how he fits into the NBA. And if he doesn't accept how he's supposed to fit in the NBA, he's not going to be in the NBA. That's the way it works. Like players who don't, you say it all the time, your line, know your role.
Know your role, change your life.
Yeah, exactly.
Shout out Austin Rivers.
Okay, so let's just back up to this game we saw yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
One guy finishes with 9 assists, and the other guy finishes with 6 assists. I watched Devin Carter throw, and again, this is a smart play, and don't confuse yourself with what I'm about to say here.
Mm-hmm.
He kept hitting outlet passes that had this beautiful high arc, even higher than his 3-point shot.
Mm-hmm.
He kept feeding these bombs down for layups, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think it happened 3 or 4 times. He finishes with 6 assists. He also had a play where there's a scramble and 2 guys ended up on him on the baseline, and he fed it down low to Isaac Jones for a dunk.
Mm-hmm.
So I can think of almost every one of his assists. None of them were in a half court offense. None of them were part of a pick and roll. None of it. All of it was either freelance stuff or it was again, this Hail Mary outlet pass. Now, look, there's a place in the league for the Hail Mary outlet pass.
Sure.
If you're a very good rebounding guard and you go up and you sky for a rebound and you instantly look ahead and you throw a deep pass to a guy who's cutting. And even he almost had another one with Raynaud, I think, to end the first half, where Raynaud dropped the ball out of bounds. Those to me were signs of, okay, I can see that working at the NBA level.
Yep. But
that's not a point guard.
Yeah, it's the difference between running the offense and making the right pass.
Yes.
DeMar DeRozan averaged 4.5 assists a game last year?
I think the year before he did, but I don't think he did last year. That's
whatever.
Okay.
But there would be games where DeMar DeRozan would have 5, 6, 7 assists.
Of course.
Where he's just making the right pass. He's not running the point.
Exactly.
Whereas with Nick, it was, he's running the offense. He's getting
4.4 assists per game last year.
Getting players where they need to go on the floor and then running the offense, keeping the ball moving.
Well, he had
very different.
The pick and roll in the early in the game with Raynaud where he threw the ball up for the lob.
Yeah, it was second possession.
Yeah, that's where the skip pass to the corner, finding teammates that are cutting. That's a whole other aspect. We're not seeing any of that type of sort of offense from Devin Carter. And it's what we talked about yesterday coming into the day. Look, it's not just, can you stuff the stat sheet? Can you score a bunch of points, or can you get a bunch of assists? Can you do it while playing within the confines of an offense? And instantly, that's what I saw from Nick. And to me, again, he's not a natural point guard, but he sure did look like one. And that's really, really encouraging, where I could actually see him stealing minutes at the backup 1 all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Where I still can't with Devin. And that's, again, it's not Devin's cup of tea. And I don't care when he played point guard, because when he played whatever time he played point guard in his career, it was as a scoring point guard. It was not as a playmaking point guard.
He was the one on the lineup sheet.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I agree with you. And it wouldn't surprise me if let's say we get to January and the Kings are just like same position they were last year, fighting for a play-in. Maybe they've traded DeMar. It's kind of like, all right, like this is they're not going to be a top 6 seed. That's something I would love to see Doug Christie and his coaching staff mess with this year. Is can you create lineups where you can maybe have a big lineup where Nick Clifford is your point guard? Can he credibly do that in the NBA? And I understand why they wouldn't want to do that out of the gate. I totally get it. They're going to try and win. They have too many veterans. They're going to try and win as many games as possible.
Well, then you don't want to overwhelm a kid.
Yeah, for sure. But I think that could be a pretty significant step in his development. And if some point this year they say, hey, we're going to run this lineup out, and for 10 minutes a game, you're going to run the point. 5 minutes a half, you're going to do this with this lineup, and this is what it's going to look like. I would love to see that, man. I think getting more optionality, getting more flexibility out of a player that we already thought they were going to have some defensive versatility with being able to guard the 2 and the 3, maybe some 4s. I already thought Nate could play. I was already high on him when they drafted him. I am even higher on him now through 4 summer league games, and I'm having a really, really difficult time not being like, this guy is going to be a star. It just, that's how it, I'm not a basketball analyst. I'm not in the front office. I'm just a dude who watches hoop. I said this at the top of the show, and it is the thing I keep falling back to, is he's just checking all of those boxes where when you watch, it looks, have you ever played pickup basketball with a bunch of guys who didn't play in college and then a guy who played in college?
Oh, yeah.
And it's just, they're very clearly just better than everyone.
They just walk up and steal the ball from everybody.
They just walk up, they steal the ball on offense, or stand at the top of the key. They might shoot it. Okay, hey, we need a bucket. They might go get it. But they're going to keep the ball moving, and hey, there's a pass that nobody saw, and they got a wide open look because of it. Like, that's what it feels like watching Nate. And I watch these games, and he makes these moves, and he'll have 4, 5, 6, 7 plays a game where you go, man, when he's an all-NBA player in 4 years, I could see them using this in a cut-up of, man, remember when Nick Clifford was at Summer League? Let's take a look back at some of his highlights. Like, you could see that sidestep 3. You could see the turnaround fadeaways in the mid post. Like, you can see all of these things because I've seen it with I'm going to say names here. I don't think he's necessarily going to be as good as these players. I'm just picking star level players.
Okay.
You see the Steph Curry Summer League highlights. It kind of looks like this. You watch, I don't want to pick names, but like a Devin Booker type of player.
Yeah.
Where they're just in something. It's like, oh, that guy's good.
I saw plenty of Devin Booker when I was watching yesterday. I was intrigued, you know, and I also think, you know, you're hoping that maybe he can be the Kings version of Jalen Williams.
Sure.
Or maybe he can be the Kings version of Trey Murphy.
Sure.
Like, all of a sudden you're like, okay, I see a little bit more than I did before. And, you know, again, for me, it's that he's going out there and he's doing work and he's not overwhelmed. He's fully in his element, and he just keeps trudging along, putting up 18 to 20 points per game. He hasn't had a blow-up game, and even a blow-up game would almost take away from what I've seen so far. Like, I'm loving watching the consistency of him going out there and just doing the workmanlike, you know, the workmanlike quality to him. And then you're hoping, like, you keep saying star. I'm saying I want him to get to a point where, number one, he's in the rotation day one. Number two, he finds a way to be a starter down the road. And that's where, like, I'm going to start with him. But
that's probably a more realistic expectation. That's fine.
Yeah, and if he gets way past that, that's just gravy.
Yeah. You said something there, and I think it's what I'm trying to get to, and you articulated this in a better way than I have. I'm ready to let myself think, right? Maybe he is Jalen Williams, J-Dub, that is.
Yep.
The all-NBA forward guard, all-defense guy. Like, I'm letting myself go there now. Whereas before, I'm like, I don't know. I got nothing.
Well, yeah.
But now it's, man, if you, James, came from the future and said, "Hi, I'm James from 2030." Show's going great, by the way. I'm James from 2030, and Nick Clifford is the Kings version of Jalen Williams. When they first drafted him, I'd have been like, "Go away."
Yep.
You're lying. But now, like, I'm allowing myself, like, sure, that door's open for me now. Because I've seen, not saying he will, not saying I would go bet my life savings on it, but that path is illuminated to me now
Mhm.
in a way that it wasn't 2 weeks ago.
No,
And if you're the Kings, like, that's, I think, probably the best you can ask for in a summer league setting.
Oh yeah, no, I'm with you.
I don't know what else you could want from the kid. All right, that's James. I'm Kyle. There's no Joe yelling at me that we got to go. There's a prominent television product that airs every summer that needs to go away.
You're done with it?
I'm very done with it. Plus, the 49ers might have set off a bunch of dominoes in the NFL yesterday. We'll talk about that as well. He's James. I'm Kyle. No Joe today. He's on assignment. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 and Sacramento Sports Center.
Yeah, I like, so Neek in Summer League, 17, 19, 19, and 19.
Who? Nick?
That's Neek Clifford's stats. Rebounds, 7, 3, 12, and 4. Assists, 9, 3, 5, and 3. He's got 6 steals. Yeah. He's doing all the little stuff. He's even got a couple of blocks. Eric B., I haven't heard Chris Boucher's name mentioned at all. But I definitely, like, it's tough because remember, as of today, the Kings are really, really up against the luxury tax. They've got a little bit of room to play with, but if they were to like waive one of these guys, again, I keep bringing this up. I don't have any insider information on Dario Saric, other than I don't think that he fits what the Kings are doing, except for maybe he's a veteran who can do some stuff, right? But I would rather have a player like Chris Boucher. The problem is Chris Boucher is going to be able to sign with anyone for the league minimum. Like, you want to go push for a championship, maybe he goes to the New York Knicks, or he goes to the Lakers, or one of these teams that he could probably fit in and play and get minutes. For me, like, the Kings are going to have to pay more than the veteran minimum. So basically, what that means for me is that you're going to have to clear out another $3 million in space and offer him like a biannual exception of $5 million if that's the player that you're targeting. And I think the Kings still have visions for other players. So, Nicholas, I don't think that this is the case. I think that that's something that's been put out there, that there's zero market for these players. I don't agree with that. And I also will tell you that the market changes all the time. What I will tell you is that there's no one in the league with any cap space. And so any move that you're doing has to be under the understanding that it's complicated for everyone involved. And that's why I think this year's free agency, this year's restricted free agency has been a flat out mess. So I think there are markets for those players, but it might not be what you want. And it might not be like a typical market where you're able to use them as trade chips to go get a player that you like better or that might fit better, because it's just, again, the market is kind of stunted and confused, and hopefully they'll figure out how to get, how to figure, it'll calm down and they'll start working through different aspects of it. Loki, maybe Amani Bates, but I don't know. Like, he's got the body for sure that you're looking for, like a 6'10" small forward. Let's see, anything else in here? I don't know. We're gonna have to see what happens here, but Keon could still be a player that got 14.1 million. So, and I would have had him be a restricted free agent, and especially, I don't think he's super happy about the way things went down here. I actually have heard that to be true, and like there was a very good chance that he he might not want to resign because this isn't the way he envisioned the season going, playing for $2 million.
30 seconds.
I will say, for salary cap reasons, like the Kings couldn't afford to pay Keon this offseason.
All right, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
And damn right it is. James is over there. I'm Kyle. Two mentions
daily.
per show. Now, before we get into the television event of the summer that needs to go away, I gotta let you guys know. A1 Combat number 29. That's Maximov versus Indio. Is at the Hard Rock Live on Friday, August 1st. And you're like, Kyle, thanks for the info, but I don't have tickets. Well, good news, person who's interested in this. You can win 2 tickets.
2 tickets.
That's 2. A pair of tickets to see Maximov versus Indio at A1 Combat number 29 at the Hard Rock Live on Friday, August 1st. You can win those tickets online at ESPN1320.com. You'll find a contest page there. That's courtesy of Uriah Faber's A1 Combat. Hell yeah. Shout out to Hard Rock Live. Shout out to A1 Combat number 29. And shout out to mention number 1.
Mention number 1.
All right. Well, I know we got a lot more King stuff to get into, but there's some non-Kings things we have to talk about. The ESPYs were last night, in case you missed it.
I did miss it.
Okay. No biggie there. I would like to. Okay, what there's something that you have to that we have to do here. I am removing the host from this conversation because he made some jokes, and we're gonna just set that over here.
Oh,
because I don't. This is not what I'm about to say. Has nothing to do with the host
or the politics or anything else.
Or that, right? He made this is not about that. This is about the ESPYs as a television product.
Okay.
Having nothing to do with the host. Forget the host. Host nameless, faceless. Fine. I thought it was clunky. I thought it looked like nobody there actually wanted to be there. Clips came out. Malice and Pusha T came out and performed. And it was like they were performing in an empty arena. Like nobody, it was weird, dude. It was the entire time I was watching this television product, and again, this is not about the host, not about any jokes that were made. Just as a visual experience, as a award show experience, my wife watches a lot of 90 Day Fiance. Okay. That there are a lot of things that bother me about that show. But one of the things is when people from the United States are culturally insensitive in other countries.
Okay.
That just really irks me. Like, brother, you are not where you're from right now. You respect what they got going on. If you got to take your shoes off when you go inside, or if you got to eat this thing, or you got to drink this thing, do it. Like, figure it out. Like, we would never do this. Yeah, duh. Anyways. That makes me so uncomfortable watching people do that. That was the same experience I had watching the ESPYs last night. Like, I just wanted to turn it off. I wanted to crawl inside of my own chest. Like, there was just like this awkwardness to it. that I did not enjoy whatsoever. It feels like they continue trying to force the ESPYs on us. And I'm sure that it makes money for ESPN, which is why they keep doing it.
I also, some of it does go to charity, the Jimmy V Foundation,
Yes.
and the Stuart Scott stuff, and
No doubt.
of course.
You can have it, then make it a charity gala and do something different with it. But the whole awards thing, I can't tell you. I do not remember. I know Simone Biles won Best Championship Performance, and then she won another thing. But I don't remember anything that happened. I can't remember what happened last year or last night. It just, like, the awards don't matter. You win an Oscar, like, wow, you won an Oscar. You won an ESPY, it's like, all right. You don't need a competition. The competition already happened. You don't get an award for having the best competition. It's weird. It's weird. The whole idea is weird. And now the television product sucks on top of it.
Well, I'm going to add the other element. Like, there is such a regency bias on ESPN towards large markets.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they
regional bias?
Regional bias. That's what I meant. Jesus. There is so much focus on pushing certain topics for ESPN. It's how they have found success.
Mm-hmm. It
is highlight reel dunks. It's about the Lakers. It's about the Knicks. It's about the Yankees, the Dodgers. They hyper focus on so many things that all you're doing is giving awards to things that you hyper focused on.
Right.
So, like, you're basically, it's like you're just giving yourself a pat on the back for creating this and promoting this storyline that is now big enough that you're giving them an award.
Right.
It's like, okay, but you created this.
Yeah.
Like, how many times do you stay up to watch SportsCenter and the Kings, beat somebody, but all you watch is highlights of LeBron James dunking in the loss to the Kings.
Right.
You're like, oh, and by the way, the Kings pulled out the victory.
27-14-9 for LeBron in a 109-96 loss. Like,
yeah. It's
what?
like, oh, here's the incredible De'Aaron Fox dunk. Of course, he went 3 of 23 from the field, and you ignore what actually happened in the game. You're just promoting whatever it is that you want to sell. And that's the ESPYs is just a continuation of that. It's what you already sold us.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so all we've seen from your television station is clips of that person. And so, of course, they're going to win the award that you're giving.
Yeah, if it was at least fun, like if it was at least an enjoyable watch, I don't think I would, like, I couldn't care less about the awards.
Yeah.
But I feel obligated to keep an eye on this thing because, like, oh, it's a sports thing. I'm out. I'm done with it. I don't even care to have an eye on it anymore because I had such a bad time watching it. It's brutal. Anyways, the ESPYs are bad. That's the take. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Another thing that happened last night, Alfred Collins, the 49ers second-round pick, agreed to his rookie contract, 4 years, $10.3 million, $9 million guaranteed. This is significant.
Yeah.
Because he's only the third second-round pick to sign a contract. And we talked about this a little yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday you said it was 30 out of 32 were unsigned, and the only 2 that were signed were first and second, and they both got guaranteed money.
Yeah, so the 33rd and 34th picks had signed their contracts, fully guaranteed money. And the way it works is there's a minimum amount of guarantees that you can get on your rookie contract as a second-round pick, and that scales down as the picks go down. So the 2 top guys getting fully guaranteed contracts kind of put a halt on everything else in the second round. Because if you're Alfred Collins at 43, you're going, wait, I want a full guarantee. And so instead of these very procedural, like routine contract negotiations, everything got kind of turned on its ear. Well, Alfred Collins, depending on how, so there's 2 ways to view this. One, you can be like, wow, the 49ers did it. They got their guy signed. Or you can look at it like Alfred Collins folded. Alfred Collins said, hey, good luck to the rest of the second round picks. I'm going to sign for 88% guaranteed, and I'm going to show up to camp.
I'm going to get to work.
Yeah. So there's 2 different ways you can view that. Be like, salute player for wanting to get in there. Rookies reported on the 15th. He agreed to his deal on the 16th. I'm sure he's at the facility today to sign his contract and get to work. Rookies, they get an extra week at training camp, just strength and conditioning stuff.
Yep.
So he gets to hit the ground running doing that. And the other way to view it is like, dude, you guys really had a chance here to set a precedent where the entire second round got fully guaranteed deals. And all of a sudden, it's the first and second round that happens. Alas, 88% guaranteed. And this is a big deal for San Francisco because they're relying a lot on Alfred Collins, Michael Williams, CJ West. They're Alfred Collins, Michael Williams, CJ West. I'm missing a defensive lineman they drafted.
Oh.
Am I? No,
Yeah.
I'm not. I'm good. It's three defensive linemen. They're relying a lot on those guys to play this year. And Alfred Collins already missed OTAs because of a calf injury that he dealt with in the lead up to his pro day or during his pro day. So he didn't participate at all in OTAs. So the 49ers are going to have a defensive lineman, a rookie defensive lineman who figures to start, and if not, certainly play a lot. There was a potential where if he's holding out, he's missing all of OTAs, and now he's missing some of training camp. So once he does get into training camp, he's still got to knock the raw stuff from the fact that he hasn't played football since January. And then he has to try and catch up to the NFL. Like, you're already going to be behind the curve as a rookie. You're going to be further behind the curve if he had held out. So given that the 49ers need Alfred Collins to be a good player, this doesn't guarantee he's going to be good, but it sets him up for every day he missed of camp was going to be just that one extra step further behind the curve. It was going to increase his chances that he was going to flop in the NFL. So getting that deal done is a big deal. Getting that contract done is a big deal.
I agree. And I think it's reasonable. It's not like they fully caved. I mean, if you're getting, $9 million out of the 10.3 guaranteed, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it destroys the precedent that's trying to be set here.
Yeah.
You're just trying to increase, I don't think that you're going to see it across the board where every second round pick gets guaranteed money.
Mm-hmm.
At least not now, not yet. But what this does is it pushes the envelope further.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, 88% is significantly higher than he was slotted for. And B, the one everybody's watching is Tyler Shuck, the 40th overall pick, quarterback for the Saints. That's one everybody's watching because Collins set a precedent for the picks behind him.
Mm-hmm.
His 88% guarantee does not do anything to help picks 30, the teams with picks 35 through 42.
Yeah.
Those guys could all very easily still be like, no, I need a full guaranteed. 43 got 88%. I'm going to need 100. So it doesn't completely handcuff the rest of the second round, but you're already seeing dominoes falling. A couple more second round picks have signed this morning. I expect we'll continue seeing that throughout the day. And that started with the 49ers and Alfred Collins last night. Like I said, he will probably report today and get to camp. The 49ers open training camp a week from today. Next Thursday.
It's exciting.
49ers open camp. NFL season right around the corner. Hey, we got it. Oh, what's this? Never mind. We won't get into it now. We'll get into this later.
Okay.
I want to talk about the Kings preseason schedule. It's not out yet, but there's a weird quirk with it already that we got to talk about. But the biggest story in sports that not nearly enough people care about. You need to care about this. We're going to fill you in. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Pause, by the way. That was crazy. We're going to fill you in on this story. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Back in a second here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports.
Mike Williams has retired from the NFL after 8 seasons with the Chargers, Jets, and Steelers.
Nah.
30-year-old earned just over $84 million across 3 contracts. 5,100 yards, 32 touchdowns.
Bro, I'm going to pare it down. Like, I'm going to try and make it what's the word I'm looking for? Like, as unconvoluted as possible. Thank you. No, I said it. I acknowledged it. My bad.
Hmm.
Shout out to Sparknuts.
Getting a lot of burn. The Mike Williams retirement. It's like everywhere.
Yeah, probably Egote. You wanted to put it at the end? September. Oh, wait. They were so convincing in their argument. They swung me. Such a great movie. A desk pop? That's a thing, right? No, it's not a thing. Look, I know you guys don't think I'm a real cop. Not true. Here we go. Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and we're hanging out with you until noon. And then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and Casey, but just D'Lo today. No Casey. Casey out all week. And we're talking. Yeah, we saw the CEO. We saw the CEO at the Coldplay concert.
Yeah,
we all saw it. It was crazy.
that's tough.
Really tough. Not the biggest story in sports right now, though. The biggest story in sports is one that Pablo Torre and Mike Florio have reported on Pablo Torre's podcast, Pablo Torre Finds Out. And I think part of the reason that this has been, what's the word I'm looking for? Not swept under the rug, but largely ignored, I think, is because it is a reporting that's done on a podcast. And I still think there's a lot of people who either A, don't consume that podcast, B, don't consume the info from it, or C, go, oh, it's a podcast, that's fake, or it's not real, or it's flimsy. But let me tell you, a lot of very good journalism happening on this pod.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of really well-researched reporting, well-researched, hard scrabble reporting, deep dives into every avenue that you can deep dive. And what they've ostensibly come up with, and I think this is part of the reason that it's not coming through, is it's like, hey, here's all this info. Pared down, the NFL and the NFL Players Association are essentially at odds with each other, right?
Yes.
That's the NFL owners and the NFL Players Union do not necessarily get along.
That's always been the case, but
That's right. There's inherent friction in that relationship.
Yep.
In every league, NBA, MLB, NHL, NFL, players want all the money, owners want all the money. How do we divide that up? Give, take, contract, collective bargaining agreements, et cetera, et cetera. Like this is there's a inherent friction in that relationship.
Mm-hmm.
The executive director of the NFL Players Association works for a company that is on the list of companies that are allowed to invest in NFL teams and be minority owners of these NFL teams.
Okay.
So the guy who runs the Players Association is paid by a firm or paid by a company that has an active interest in investing in the NFL. And this story involves cover-ups by the NFL and NFL Players Association, where the former president of the Players Association, J.C. Tretter, who is now the chief strategy officer.
Okay.
We've already gone over where he badmouthed Russell Wilson, and they buried the collusion ruling from an arbitration hearing.
Yep.
Between the NFL and NFL Players Association. That ruling went against the Players Association, but there's a bunch of really damning evidence against the NFL in it. And both sides wanted it buried, so they did it. And now more reporting is coming out that there was another hearing involving the NFL and NFL Players Association that the NFL won. The NFL did not make a big deal about winning this hearing because they don't want the executive director of the NFL Players Association or the chief strategy officer of the NFL Players Association to leave, because they want to negotiate with those guys, because those guys don't necessarily have the players' best interest at heart, because the executive director works for a company that stands to make money if the NFL makes more money.
That's crazy.
It's wild, dude.
Yeah.
The conflict of interest is insane. The lengths they're going to bury these stories is insane. The fact that there are the NFL Players Association does not appear whatsoever to have the players' best interests at heart. This is crazy. And I say this is crazy because I know we're super desensitized to scandal now, just because the 24-hour news cycle and we're on our phones, we're seeing news all the time. It's just like, oh my God, just okay, another scandal. There's a chance here that heads are going to roll in a way that alters the NFL. If the NFL Players Association, if that union disbands, or if the players go into a collective bargaining agreement not believing in their leadership or wanting new leadership, or not believing that those guys are fighting for them, there's a very real chance here that this turns into like a players against players fight.
It should have already happened. I would have already removed the guy. I don't understand why they're waiting. Like, I don't care how bright he is or anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's clear that he's taken advantage of his position.
Yes.
And that he doesn't have your best interests at heart. And that's all you can ask for, right? When you're a player, it's difficult because a lot of players union reps, the way that it works is that you elevate players, right, to these positions. It's kind of like, like school districts in America. Like, this has nothing to do with politics. It's everything to do with, like, former teachers like go to run for school board positions because they think that they have this connection with kids and they understand education. But when they get to the position, a lot of times what they don't understand is that it's a business position.
Sure.
And if you're not a business teacher,
right,
or someone who's run a business or who has a business acumen, then what are you doing there?
Right.
Because it's more about allocations of funds and what programs and stuff like that. It's not. So you end up having a bunch of school districts that are run into the ground by people who shouldn't be in those positions, but think that they should be because they know something about it that they don't.
Right.
So this seems like the same exact thing where, one player after another goes into these positions. And I think sometimes it's better to just hire somebody that can go and negotiate for you and it can be your representation for you, and make that as a collective, like, hey, we want to hire this firm or that firm or whatever to go negotiate for us. But to have these guys that are like getting into these positions and then clearly taking advantage of the positions because they don't have, like, realistically, I don't even know what their rules are. Like, do they even have rules about, taking money from a third party or whatever, working for somebody? And it's just crazy that they haven't already just said, okay, look, I don't know what we're doing here with this guy, but it's time for us to move in a different direction.
So that's what the way he was elected was through a very secret process.
Yeah.
That isn't typically the process. And now there's a story coming out from ESPN from Dan Van Natta Jr. and Kalen Kaler, they've been doing a great job of following up on the reporting here, that there was a sexual discrimination lawsuit against Lloyd Howell, the executive director of the NFL Players Association, when he was at a firm in 2011 that he worked for.
Okay.
And now the reporting from ESPN is that there's a dispute between the executive committee that voted on him, where some people say they knew about this and were fine with it, and other people are like, this is news to me. It's just, I don't understand why this guy, who has a very clear conflict of interest with the Players Association, the union that he represents, and they picked him, in part, the justification is he's the business guy. It's what you're talking about. He's the business guy. He's been on the other side of these negotiations where he's fought against unions his whole life. So he is now going to be on our side, and he knows how they're going to negotiate. Like, no, it's very clearly not the case. And now we're finding out that they're hiding things from players, and that these rulings in these hearings are not even going out to all 32 team reps, are not going out to the new president of the Players Association. He was just totally in the dark on all this.
It's wild.
This is I understand the sentiment of, this isn't different. This is how unions work. And this is the corruption is, sure. I'm not arguing that. I'm not saying this is different. What is different is this is the NFL. These are NFL players. This is a potentially, and we're not there right now. I'm not saying the NFL is going to be canceled next year, but there's potential here for this to get even more messy, because we've already seen in multiple ways they're suppressing the information about various hearings and various rulings. They're already doing that. They're keeping things from players. And now the guy who got elected may or may not have gotten elected under false pretenses and all this other stuff. Like, the new collective bargaining agreement runs out after the 2030 season.
Okay.
If you keep this guy in power, it's that collective bargaining agreement is probably not going to go the way players want it to go. It's already not going to. Like, players are already effectively fighting with one hand tied behind their backs in these negotiations.
I mean, we're looking at a league that has a salary cap at like $280 million,
right,
per team.
Yeah.
I mean, this is so much money. But
they're looking for an 18th game. Like, they want an 18th game. That's their whole, like, that's the big thing that's going to be on the table with their next CBA is an 18th game. And the NFL wants that badly. Players don't. But it appears that the NFL is doing everything they can, and the NFL Players Association leadership is doing everything they can to make sure that they stay, that Lloyd Howell stays in power as the executive director of the NFLPA for this next negotiation, because he has a vested interest in the NFL getting an 18th game. So, okay, he's going to negotiate that, but in theory, he's going to be ready to do it. He's going to be like, yeah, let's do an 18th game. And the NFL players are not going to get back nearly what they probably should for that concession.
No.
And and I'm not, the thing that I'm quote unquote worried about here is not even that. Because again, I've seen it in the chatty house. This is how it works. Palms are greased. Like, okay, no, I get that. But are the NFL players going to get that? Are they going to be cool with this? That all of this stuff is being hidden from them by their union's leadership?
Yeah, it's wild.
That is what this could get really, really messy. And I don't think enough people are paying attention to this, because this is not just affecting owners. This is not just billionaires arguing with millionaires or whatever it is. Like, no, this has the potential to completely, I don't want to say destroy the players union, but force the players union to like dissolve and reconfigure what they're doing.
Yeah.
And that could be a messy, messy process.
Yeah. No, it's crazy. It's crazy. Union leadership, like, leading some guys astray, or at least not being transparent. I mean, that's tough.
Yeah.
So yeah, but again, the players need to stand up for themselves.
Yeah, you know? You'd hope so.
I think that's been one of the biggest like disappointments over the last, couple of, like, the last decade, as we've learned more and more and more about things like CTE, It's just that the players have not been able to be represented and stand up for themselves while they're literally putting their lives on the line for a league.
Right.
It's like really sad.
And one of their own, JC Treader, was a player. And he appears to be extremely complicit in hiding vital information from the players.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's why I'm not having.
They got a hearing. They got a ruling from an independent arbitrator. I keep saying arbitrator. That basically says, like, yeah, hey, there's not enough here to rule in your favor, but man, hey, there's definitely something going on here with this collusion thing on guaranteed contracts.
Yeah, just listed the collusion
and hid it from players.
Yeah, that's wild.
That's crazy. I don't know, man. I'm floored.
Yeah.
Go listen. If Pablo Torre finds out, I'm not going to advocate. Go subscribe to all this. Go find the 2 episodes about these things. The NFL and the NFL Players Association. Really good reporting. It's Pablo Torre, Mike Florio. They do a great job. They play all these audio clips, all these video clips. There's some background sourcing. There's some, I talked to this guy on the condition of anonymity. There's some of that, but a lot of it is just connecting dots from videos that and statements and podcast clips that are just out.
Yeah.
This is all public and they've connected the dots.
It's crazy.
It is so good. And it wouldn't shock me if this catalyzes a massive, massive overhaul in the way the NFL and the NFL Players Association do business.
I hope.
Me too.
Yeah. I'd like to see it cleaned up.
Rooting for the players, man. Rooting for those guaranteed contracts.
Yeah.
If they do an 18th game, which they're going to, like, let's keep it a stack. They're going to do an 18th game. I hope that comes with expanded rosters, more guarantees and contracts.
Yeah. Better healthcare after.
Better healthcare post playing career. Like, that all has to be on the table. And I think right now, if everyone had their druthers, it wouldn't be on the table because the guy running the entire thing for the Players Association doesn't want the 18th game held up for financial reasons.
It's crazy.
Inside. Anyways, that's James. I'm Kyle. We'll get back into the NBA. We'll get back into the Kings coming up here. Scott Perry's having a little media tour. We'll talk about what he's had to say. And King Summer League rolls on. Also, weird preseason thing with the Kings. We don't have their schedule yet, but we know a weird quirk of their schedule, and we'll talk about that too. Okay. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320, and it is Sacramento Sports. Clear.
Did you see the is this real? I'm going to look this up.
Yep. No, this is the thing. It's not the NFL. It's the NFL Players Association. It's the executive director of the Players Association that's being shady. To the players, not to the NFL, not to the owners. The guy running the union for the players is being shady to the players. Oh, hey, speaking of double freezes, I think I have solved when I do the show from home when I'm freezing a lot. I think I've solved that problem.
Oh, what is it?
My work computer just does not rock with my internet. It does not rock with my home setup. Like just the hardware. Because I was doing Candlestick Chronicles last night and I saw my video like freezing and it was giving me the little thing that my internet was there's a little icon that shows up in the corner if your internet's bad. I moved to my other laptop and was fine.
Huh.
So
I wonder if I have some sort of connection issue. I mean, I'm like right next to my router. Doesn't make any sense. And I have fast internet. It just cuts out all the time.
yeah, my internet's fine. It's
Yeah.
it is that specific computer
Yeah, that's
that I have a
bizarre.
problem with. Yeah, this is probably it. Yeah, it's brutal. Oh, brutal. Like, imagine if the letter carrier union national president was doing advisor work for Honda and you were going to get new mail trucks. I don't know if this works, but just follow me. And you were going to get a 10% raise with Toyota mail trucks, but instead you got a 1% raise in the Honda mail trucks. That's what's happening.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I love this show during the summer. It's during the NBA season, during the NFL season, March Madness a little bit. There's constant the chatty house is like, okay, we go to break and we're just continuing a conversation.
Yeah.
Like we're going to talk just through the breaks. We're talking about whatever we've been talking about, or there's breaking news or something's going on. During the summer, it's just like, whatever. We're just having a good time. Just people chatting. Shout out to the chatty house. YouTube.com/ESPN1320 and Twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Of course, everybody listening on the radio on 1320 AM or on 98.5 FM HD2. Hello. And if you're listening on one of the various apps we're on, I can't emphasize this enough. The Odyssey app, AUDACY. It's always a good rebrand when we're 6 years into this and you still have to spell it. AUDACY. Or the iHeart app.
Okay.
Or the TuneIn app. Search ESPN 1320. We're right there. You can listen wherever you are, anywhere in the world, anytime. Well, but when we're live. If you want to listen anytime, subscribe to the James Ham and Kyle Madson Show. It's a podcast. You can get wherever you get your podcasts. Salute. Second mention?
Second mention.
While we're doing housekeeping?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Here we go. Second mention. Okay. Hey, hold your applause till the end. Let's make sure I can get through the second mention. All right. Mention number 2. You can win 2 tickets to A1 Combat number 29. That is, hey, Jesse, can you hear me? Were you on the phone just now? I saw that a line was on and I hung up on it. I hope Jesse wasn't on the phone. He didn't react, so I don't think so. You weren't on the phone? No? Okay, good. Mention number 2. And speaking of number 2, that's how many tickets you can win to A1 Combat number 29, Maximov vs. Indio. That's at the Hard Rock Live on Friday, August 1st. Kyle, where do I get those tickets? Well, you can enter to win online at the ESPN1320.com contest page. It's courtesy of Uriah Faber's A1 content. Now, applaud me. We got air horns for that? Everybody. 2 mentions. We've done it. Scott Perry's doing a little media tour.
He is.
It's kind of strange. I feel like I've heard Scott Perry's voice more in, what's it been, 3 months?
Oh, yeah.
Than I heard from Monty McNair in the last 3 years.
Yes.
It is dramatically different, this regime versus the last one. Is there anything sticking out to you from Perry's various media appearances?
Okay, so I told you guys this before he officially got the job. The one thing I remember, one of the many things, but the biggest thing I remember from when we had conversations with him 8 years ago when he was part of the Kings front office in 2017 was that he was really honest about making mistakes when he was in Orlando and not talking to the media and not talking to local media and not having these honest conversations to have his voice out there and not just speculation out there. And he felt like it became like a combative thing. And so I think he's doing a really good job of connecting. Like he's doing like in front of the camera stuff. he's also doing behind the scenes stuff. Like I've had plenty of conversations with Scott Perry. And so to me, that's a good thing.
He's buttering you up.
Well, I don't know if it's buttering you up as much as it is having an honest back and forth conversation.
Sure. So you don't have to get on the radio and on the Kings Beat podcast and speculate.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like there's a really good approach that's happening here. Like, look, does he wish he could have done more to build out something bigger right now? Yeah. Like that's like he wanted to hit the ground running and start moving all these giant contracts and stuff. But that's not the way it works in the league, especially with the salary cap constraints that we're seeing right now.
Yeah.
So like he's doing the best he can with what he has, and like at least you're being honest about it.
Sure.
Like I don't think anyone is. He's not out there saying that like Dennis Schroeder is the difference between us being a non-playoff team and us being a title contender.
Sure.
He's not being intellectually dishonest, but I think the way that he's approaching this and like the way he's setting it up is really interesting. But there's a quote that keeps popping up for me, Kyle, and it's something that he said at almost every step here. But he said this on the Deuce and Mo podcast. My expectation is that we're defining that identity this year of who we're going to be and how we're going to play.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's really interesting because I think you can develop a system, right? And
sure.
I always bring up like the Memphis Grizzlies and during the Taylor Jenkins era. Like you knew what Memphis Grizzlies basketball was. When you played them, you knew. And I understand that you can probably build that type of mentality where everybody steps on the court is going to play hard. They're going to do this. They're going to do that. They're going to represent the city of Sacramento in the right way. Doug Christie talks about it all the time about how you can't lose at home. Like this is the best home crowd in the NBA, and to lose at home is an embarrassment. Like there are these things that you can try to institute. But at the same time, I'm looking at this and I'm having a bit of a tough time because how are you going to build a culture and how are you going to build like this idea, this identity idea when almost every single one of the players that we're talking about, the big money players on this team, likely won't be here in 2 years.
Yeah.
And so you're establishing something that has to withstand that.
This has been my concern.
Yeah.
And this has been, I've said this is going to be a really tough needle for Doug Christie and the coaching staff to thread because you have too much talent to punt.
Yep.
And you have too much money invested in that talent. And again, I'm being realistic. I know there are people who are like, to hell with them, bench them. That's not going to happen.
Nope.
So I'm with you, by the way. If it was me and I was the czar of it, yeah, hey, Zach LaVine can come off the bench. I don't give a damn. Like that, sure. Like whatever. If it's better for the team, if DeMar DeRozan comes off the bench, great. But that's not going to happen. So let's deal in reality here.
Yeah.
I think the way you can do that is, okay, maybe Nick Clifford isn't going to start at the 3 over DeMar DeRozan. But if he's playing the way you want to play, if he is doing the things that you believe the identity of that is defining the identity of your team, Nick Clifford plays that way, all right, then he should 100% be getting minutes over whoever else is on the bench who doesn't play that way. Keon Ellis, same deal. Any bench, like that's how you establish it. It's not necessarily this year because you're not, like, I'm sorry, let's be real. DeMar DeRozan is probably not going to buy in that way. DeMar DeRozan has built a Hall of Fame career, and he's going to keep doing what he's doing. Zach LaVine is not going to suddenly become pesky defender, do everything, do the diving for loose balls and getting rebounds and dishing out assists. Like, that's not his game. Nope. And that's fine. That's not his game. Domas is, I mean, he's going to bring it every night. Like, that's his bag. So great. Okay, that's good. But everybody else, man, I think it comes down to Malik Monk and Devin Carter. Okay, this is perfect. Looping back to the beginning of the week when I wondered if Devin Carter was going to play more than Malik Monk. I think that's where this manifests. Malik Monk's going to play. He's going to be the sixth man. I got it. They have a ton of money tied up. But if throughout October, November, December, every time Devin Carter plays, he's impacting winning more, And he's doing the things. He's hustling defensively. He's grabbing rebounds. He's doing all this stuff and playing with that intensity, whatever their style is. And Malik Monk doesn't. I'm sorry, man. Devin Carter's going to eat into his minutes. At least that's how it should go if you're trying to establish this identity while also trying to navigate the reality of the situation that you got a bunch of guys who are on big money contracts who aren't going to be part of your core in 2027, 2028 and beyond.
Well, that, and I mean, I think you said it right there. Like, one of the problems you have is that Domas fits that identity. Tough, hard-nosed, like physical player. The rest of the guys, the rest of the big money guys, they don't necessarily fit that.
Nope.
And so it's not just that you're trying to develop something, but you're also going to have to basically give like a free pass to a couple of guys who don't fit the style of play. And those guys are going to make the most money. They're going to score the most points. And you're going to have to continuously tell everybody else, hey, keep doing what we're asking. And eventually you can have a situation where guys are like, but they're not doing what you're asking. And that's where like really tough conversations and like coaching has to come in.
Yeah, I agree. And I would hope that there's at least some level of understanding. I know, and again, I'm not, shocker, I'm not an NBA player. And I don't have the mindset of a professional athlete. Like, there's a competitiveness and a self-belief in that I just will never be able to wrap my head around. And I would hope that there's some level of understanding there where, okay, Doug Christie and the coaching staff are constantly like, dude, you're doing the right thing. You're in line for big minutes down the road. Keep doing that. Saying all these things, whatever it is. I would hope that at some point, even if you're going, well, DeMar doesn't do that, you understand why he's still playing.
Yes.
You understand, okay, I'm doing the right stuff. It's annoying that I'm not getting to play more and that these guys are getting all the shots, but I get it. I would hope there's at least like some semblance of that as they go through this year.
I think there's always going to be a respect for the players that have earned it, right?
Yeah, and it's not like they're bad. It's not like that guy's playing and he sucks. They're going to be good. They're going to put up their stats.
Yeah. That's
they're just not playing
dynamic.
the right style.
And I'm not saying that that they're going to have these players that just refuse to do stuff like that. DeMar DeRozan is just going to like refuse to do something, or Zach LaVine's just going to. But like, you have 11 years of Zach LaVine tape to watch to know that he doesn't play elite defense. He can play defense. He does play defense on occasion, but he also has to get to a point where it's consistent enough that it matters. Because if not, you have to change who plays alongside him the whole time.
Right.
And like, if you have to cater your roster to everyone's deficiencies, that's not easy. Like, again, I don't know how many times I have to say, like, the answer isn't to ask Domantas Sabonis to block shots. The answer is to get a shot blocker and put next to Domantas Sabonis. It's not that difficult, but it has been for the Kings. And so you have these like issues, but what you can't do is have like 3 or 4 of your guys in the starting lineup have egregious things that they cannot do that, again, like we talked about this for years, how maybe pairing Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox isn't a great idea because De'Aaron Fox just isn't a great natural 3-point shooter, and neither is Domantas Sabonis.
Sure. He
just went out and added Dennis Schroeder, who's like not even remotely close to the shooter that De'Aaron Fox has been at certain points in his career.
Yeah.
So like, we're just throwing that out the window now. We can't even have that discussion because it's like, well, that's what you've got.
Yeah. And I don't know. I think there's ways you can do this where you are doing that. You're surrounding Zach LaVine with these particular guys and saying, hey, those guys are going to play this style. And Zach LaVine's going to kind of float and be around, but you know what? Everybody else is doing it. And that's fine. It's not like if Zach LaVine goes for 30 and Keon Ellis is doing his thing and Keegan Murray's doing his thing and Nate Clifford's doing his thing and they're playing this like really gritty style. That's going to shine through still. Where we go, wow, the Kings have that identity. It's not going to be like, well, it's not the identity because Zach LaVine didn't do exactly what we thought. Does that make sense?
Yeah. But I do see that, again, if like one of the directives from Doug Christie is for the team to shoot, upwards of I mean, he said 53s, but I think the real goal is more like 40, 42, maybe 45.
Mm.
Well, how do you do that when 3 of your starters that are going to play probably a combined 95 minutes a game
Mhm.
not only aren't good 3-point shooters or aren't great 3-point shooters, but they also don't shoot enough?
Right, not willing 3-point shooter.
Yeah, so if I'm going to look at Domas at 2.5 threes per game, and I'm going to look at DeMar DeRozan at 3.5, now I'm at 6 threes, and I'm going to look at Dennis Schroeder at like 2 or 3 threes a game. Now I'm at like 8 threes a game. Well, they're eating up 95, 96 minutes a game.
Mhm.
How do you balance that?
Yeah.
And that's what the really tough thing is. You're trying to build an identity around not just, like our offense and physicality and all, but it's really about like style of play and everything else. But
Mhm.
when you don't have the pieces that actually fit that style of play,
Mhm.
now it's like, hey, Keegan and hey, Zach LaVine, you're in the same starting lineup with these guys. I'm going to need 8 to 10 threes a game from both of you guys in order for this to work.
Yeah.
But now you got to turn around and say, hey, Dennis and Domas and DeMar, because you guys don't do that,
Mhm.
I'm now going to need you to pass more to get to those 8
Right.
shots, 8 to
Right.
10 threes per game for each of these players. So I'm going to have to reassess what you're doing as well. And that's where like it becomes really complicated. And oh, by the way, like there's a good chance that like 3 or 4 of you aren't going to be here in 2 years. So the culture we're trying to
Man.
establish now has to be with this young group. And I think that's where this season specifically, Doug Christie is going to have to play young players. And I know Mike Brown had consistently relied on veteran players. Mike is one of those coaches that relies on veteran players. He gave Keegan an opportunity. He gave Keon an opportunity. Everyone complains about how much Keon's opportunity was, but like it was enough to get him into the rotation and make money, right?
Mhm.
But at the same time, like these other pieces, like how do you balance this? How do you get an Isaac Jones more time? How do you get a Neat Clifford more time? How do you see what Devin Carter has or what Keon Fully has? Again, if you're trying to get to 53s a game, one of the easiest pathways there is to give Keon Ellis eight 3-point shots a game.
Mhm.
He's a phenomenal 3-point
He's been
shooter.
really good.
Top like 8 in the league.
Mhm.
Like give him the shots. And that's where like sort of the idea of what this thing is and the reality of what it is going to be very difficult to manage those two expectations.
I am supremely not confident that what the Kings do offensively this year is going to be Doug Christie's vision for their offense.
Yeah.
I think you have to be adaptable.
Mhm.
And I think that's something that Scott Perry and Doug Christie are going to have to work through this year, trying to thread that needle of, okay, we think Neat Clifford is a player. We cannot have him in a scenario where he's playing 12 minutes a night. That's bad for his development. We think Maxime Raynaud is a player, but you know what? He's going to play a little bit sometimes because Drew Eubanks understands where to be defensively more. I don't know.
No, that's a good point.
Throwing stuff out.
Yeah.
You can't. That's a tough needle to thread in itself. But I also think there has to be some push-pull with, okay, we're trying to maximize winning this year. We want to get to 53s a game, but you know what? That's down the line. We'll work toward that. We'll try and set everything up offensively to do that. But you know what? In reality, DeMar DeRozan is going to take 20 shots a game, 18 shots a game, whatever it is. And Zach LaVine's going to take a bunch of those, and some of them will be threes, but DeMar's not going to shoot enough threes, and you run into the math problem you were just laying out. There has to be some understanding that just because it's not exactly what it's supposed to look like this year doesn't mean that they can't do it.
Yeah.
Does that, like, that? I hope there's not an overreaction to, man, they were last in the league in 3-point attempt rate. Like, oh my goodness, this is not Doug Christie. The message just isn't getting across. Like, no, man, the players are dictating this.
Yeah, wins or losses, I think, have to go out the window a little bit, and like the style and the physicality of play. If this is what the idea is, to create an identity, it's like, okay, then that's where it has to be. It can't be like playoffs or bust.
Yes.
It cannot be we have got to play, a 36-year-old DeMar DeRozan 38 minutes a night because that's the only way we can win. It has to be about the bigger picture, managing the bigger picture, managing the culture, the identity, and growing that thing at the same time.
The other thing you have to be willing to do, at least in my opinion, not a professional coach, but in my opinion, you have to be able to. We've talked about, okay, Zach LaVine's not going to get benched. He's not coming off the bench. He's going to start.
Mhm.
But on a game-to-game basis, we saw Mike Brown do this with Malik Monk a couple of times. Where, man, you know what? Hey, Zach LaVine is a non-factor offensively. He's taken a couple of bad shots, and he's lost the same back cut 4 times in a row. You got to be willing and ready to be like, all right, you're done for the night.
Yeah.
Because we've got Nick Clifford who's going to do the right thing. We've got Devin Carter who's going to do the right thing. We got Keon Ellis we are going to give those guys those opportunities because they are going to do the right stuff. You have to be ready to do that. And again, you can't do it every game. I get it. But in those instances where whether it's I'm not even going to just single out Zach LaVine, whether it's Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, Domantas Sabonis, whoever, you have to be ready to be like, hey, that's not it tonight. Malik Monk's another one.
Well, that, and you have to be able to go into that knowing that you could very well lose because you're choosing the right way to play versus a player who's better and more experienced.
Yeah. Yep.
And you have to say, okay, it's okay for us to lose tonight.
Yep.
Because the motivation of a player was pure.
That's it.
The result may have not been what you wanted, but the motivation was pure. He took the right shot.
Yep.
The ball didn't bounce the right way.
Yep.
But that doesn't matter. It's about the process of building this thing and establishing that culture. And that's where it really gets difficult when a couple of the players that you're going to rely on for major minutes do not fit the basic tenets of what Scott Perry and Doug Christie are asking for as players.
Yep.
Interesting stuff.
It is going to be that whether they're good or not, I have no clue.
Yeah.
We talked about that yesterday. The range of outcomes in the win column this year is crazy. But for me, man, there's a way this season can go where you feel really good coming out of it, even if they win 32.
Yeah.
But anyways, that's James. I'm Kyle. I had something else to say there and totally lost my train of thought. So Jesse Tapia is going to be in for the handoff for the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center.
What's up, everybody? Hey, we got a ton of people in here. If you guys don't mind, can you hit that thumbs up button?
Oh, damn. Rashee Rice, 30 days in jail. Holy smokes.
5 years probation. I think he'll get 6 games. Do we have any updated scores? The pathway for the Kings to make the playoffs in Summer League is like, I won't say it's narrow, but it's not really wide. You've got the Hawks 3-0 playing the Grizzlies, who are 1-2. You have the Spurs and Hornets, who are both 3-0 playing each other. You've got the Raptors playing the Warriors. That could be okay. The Raptors are 3-0. The Warriors are 2-1. And then you have the Clippers playing an 0-3 Nuggets squad. So the Kings are 4-0. They're the second place team right now as we sit. And so they're behind OKC. It's OKC, then the Kings, and this is all point differential. And then you have these 5 other teams today that are trying to fight to get in, and only 2 of those teams play each other. Gonna get a little weird. It's really early for this question, Brian, the Gardner guy. I don't know. I'm going to say no, but that doesn't mean he can't be a type like a 2.
Oh, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James is over there. I'm Kyle. Yeah, the Kings establishing an identity is going to be such an interesting aspect of this year. Like, they may or may not be quote unquote good, but they're going to be at the very least interesting.
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be an assessment on a game in, game out basis because there's this year, right? Okay, playing standings, etc. But I think so much of this year and so much of the focus is going to be on, all right, what is Devin Carter doing every time he steps on the floor? There's going to be an assessment. Every time Nick Clifford steps on the floor, there's going to be an assessment. And I think that's kind of what we're talking about is on a game in, game out basis. How are these guys performing, and do they fit this style that we believe Scott Perry and Doug Christie want the Kings to play? And that's not going to go away. That's just going to be there for all 82.
Yeah, I think it should be there for all 82. Like, I think there should be an open competition for minutes.
Yeah.
Like I only see like 2 players on this roster that I think have to play 35 minutes a night.
Mm-hmm.
And like very clearly, there's only 2 players on this roster today that I go, okay, for the entire season, I want to see them play. Just write it in pen. And that's Domantas Sabonis and Keegan Murray. Outside of that, I think that there should be an open competition for minutes each and every game. I think you should ride the hot hand.
Yes.
I think you should focus on players who are playing the game the right way and continuously promote those players to play more. I think I want to see a competition for minutes between Zach LaVine, who is a incredibly gifted scorer, but Keon Ellis, who is a 5 times better defender. I want to see Nick Clifford and DeMar DeRozan potentially split minutes at that small forward spot. Same thing with Dennis Schroeder and Malik Monk. If they're both going to be on the roster, and whoever's playing better tonight, they should play minutes.
I agree.
And whoever's playing the game the right way should be playing minutes. And that to me is how, as much as it is, like trying to gauge like people's like statistical, like how well they're playing statistically, I need to see how much they're impacting winning. And I guess that's the way you get around this issue that the Kings are trying to push this identity piece without having the players that will ultimately represent the true identity that you're going with, right? It's that everybody has to fight for their minutes. And the reason I take Domas out of that is because Domas always fights for his minutes.
Sure.
And I take Keegan out of that is because he does, like on the defensive end, he's your best defensive player by so far, well, him and Keon.
Yeah.
But like what he does on the defensive end, like more of what happens with him is predicated on his opportunities than anything else. So those are the guys that I'm playing major minutes, and the rest of the guys, like, get ready to fight. Get ready to go out there and give me the best 8 or 6 minutes that you can possibly give me every single quarter.
Yeah, man. Jesse Tapia here for the Handoff. He's producing D-Lo and KC. You can hear that show right here on ESPN 1320 from noon to 4. This is the Insiders. James Ham, Kyle Madson. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Oh, mic's up. There we go. Here we go.
All right,
here
what's
we
up,
go.
guys? Part 2. How's everyone doing?
What's happening?
We're doing okay. Talking Kings identity
Yeah.
versus winning. I think that's going to be the difficult part for Doug Christie and the coaching staff. Because if you're going to harp on, hey, you got to win home games, it's embarrassing to lose at home. Are they ready to? Is Doug Christie ready to go? Hey, you know what? We might lose this game tonight, but Nick Clifford is playing his ass off, and DeMar DeRozan is 1 for 12 and he's taken the last 4 shots. They've all been tough middies, and they've all been misses. So he's going to come sit, and Neek's going to play. We might lose because of this, but we're sending a message.
I don't think that's happening.
You have no confidence that they're going to be willing to do that?
No, because like it feels like not a 2 timelines type of thing, but it's like they got players good enough to where like Dennis Schroeder was here like to help win ball games. So it's like I imagine like it's kind of like, yeah, we're gonna bring Nick Clifford along and things like that, but like I don't know if you're putting DeMar on the bench. I don't even disagree with what you're saying.
Sure.
Like you play the best guys, whoever's pot at the time of all that, but like I said, I just don't think it goes with like what I think their objective is this season.
Well, that's right. And it's the logic of you want to develop young players, you're trying to establish his identity versus the reality of, okay, well, the way to do that typically is to like let him play. But you talk about this DeMar DeRozan scenario, I have such a hard time seeing that playing out.
Well, yeah, because like if
DeMar
DeRozan goes 1 for 10, you play him the last 5 minutes or whatever because he might hit those shots. It's like that's what DeMar DeRozan does.
Yeah, but you have to snap your habits. I mean, that's part of your habits.
You do. I don't even, like I said, I don't even disagree, but I just don't even see it going that way.
It's funny you brought up the 2 timeline thing, and I think it's interesting because I don't even look at this roster as like veterans and young guys. I look at this roster as dudes who are part of the future, who are going to be here in 2 years, and dudes who are not going to be here in 2 years.
That's exactly what it is.
And how do you deal with that? Because that's totally different than like the Warriors having this aging star group and young players that are trying to develop.
Right.
This is like
you just have an aging group.
Some of you guys are going to be here, and some of you just flat out aren't.
Well, it's just like the under 2 years group, be like DeMar DeRozan, Zach LaVine, the players expecting to be here over 2 years, maybe Keon Ellis, Keegan, Domantas Sabonis, potentially like Neek and those guys. It's like James said, it's who's going to be here beyond 2 years and who's just here for the ride for right now.
Yeah, and you can't. I've advocated before, like, hey, I'll call DeMar. I'll tell him he's coming off the bench. But the reality is, they're not going to go, hey, DeMar, you know what? You know, we've got this 2-year group, and you're not part of it, so you're gonna not play tonight.
Well, even
like,
that,
it's just it's crazy.
Kyle, you got to have someone who's better than DeMar, and I'll keep saying like.
They don't have one.
I think people who think that I don't like DeMar DeRozan, you're wrong. I highly respect him as a ball player. Everything that he does, there are so many times he bailed the Kings out last year.
Yeah, he carried them to 5 or 6 wins.
Oh, easily. But it doesn't take like, you don't have to be a basketball genius to watch that he's the style of play he plays with is just not who the Kings think that they're going to be.
Right.
And who they want to be.
Right.
And so you're watching just realistically like one dude freelancing and doing his own thing. We keep hearing this 8 seconds, bring the ball up in the first 8 seconds. The next 8 seconds is about getting in your offense. And then the final 8 seconds is the, oh no, give it to somebody like DeMar to bail you out or De'Aaron to bail you out, who, last year. And then you watch and DeMar gets the ball with 20 seconds left and never gives it up and shoots the ball to shot clock.
You just chalk that up to, I guess, sins of the past regime where it's like you just this current one has to just deal with it for this season.
Yeah, you've just got to kind of shovel the
like
stuff.
with Zach LaVine and all that, because like DeMar, like Hall of Famer, we all agree, there's no doubt, blah blah blah. But it's like, yes, he doesn't fit the style of basketball, but it's just what else can you even do at this point? Like you're not going to bench him. I don't think there's a market out there, or if there is, it seems that Scott Perry and the Kings just really like him and like see him building something here, not building something, but just kind of setting a culture purpose type of thing here. So it's like, I think it's just, I don't see it any other way.
And maybe they get bailed out at the deadline. Maybe somebody gets hurt on some team, that's playoff bound, and they go, man, we really need a guy who can get us a bucket. We'll trade for DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah, because he has he's a good basketball player. He's still a really good NBA player. Yes. He can help someone else, but it just seems like it's just not that thing, like not the case this offseason right now.
Right. And if Zach LaVine is healthy and as efficient as he was last year, maybe you get to the trade deadline and you get bailed out there, and now all of a sudden you're not beholden to these players and these contracts for the final 2 months.
Yeah, or the final 2 years.
Sure.
Yeah,
well, that too.
There is a possibility where this team could move the 2027 timeline to 2026 pretty easily. But it will require like somebody else needing a player like a Zach LaVine or like a DeMar DeRozan and being able to shift your timeline. But you also, like at the end of the day, you have to get value for these guys if you can,
Mhm.
and even if that's like, second round picks, or even if it's like a late first, or even if it's like a young player that's sort of underutilized somewhere that might work better for you,
Mhm.
that's where the Kings might be able to find the value in them, as
Sure.
opposed to just like, hey, we got a 22 point per game score. We need another, at least an 18 point per game score. Can you, that's
Yeah.
not, you can't concern yourself with that.
I'm ready to call Nick Clifford a star. Where are you at with Nick Clifford?
I heard you earlier today. Like I think he's NBA ready.
I heard you earlier today.
Yeah.
Heard that a lot in my life. That's how it goes.
No, it's fine, but oh yeah, like Nick Clifford looks like he's gonna be able to at least like just fit in and just be an NBA player come game one. I don't know how productive he's gonna be or anything like that, but it's just he's playing really well right now. I'll say that.
Who's the player you've overreacted to the most in summer league all time?
All time?
Yeah.
Carson Edwards.
Oh, that's a good one.
Summer league champ.
Mine was Anthony Randolph. Anthony Randolph had like 50 in a summer league game one time. I was like, he's next. Here he is.
Yeah, Carson Edwards was playing summer league like 4 or 5 years into his career. I was like, oh, he's still tearing up weight. What are you still doing here?
That's it. Dude. That's how I feel about Mason Jones.
Yeah.
Like, man, why is he here? Anyways, there went Joe. It's weird seeing Joe walk around the office and not be on our show.
Yeah, Joe's important. Multiple
he is.
departments.
Dude, he walked up to us today. He's like, guys, can't do it today. Got too much to do. See ya.
Later, losers.
Dang.
Wow.
Sorry.
Yeah, real business can't talk sports with you jerks.
You got a new boss. I get it.
Yeah.
What do you guys got coming up on D-Lo and just D-Lo
yeah,
today,
D-Lo
I
and friends. We'll be talking Kings, obviously, NBA stuff. You're gonna be there at 3
Oh,
o'clock.
yeah, I'm the
You're
last
pulling up.
hour.
Yes,
I'm
Kyle's
the last hour
today.
today. Yeah, D-Lo
Damian's
and
got business to handle.
D-Lo and KM, because I'm hosting the final hour because Damian's got to go to
handle business.
Got to go handle some business. Got to go shake some hands and kiss.
At George will be there as well. It'll be a good time.
Yeah, me and Matt George are gonna hang out 3:15.
3:15. Yeah.
3:15ish.
Around there.
Yeah, we're just gonna vibe, hang out. It'll be a good time. Jesse Tapia will be there.
I'll be there.
It's like
Yeah,
a
I'll be there.
complicated
Kyle will be
afternoon.
there.
I'm
It'll be a good
gonna.
time.
I've got, dude. I have so much going on today.
You
My
guys talk
K-pop
about
show starts on Saturday on 106.5 The End.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, dude. So I got to upload music for that. I got to talk to Complex, figure out how to do that. Yeah, it's gonna be crazy.
Did you guys talk about the Coldplay concert?
Yeah. Every break.
Oh,
Every break, a new person in the chatty house is like, "Did you guys see this?" Like, yes, we saw it.
yeah. Might talk about that during the show today, maybe.
Oh, that's 100. You guys got 4 hours
Yeah.
on July 17th.
That was
It's
hilarious.
the perfect day to have that
My
happen.
boy hit the duck and roll, and like there's no seat where he went either, so he's just on the floor.
Yeah, dude. They just
Tough scene.
and what do
Don't
you
ever
do-
be the main
Hey,
character on Twitter.
hey,
Live
if
your
you're-
life and don't ever be the main character on Twitter, and you'll be
That's
fine.
it. That's it. And
You'll be
also,
fine.
camera guy, can you make a play and cut away while
No.
she's standing there with her hands over her face,
Nope.
embarrassed?
Nope.
Like, can you
Cameraman did his job, or her job, or their job. They did their job.
gotta zoom in?
Yeah, no, it was perfect.
All right. D-Lo and Casey, no Casey, just Damian and Jesse Tapia. Jesse, we appreciate you hopping in for the handoff. For James Ham, no Joe Brazil today. I'm Kyle Madson. We're the insiders. Oh, there is Joe. Joe's right there. He's still here. He's just not working. That's fine. Cool. No, I'm just going to come sit here and not work tomorrow. Hey, like that.
I got you.
All right. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're the insiders. Sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Until then, drink water. Be nice to people. Woo! Oh, I have to do it.
Oh, I hear that.
See you, chatty house. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. One more time just for fun. Kind of hot. We welcome you in here to the Thursday, July 17th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barley.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
Kenny Caraway is out this week.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
What
Alongside,
are you doing with him?
you know who, man? Jesse Tapia running things as he always does. Whew.
What's up, man?
What's good?
It's Thursday. I don't know. Feels like a Friday.
Can't lie. I heard Kyle start the show with something similar to this. Didn't happen to me today. It happened yesterday. I was distraught when at some point throughout the morning, I realized it was Wednesday and not Thursday. And there was man. And I can't lie. I think everybody, me and Casey is my man. But God bless it. This show gets long when he's not here.
He's gonna say the same thing next week.
There's times where, and even, there were moments yesterday, I think, where, there have been moments this week where we're talking, whether it's about the Kings, whether we're talking about the NFL, talking with Cole Kushner, talking about Dave Roberts. Like, it's just kind of like one of those things where you're talking, and you're like, yeah, this is good. Like, I'm killing this, and I could do this for 10 minutes. I could do this for 15 minutes. I could do this for 20 minutes. And then there's times where, like yesterday, the game ended, and I started to make business decisions. That's like getting out of the way of a dunk. I started to make these decisions where it's like, all right, we're still pretty entrenched in this topic about the game and the Kings winning and Summer League and Neek and Max and all of these different things where James joins me and it's like, okay, there's an hour of the show left. I got a little bit of Summer League left. Let's keep going. All right, how can we tie the Kings into the final, 20 minutes of the show or whatever? And I had things planned and thought, if I can just get the last little bit of conversation out of this game, I could hold this entirely different Sacramento Kings topic off till tomorrow. And that last, 12 minutes of yesterday's show, you can't tell me wasn't 45. Because I was milking those stats, those plays from Neek, the interview from Max for about all I had, and hit the KSFM show. If you listen to KSFM show yesterday at all, even if you caught the Baker Family Wine live read, you like, that brother cannot talk. By 4:00 yesterday, I was cooked. I couldn't put 2 sentences together to save my life. It was an absolute mess. But we back here fresh. It's Thursday. The weekend is in sight. The weather is beautiful. There's no basketball today. There's no basketball tomorrow. There's not much going on at all. As a matter of fact,
it's a problem.
This is a problem.
Yeah, we need something. Give us some baseball or something.
Well, this is that time. This is why so many sports people take this week off, because there's nothing to talk about. Like, there's no, like, baseball. You got home run derby. You got All-Star game, and then you don't have baseball, for a couple of days. And they got, every year at this time they do the ESPYs, and
That sucks.
the ESPYs is ass.
It's
man.
trash. It's just, I don't know who it's for. Maybe it's for the ESPN anchors that
It's
get to go
for
hang
them.
out. Exactly.
Like,
yeah.
that's the thing. The ESPYs is 100% for them. It isn't for you. It's not for the chatty house. It's not for the people listening. It's not for sports fans. It's for them.
The last time I watched the ESPYs, Ray Allen made a joke about them winning twice in LA in 2008. Like, that's the last time I gave a damn about the ESPYs.
I tried to pinpoint because I think the ESPYs used to be cool. Like there were moments I remember when LeBron hosted, like that was kind of neat. Like he wasn't great, but he took it seriously. Like I think he did like Bobby Brown or something. Like he did some stuff that was pretty memorable. I remember was it 16 or 17 the year that LeBron and Melo and D Wade and I think Chris Paul stood up together in black suits and talked about equality and social injustice. Like I remember that. Like there have been moments, and I was trying to think, like, man, when did this thing jump the shark? And I have no idea when. However,
the last 5 years, somewhere.
So I can go back 3 years ago because I actually looked to see, wait a minute, is that there this year? And then I had to go back and look to see if it was there that last year. And it doesn't appear that it was. Anyone can correct me if I'm wrong. The ESPYs ended, like officially ended, when they decided they were going to present the WWE moment of the year.
Oh, yeah.
Now I loved.
What is
probably
the Slammies?
Right. I loved sports entertainment, professional wrestling. But the second they got in bed with one of their business partners and gave out an ESPY for the best WWE moment, it was like, yeah, I don't know if you guys are going to recover from this. And the way that ESPN covered WWE was so comical. They were writing about storylines as if they were real.
Stephen A. Smith was leading off First Take.
They'd have Jonathan Coachman out here like teetering the line between reality and fiction, and it's this dumbass thing that Triple H and Dwayne live on. Like they absolutely live on this idea of we don't have to. It's like, look, man, it's free. We're free. We don't have to pretend anymore. Everybody knows that this is show business and we can just open you up to it.
Yeah, Jelly Roll is choke slamming Logan Paul on Jimmy Kimmel.
Our buddy Chris texted me like a week ago, or maybe it wasn't even that long ago, and he said, hey, is Jelly Roll like the new Jay Leno? And this was a week before that angle ran last night or yesterday or whatever it was. And it was like, oh my God, like he absolutely is. This is Jay Leno putting a headlock on Hulk Hogan at Hog Wild or whatever that pay-per-view was called.
Pause.
Yeah, major pause.
Pause.
Major pause. And it's like, God, they've opened this thing up, and then you've got ESPN covering the storyline. And so now I saw that I guess unclear. It appears they ran an angle where Seth got hurt on Saturday night's main event, and they did everything to make it look like it was real. And again, it's still complete speculation as if this was real or if this was a work, but there is a lot of reporting saying, yeah, this is a work. This has been the plan.
I thought it was a shoot the whole time.
That's what they did. You know, they
got me again.
The abrupt finish, the talking to the officials, the breaking the fourth wall sort of type thing. And it's like, no, like I don't know who Dwayne thinks this caters to. I don't know who Triple H thinks this caters to. Because when I'm watching Sinners, I don't want to watch Ryan Coogler yell, cut. Okay, now the guy who's standing in for Michael B. Jordan, get out of the way because this is where we're going to computer impose the image of Michael B. Jordan. And then we're going to have him switch suits. I don't want to see that. Let me enjoy the movie.
So you tell me you're not tapped in for their Netflix behind-the-scenes show they have coming up?
See, that's different. That's where you can tell the story of what goes on behind the scenes. Tell the story there in a specific place where if I want to see it, I can go see it. That show right now today isn't special because they've told this story for months that no, none of this is real. Dwayne essentially stood up as the board of directors and said, hey guys, it's me, your old buddy Dwayne.
It kind of kills like, yeah, I love playing this final boss character.
I love being the heel on professional wrestling. But in reality, I'm a good guy. And I just want you to know this whole art of professional wrestling is BS. And when ESPN decided to cover the BS portion of professional wrestling, it was like, ugh. All right, guys. I didn't, for a single solitary second, look over to ESPN to see that show last night.
Oh yeah, I didn't even give it a first thought, if anything.
I saw it on Twitter. I saw Clay and Meg. Congratulations to them. I saw a couple of the jokes that the host told. I guess I'm just tapped out. I don't know who that guy is.
I think he's like
I have no idea.
if we were giving out belts for comedians, he might. I don't know if he's got it, but he's one of the top.
Really?
I think as far as like
Wow.
just if you're still watching stand up and stuff like that, yeah.
Man, I'm out the game. He looked uncomfortable. He did, and
It seemed a little awkward, but I wonder how much of that was the audience.
And that's the thing. Like the audience, which is made up of a lot of at least the ones that he can see is made up of professional athletes, Sports Center English, TV people, their dates and all of that stuff.
I don't know if he's top 5. I will say, like, he's very popular on social media that way too. I guess.
Okay.
He's just very popular right now. I guess.
Okay.
It's not my bag or anything like that, but yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know who it was, but he kind of looked uncomfortable. And again, maybe that's the audience. I think you have to be an extremely high. I think you have to be used to talking to audiences like that, and that audience knows they're gonna get jokes. I thought the Carl Anthony Towns joke was whack. He said, "Hey, Carl Anthony Towns is here. New York Knicks in the house. Hey, girl."
That was an easy one, I guess.
Like, come on, man. Like, I know what you're going for.
Yeah.
You could have done a little bit better than that. But
Well, maybe they got to rework the host. Maybe the SBs is not meant for someone to just tell jokes like as much as they want it to be now. Like it's just nobody laughs. No athlete wants to laugh at themselves.
yeah.
Maybe make it more formal.
Yeah, it's
I won't watch, but maybe do that.
it's and I looked up some of the category winners. It's like Shea wins ESPY for best basketball. Yes, of course he did. Of course he did. He was the MVP. It was the finals. Like, dude literally did everything. The story would have been if it was Jokic or Giannis or LeBron or whatever. Like, that would have been the story. But yeah, like it's just when the ESPYs hit, we are in a sleepy time in professional sports, which is why we lock into Summer League. It's why we find ways to talk about Kings basketball, and it's why I'm going to find a way to talk about our man Sean Cunningham in a conversation he had with Scott Perry. TC called the other day, and he brought up this conversation with Scott Perry where he got really excited over it, as TC normally does. And I have a different takeaway from that conversation between Scott Perry and our man Sean Cunningham over at KCRA. So we're going to talk about that. We'll open up the phone lines for you. We're going to hang out. We're going to have fun today. We're also going to talk about the biggest stories remaining in this NBA offseason. It doesn't feel like there's very many until you do a little research and you find out, man, there's actually quite a few. We're just getting started here. It's Steeler and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Hey, sorry, guys. I'm going to set up these bottles. Forgive me if I'm quiet here for a second. I just got to set these up. My bad, y'all. My bad. Daniel, I did watch that match. I did. Yes. And you can thank Scooter, Katie, and everyone else who brought up the placement of the bottles yesterday. And now I'm, God damn it. Damn it, Jim. I gotta switch these. Yeah, that's better. There we go. All right, now we're good. I still got ESPN2 on up here. I don't even know what's on right now. Shout out to YouTube. Still the only entity in the fucking world that can't figure out the multi-view. All right, we settled in here now. Thrilled that you're here with us. We are going to open up the phone lines for you. Elk Grove Kia Talk line for anyone who wants to talk about the absolute nothing that is going on in the sports world right now. 916-909-1320. But don't get it twisted. Just because no games are being played or anything like that doesn't mean we aren't going to have a good time. We're going to do just that. And we're going to start with the Sacramento Kings. Specifically, our man Sean Cunningham. He talked to Scott Perry a couple of days ago, as it seems a handful of people did. I was listening today a little bit to Deuce and Mo talking to Scott Perry. That was a much different conversation, much more kind of extended sit down that I think went 30 or so minutes. Sean was at least what I saw was a little bit more cut for TV, and it was about 5-6 minutes or so.
Scott, you want to come talk to us?
Maybe they don't love us like that. We don't work there. They don't love us like that. Shout out to Sean. Sean's there every day.
Sean's the GOAT.
Yeah, Sean actually very much is the GOAT when
He's
it comes
like-
to sports media in Sacramento.
He's like
Sean's
probably
one.
the longest tenured, I guess you could say, as far as just covering the Kings in Sacramento.
Gotta be.
Yeah.
Yeah, gotta be, because I think Sean started at 1140, and he's worked for all of the networks here locally. At least it seems he has. And man, if there is something going on in Sacramento, he's going to be covering it. If there's something sports wise going on in Sacramento, he's going to be covering it. And Scott Perry, the new Sacramento Kings general manager, sat down with Sean, and they talked a little bit. And what really got me thinking about this, I actually went back and rewatched it after TC called a couple of days ago, because TC was talking about, I watched this conversation with Sean Cunningham, and man, I'm all about it. Like Scott Perry, I'm man, he's about that. He about that business, man. I'm all in. All right, man, that's great. That's how you want to feel when your general manager talks. Talking to I went to visit my doctor yesterday morning and was talking to my doctor. He was like, man, I love hearing Scott Perry talk. Like when you hear Scott, when you listen to Monty McNair talk, you kind of just felt like, yeah, okay. I mean, for how long was the joke like, hey, we're gonna air this Sacramento Kings press conference. We're going to air this Monty McNair press conference, post-trade deadline, post-free agency, post-draft, preseason, whatever. We're going to air that. But look, y'all know as well as I do, that man isn't going to say anything. And like, he's going to stay guarded. He's going to keep things close. And he's just going to dance around questions. Perfectly fine. But you always left going, all right, man, it's fine. Whatever. I don't expect him to spill. At first, I was like, yeah, he's just not spilling trade secrets. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. That's what I thought. Then I listened to Scott Perry talk, and I realized, well, Scott, he's not spilling trade secrets either. But I don't feel like I'm listening to a slug when I'm listening to him either. Like, Scott Perry talks in a way that you pay attention to. He talks in a way that commands your attention. And that's that may have nothing to do with his general manager skills. Nothing. But it does show you that he can communicate. It does show you that he can hold an audience. To me, as naive as this might be, those are two strong traits of a general manager. I want my general manager, when he's having a conversation, to hold the person he's talking to attention. That's what I want from my general manager. Monty McNair never held my attention. Vlade Divac certainly never held my attention. Scott Perry does. When Scott Perry talks, I'm listening. He talks to Deuce and Mo, I'm listening. He talks at a press conference, I'm listening. He talks to Sean Cunningham, I'm listening. And don't mistake what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about going back and hearing the clip. I'm not talking about pulling up the podcast and seeing what he's talking about. I'm not talking about just clicking on Sean Cunningham's video and seeing what I'm listening to what they're saying. I'm listening to what he's saying. And my takeaway, there actually was a pretty big takeaway that I had from his conversation, more so with Sean Cunningham than the one I heard this morning with Deuce Mo. Now, granted, I got about a little less than 10 minutes left on the Deuce and Mo one, but I wanted to flip over and catch the insiders as we were approaching 10 o'clock. But with Sean, I felt like Scott was telling us he's going to take his time putting this basketball team together. He's not going to rush into bad deals. He's not going to rush into stupid deals. He's not going to rush into anything. He's going to put this basketball team together the way that he sees fit, in the time frame that he sees fit. He said the number one thing that this basketball team right now, Scott Perry told Sean Cunningham, the number one thing that this basketball team needs right now wasn't a point guard. It wasn't a backup point guard. It wasn't, depth at the 4, the 3, or all of that. It was time together. Scott Perry said this basketball team, more than anything else, needs time together. Now, of course, Dennis Schroeder is a part of this basketball team now. He needs time with DeMar DeRozan. Nick Clifford is a part of this basketball team now. He needs time with these professional basketball players. Maxime Raynaud, hell, Devin Carter needs time with his teammates. This is kind of a different way of saying the same thing that we've been talking about for the last couple of weeks and that I have talked a lot about this week. And it's, you may not like the makeup of this basketball team. And I'm not going to fight with anyone who doesn't. Like, I completely understand those that don't like the makeup of this basketball team. But that doesn't mean they're a bad basketball team. It probably means they've got a lot to figure out when training camp gets here. It probably means Doug Christie has a lot to figure out. If this training camp, we'll stretch it a bit further. If this season starts with the roster as is, Doug's got a lot to figure out. Because if Scott just goes to Doug Christie and his coaching staff and says, my dearest brother, I have done what I can. I will continue to work for you. I will continue to try to acquire the players, the types of players that you need to be as successful as possible in this league. But right now, you've got to find a way to be successful with this group. Doug will have a lot to figure out because that's where the backup point guard position becomes a thing. That's where the depth or perhaps lack thereof at 3 and 4 comes into play. I really hate. I didn't like it when it happened. James has explained repeatedly why they did it. I still absolutely hate that they traded Jonas Valanciunas. Since Domantas Sabonis has got here, hell, JV's name might have been mentioned before Domas got here. But since that first offseason with Domantas Sabonis, there was a nonstop conversation about, man, the Kings could use a backup big who's just as physical, but, works the low block a little bit. Like, they could use someone like JV. They could use someone like Jonas Valanciunas. They could use a tough guy. And how happy were Kings fans when they got that? When they finally got Jonas Valanciunas, we were thrilled. Especially the way things have been going. Yeah, absolutely. And for him to only be here for half a season sucks. Again, I understand. James has explained repeatedly why this has happened. I get it. I just don't like it. And I keep finding myself stuck on the idea, like, what could Max do if JV was still here? Because I keep envisioning, and this is the dangers of Summer League. This has been a prevailing theme. Anytime the Kings win games, we got to talk about dangers, right? Well, don't get too excited. If it's during the regular season, don't get too excited. They can't keep shooting like this. We'll convince ourselves there's a reason that this isn't sustainable. Now it's Summer League. And we're talking about the dangers of Summer League. Jason Jones has talked about it. Chris Biederman has talked about it. James Ham has talked about it. Everybody's talked about it. We know what it is. It's NBA basketball, but at a slightly lower level. But the danger of this Summer League has brought me to the idea of Maxime Raynaud as the 4. As a backup 4 to Keegan Murray. Playing with, ideally, it'd be Jonas Valanciunas, but obviously he's not here. Playing, with one of those other guys for a limited amount of time while getting a handful of game minutes with Domantas Sabonis at the 5. That's what Summer League has done to me. Now, I think Max is more likely to be the backup 5 than the backup 4. But I do think there will be moments where we see, whether it's at the beginning of the season, whether it's in the middle of the season, whether it's near the end of the season. I do think there are moments where we see Maxime Raynaud and Domantas Sabonis on the floor together. The dangers of Summer League. But as Scott Perry told Sean Cunningham, these guys need time together. Neek, Max, and I'm going to throw Devin Carter into this, need time. They need practice time as professional basketball players. They need practice time as professional basketball players with this version of the Sacramento Kings, this group that'll wear Kings uniforms this year. Zach LaVine needs that too. He needs that as much as the first-year players do. He needs that as much as Devin Carter does, who's having his first, off season, and he'll have his first real training camp. It's funny. Back-to-back questions here in the Chatty House, youtube.com/ESPN1320. My man Jim says, can we just waive Eubanks now? And my man Scout says, isn't Eubanks the backup now? Bro, I don't know. I have no clue. What are we going to do with was it Drew Eubanks and Dario Saric? Those are the guys you really want. I'll go back to something I asked you yesterday. Who would you rather have out there? Those two just mentioned, Eubanks or Saric, or Maxime Raynaud? And then you pose the question in these vets, young guys conversations is always, well, the vets probably provide you the best opportunity to win. Do they? It's not universal. Those guys are professional basketball players. Salute to all of them. Been in the league. Salute to all of them. But are they going to offer you that much more than Maxime Raynaud is? Especially if we're talking exclusively about the backup 5 position. We're talking about a little more than a handful of minutes a game. And I don't know whether that I want Sarge or Eubanks out there in any other position. So if you gave me Max as the backup 5 in a handful of minutes, that's where my dream of him playing the backup 4 is not going to die. Move him over for a little bit, get his minute total up. Now, again, the dangers of Summer League. How will all of this translate when he's playing against a higher quality group of NBA players? See, those are things that Doug Christie and Mike Woodson and this Sacramento Kings coaching staff is going to know immediately. They're going to be able to monitor that young man's progress. Those young men, including Nick and Devin as well, going to be able to monitor their progress from the start of training camp to the end. You've got preseason games to play. As I say that, I'm finding myself getting agitated all over again. I'm sorry to bring this up. This literally just dawned on me. Can you imagine for a split second if Max had that open that he had the Summer League at the California Classic at the Golden One Center? Hadn't thought about that for a single second until this moment. I know the Kings have all of these stupid ass excuses as to why they didn't host it, why they didn't participate in it. It's whatever. It's whack. I don't care how they feel about it. You got punked out of your own tournament, and it's whack. But imagine having Max with that open that he had in the Las Vegas Summer League at the California Classic. We'd have another one of those moments. We'd have another one of those moments. It'd be the Marvin Bagley dunk all over again. It would be that again. JT Lowe says, standing ovation every possession. He's goddamn right it would be. That's why I love, middle of July or not. That's why I love doing this every day. This fan base loves their basketball team so much. This fan base loves their teams so much. Whether it's the Kings or the Warriors, whether it's the 49ers, the Raiders, the Cowboys, the Dolphins, whoever. Like the group that tunes in to ESPN 1320 on a regular basis is so passionate about their teams. They are so passionate about this Sacramento Kings team. The people who will take the time out of their day to go to the Golden One Center. As Sacktown Tony points out, imagine Neek closing the fourth quarter the way that he did at the California Classic at the Golden One Center. That would have been an ovation that was playoff worthy. Because this fan base loves this basketball team so much. I don't know who made the decision to get punked out of their own tournament. But I hope, whether it's for Vec or someone in his circle or it's Scott Perry, they recognize the passion of this fan base is not comfortable with their decision making. They can sit here and bitch and moan about having people have to work in media and all. Utah does it every year. Orlando does it every year. The Golden State Warriors had no problem doing it days after they won the NBA title. Jesse said, hey, Scott Perry, come talk to us. Maybe this is why they won't. Because I have no problem saying, y'all got punked out of your own tournament. It was whack, and the fan base isn't happy about it. Work for your fan base, because they will be out there in 113-degree weather. They'll be out there if it's 91 degrees. They'll be out there regardless of the temperature to cheer on their basketball team. To cheer on guys like Maxime Raynaud, who had never stepped foot on the floor, or at least in this scenario, would have never stepped foot on the floor before. Think about now, we was talking about preseason a minute ago. We was talking about this team needing time together. Think about the first time Maxime Raynaud steps on the floor at the Golden One Center. Think about the first time Nick Clifford steps on the floor at the Golden One Center during that preseason game. Oh, man, they're going to go crazy for him. And that's going to go a long way to giving us an idea of what we'll see this upcoming season. Not game 1, but game 2 and 3 and 4 and all through the preseason, because as Scott Perry told Sean Cunningham, the thing this team needs the most is time together. Scott did not say we are a finished product. Scott Perry did not say we have done all we can do. We are set. He said we need time together. These guys need time to play together. I want to ask you another question about Scott Perry. And I'm trying to keep up with the responses and read what people are writing on Twitch and YouTube and Twitter and all of that. Shout out to everybody listening on 1320 AM. Shout out to the people who just listen to the show and don't do anything else. We appreciate you. If you've never Instagrammed, if you've never DM'd, if you've never joined the chatty house, if you've never tweeted, you're just hanging out listening, salute. We appreciate you. 1320 AM, 98.5 FM, HD2. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's funny sitting in this room by myself, asking questions to you, but not being able to hear your response. But this is a question that I'm genuinely curious about. Free agency started with a thud, like nothing happened. We sat here like jackasses with our phone in our hand, waiting for Sham's tweets to go up. Hell, we waited for text message comes to us. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. As it pertains to the Sacramento Kings, to this point, nothing of consequence has happened. But this front office has drafted 2 players in their first draft that the fan base very quickly has seemingly fallen in love with. So how does that make you feel about the job Scott Perry has done? I don't know how close the Jonathan Kuminga things were. There's so many rumors and reports, and hell, we've got our own text messages. I think I've been able to figure out that story, and I've shared it with people behind the scenes. I don't even know if my theory is accurate, because everyone asks, like, did the Pistons leak this? Did the Warriors leak this? Did the Kings leak this? I don't think any of that happened. I think there's a particular player in his camp that leaked it. I'll kind of leave it at that. But I've floated that theory to a handful of people. But I don't know how close it was. It really depends on who you talk to. I know that was a source of frustration for some. The lack of movement in free agency was a frustration for some. The Dennis Schroeder contract was a frustration for some. DeMar DeRozan still being here is a frustration for some. But I ask you, how do you weigh that versus the fact that Scott Perry in this front office traded back into the first round? Or I should say traded into the first round. I keep doing that. They didn't trade back in. They didn't draft someone and then get back in. They traded into the first round to take Nick Clifford. And they seemingly had their eyes on a big French kid from Stanford, and we're able to get him at number 42. How do those two separate offseason components factor into, for lack of a better way of phrasing this, how does that factor into how you grade Scott Perry's first 70-something, 80-something days as the Sacramento Kings general manager? Because you have to weigh them both. You have to be fair to the entire process. You have to be fair to the entire offseason. I think most people really like the draft. I think these two players are getting universally praised from Kings fans, which means if something happens during the regular season or preseason, or if something happens along the line and we feel like, man, Nick isn't very good, or Maxime Raynaud isn't very good, we all have to acknowledge, man, we were just wrong. We got really hyped over Summer League. We got really hyped over stuff that didn't matter, because there aren't a lot of people being vocal with the idea that neither one of those young men are good basketball players. Nobody. And if they are, I haven't heard them. At least they don't roll amongst the circle of sports media people that I listen to and hold in high regard. Listen to podcasts, listen to shows, listen to different people, read things on social media. Seem to be universally praised. So if they miss, we have to acknowledge we all missed. But how do you grade Scott Perry's first 80-something days as the Sacramento Kings general manager, keeping those two components in mind when looking at this offseason? The way things have gone in free agency and with trades, and the way things went in the draft. We'd love to hear from you on the phone lines. Elk Grove Kia Talk Line, 916-909-1320. We'll talk a lot more about that. We'll talk about why I think Dennis Schroeder could have such a huge impact on this team, and what are the biggest remaining offseason storylines. We got that coming up. Plus, I'll let you know what's coming up the remainder of the show. A couple little things are going to be different today. We'll talk about it. It's Steelman KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I forgot my little nutrition bar today, and I'm already hungry. Son of a bitch. Saw y'all making fun of my outfit, too. I saw you, Zebra. Jess, I saw all y'all. Saw you. Zabo, it's like it's called chocolate. I think it's called chocolate chip cookie dough or something. Yeah, it's not what it tastes like. It's a Lara bar, but it's delightful. Jesse, you want to take that one?
Yeah, do you want me to be honest?
Yeah.
It was ass.
Yeah, it didn't go well.
It was bad. It was all my worst fears.
It didn't go the way we thought.
I think I said, hey, if we show up mad to the show the next day or whatever, if we show up mad to the show, whatever, to begin, like, it's a bad meeting. He was like, oh, that won't happen. It happened.
No, it did. Jesse, if you go back to Tuesday's show, Jesse didn't say shit for 4 hours. Jesse didn't say nothing. He was pissed.
It was so bad it took a 15-minute drive after the meeting was over.
It was nothing happened, to be clear. Absolutely nothing happened. I just think there was a terrible miscommunication about what the meeting was supposed to be. And so we have rectified that. We're going to fix it. But yeah, we had it. It did not go well. It did not go well at all. It went so bad that when the I kind of just stayed in the studio for the KSFM show. Normally I get out and kind of like move around and kind of catch my breath for a second while like music is playing. But for for this one, I just did the KSFM show. I go to leave and our top dog is still here. And he goes, hey, Dilo. And I knew, I was like, oh, he was like, hey, I just want to, how do you feel? I was like, well, he goes, man. And before I even say anything, he goes, man, that was my fault. I miscommunicated, blah, 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 blah. And then I go down the hall and Complex is like, hey, how do you feel after that meeting? It's like, God damn it. Hey, yep. So much so, it's already been scheduled. So, yeah, we'll be fine. ESPN Sacramento on the way.
So on a tiny bit exaggerated, but you see it.
I mean, oh man, yeah, not a good day. Not a good day. I went over to the end. Katie was like, how'd it go? I was like, it was so fucking bad. I just shook my head. It's like, it was so bad. She was like, really? Why? I was like, no, we got to talk about it later.
I was pissed off during the meeting. I was looking around. I saw you look like you were pissed off during the meeting. It's like, okay, we're all on the same page right here, I guess.
I was just like, I was trying to, yes, I was upset, but I was trying to like adjust. I'm like, all right, we have to get something out of this meeting. I'm talking during the commercial break about something everyone could talk to, a meeting gone wrong. That's absolutely the meeting. We had a meeting earlier this week. It went so bad, not because of the content of the meeting. Just, I think there was a misunderstanding.
Different pages.
Yeah, we were different pages.
Different books, maybe.
We might have been reading different books.
Yeah.
Headed into this meeting.
Got to a point where some ideas were thrown out, and then after that, the response was, that's great. But
yeah, that is exact me, Jesse, Kyle. We prepared one meeting. The big dogs, they prepared something else.
Go ahead and close this iPad real quick.
Me and Kyle worked together on like, how we would start this thing. And I wanted Kyle to, take the lead and kind of really run with this. And we got hit with, yeah, that's great. But
it's a cool little painting, Kyle.
What about ... And I looked at Kyle and Kyle looked at me and I'm like, well, no, we got that stuff. And my man Miller looks right at me and goes, well, I don't think you do. And it's like, no.
Right there it is. Oh, I know what this is.
I was like, okay, this is bad. A little bit worse than I thought. We've got it, but he's trying to give you the lead in as to why we are presenting part 2 the way we are. And we eventually got there. But man, when we tell you that it did not go well, it did not go well. I meant to tell Kyle, I didn't do the handoff today. I meant to tell Kyle, my new favorite thing that Kyle does is when he's trying to accentuate a point, he starts with, brother, let me tell you. That's my new favorite Kyle Madson thing. That meeting went so bad, I considered walking here into the studio and opening every bottle of Baker Family Wines that we have behind us. And trust me when I tell you, we have a lot. We've got 5 reds, 1 rosé, and 4 whites. And I think we were all prepared to crack these open if we didn't need them for decorations in the studio. Because we brought bottles back here in 2025 in honor of the Hall of Famer, Dusty Baker, who has a winery right here in West Sacramento. West Sacramento, it's a dope place. Casey and I did a tasting out there. We tried about half of these wines here behind us. And over the last, I say 2 years, I've become a big wine guy. I have made wine my drink of choice, and Baker Family Wines it's absolutely tremendous. It is everything that you would expect someone who is a Hall of Famer at something to craft. If you're a Hall of Famer, you've put your all into something. And now that Dusty's baseball career is over, he has put his all into these wines. And Dusty Baker is involved in every single facet of Baker Family Wines. Join Dusty's Clubhouse for exclusive releases and tasting room specials. You want to be a part of this. You can try these incredible European-inspired wines. Go to bakerfamilywines.com to find out more. Visit the tasting room, learn more about Dusty, his story about getting involved with wines, and make your plans to join us because we're going to be out at Baker Family Wines here real soon. The winery is in West Sacramento. You don't have to go to Napa. You don't have to go to Lodi. You don't have to go to, what's the other one? Amador. You don't have to do any of that. You can go to West Sacramento, bakerfamilywines.com. Shout out to Chick and everybody out there, man. We are thrilled to have Baker Family Wines a part of our family here at Dilo and KC and ESPN 1320.
Wine tasting is like a low key fun thing. I've done it.
it's the
I've done it
best.
once. Like now with Baker Family Wine stuff like that. I don't like to actually do it, but I didn't realize how lit it is.
Yeah, it's a blast. And when you like wines, alcohol is I've never been a big drinker, but I've learned as I've gotten older that, I used to just think, well, tequila is tequila and rum is rum and vodka is vodka and whiskey.
That's where I'm at right now. I haven't
like-
graduated from that line of thinking yet.
See, there's levels to this, my brother.
You handed me a little sip of tequila one time. Like, here, sip on this good tequila. I was like, it's not for me yet.
Yeah, it's okay. It's
Not ready. You got something I can mix this with?
Yeah, I don't mix drinks. Now there will be times where I'll have a drink and it could be a high end like añejo or an extra añejo, and I'll have something like, a Pepsi or a Coke or a Coke Zero or something off to the side just to kind of have that. Sometimes I have a lot of, like, how tequilas have different tequilas have different aftertaste depending on how they're barreled and how they're made and how they're aged. And I've always been a sweet tooth person, and why I don't like sweet alcohol. If you give me a tequila that has that caramel chocolate type aftertaste, oh, I'm all in. And I'll serve up a nice glass of tequila to someone, and they'll ask, like, are we shooting this? Like, no, dear God, you don't shoot high-end tequila. You shoot the cheap crap that you get at the bar that's going to make you throw up the next day. That's what you shoot. The reason you shoot it is because it's garbage. The reason you go, burns, is because it's trash. You don't do that with high-end alcohol.
Somebody better cut that, by the way.
No, thank you. Thank you for that. Same thing is true for wine, man. As you hit different levels of wine, woo, Lord. Baker Family Wines is top notch. Let's see what my man Scooter's talking about here on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line. Scooter, what's up, baby?
My man, how you doing?
I'm terrific, brother. How are you?
I'm great. First of all, you just described about 80% of every state meeting I've ever been in. It's insane.
Understood. Yeah.
Talking about Perry, it's really tough to suppress the excitement for Neek and Maxwell and all them guys, and that's kind of what I have to do at this point because there's so much PTSD from the past, front offices, Monty and Vladdy and all them. But I think what we really need to do is hold off on critiquing what Perry's doing, and of course, fan how you're going to fan. But I think year 3 is where the real judgment's going to come in. Once we've gone through the building process and what he's done with DeMar and Levine and how things change over the next couple of years, considering the mess he's walked into, that's where I think we're going to really get a true judgment on what Perry can and can't do.
Okay.
That's all I got.
Understood. Appreciate you, Scooter. In theory, you're right. Your idea of, I don't know if this is the right, properly evaluating the job that Scott Perry has done, is spot on. It takes time. And that was really the impetus of this entire conversation. What Scott Perry told Sean Cunningham, this team needs time together. That also means Scott Perry needs time to build this team the way that he wants to. again, Scooter, in theory, your idea is absolutely correct. But in practice, what would we be doing right now? Sports are a day-to-day game, man. Sports media, sports fandom, everything. It's day-to-day. What have you done for me lately? That's what Janet Jackson asked. And the draft was like, okay, cool. Like, Nick looks good. Max looks good. Cool. It was a good, I felt like there was a good reaction. Like the initial, it's hard to be super down on a pick unless you were kind of drafting high and you feel like there was a reach, something totally out of pocket or whatever the case may be. But, for the Kings to trade into the first round, go get Nick Clifford. Everybody rushed to search Nick Clifford highlights, look up comments from his coaches, watch college games, all of that stuff. Look at draft reports, scouting reports, all of that different stuff. It's like, hey, good basketball player. I don't think there were any, crazy overreactions. Thought like, yeah, it was good. Maxime Raynaud, certainly really interesting, tantalizing. As Jesse would say, it's provocative. It gets people going. Okay, cool. That was the draft. Nice little reaction, and then free agency starts. Free agency for the Sacramento Kings seems to center on Dennis Schroeder, with no movement involving DeMar, Levine, anyone who we thought might be traded, anyone who you might have hoped would be traded. And then they were like, hey, man, this is weak. This is trash. What are we doing? It's Monty McNair all over again. Just sitting around doing it. Why don't we go get Hassan Whiteside and Glenn Robinson III again? Then Summer League comes around. Still going on. But Summer League comes around, and you see these two young men play really, really well. And now we're back up. And that's just how it goes. And the best thing that can happen for Sacramento, you want to end on a high note. And I think we're heading into the elimination stages of Summer League. So I don't know, like, if the Sacramento Kings got eliminated on Saturday or Sunday or whatever. I don't know that anyone feels, oh, man, terrible about that. I think regardless of what happens over the next handful of days, the Kings offseason, like complete offseason before we get to training camp, is probably going to go in on a high note. Obviously, if they wind up winning Summer League, it's going to go in on an extreme high note. But I think as long as no one gets injured, as long as, nothing, unforeseen, and overly frustrating and upsetting and all of that happens, then I think we're going into the offseason on a high note, and I think that will carry fans to training camp feeling maybe better than they did if there had been no Summer League and we had just gone in on free agency. Because remember, the last thing you saw, like something is never as bad or as good as the last time you saw it. So if the Sacramento Kings, let's go ultimate scenario. The Sacramento Kings go into the offseason, go into the, post Summer League version of the offseason with a Summer League championship. Yeah, we might be glowing a little bit. We'll talk with maybe with a little bit more optimism than we would have had that Summer League not happened. But we're past the point, I think, again, and this is barring injuries, we're past the point of the offseason starting bad, the post-Summer League offseason starting bad. So the idea of evaluating, as Scooter was talking about, Scott Perry after a couple of years, that's fine. You can do that. We will do that. But that doesn't mean we're not going to evaluate him after every trade, draft pick, offseason, trade deadline, free agency period, all of that. Elk Grove Kia Talk line 916-909-1320. That looks like TC on the line. TC, what's up, baby?
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers, man?
Ain't nothing, brother. What's going on?
Hey, man, just tapping in. So, hey, before we go, so I was already hyped about what Perry. I get it. I was already hyped about what Perry was doing anyway by just getting hired and coming in and making the moves he did, right? So I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm gonna let everything pan out. But I think Perry is doing a great job, in my opinion, though. For my Kings fandom, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Jesse, to answer your question yesterday, bro, I don't like that dude, bro. I've been told y'all about Kyle. And that's why Jawan won his money. I heard the question that you asked when I got off the line yesterday. I'm over Kyle, bro. And I used to be the biggest
To be clear, TC, to be clear, you're talking about Kyle Shanahan.
The Kyle Shanahan. And I used to be big on Kyle, bro. That's the thing. I'm just over that guy, bro. We're not going to win nothing with that dude. And out of that, we can go over and over and back and forth. Well, why I don't like him, TC? He did this, he did that. We haven't won nothing with dude, bro. So my feelings is my feelings about him, though, bro. So that's why I talk like that, bro.
I think Jesse's point, TC, was Scott Perry has been on the job for 80 days, and you're glowing about what he's done, including, which I guess is Dennis Schroeder and Dario Saric and Drew Eubanks and these two young brothers that we're watching in Summer League. Meanwhile, Kyle Shanahan has been to multiple Super Bowls, and you can't stand him.
That's just how the cookie crumble, bro.
Okay. All right. Appreciate you, TC.
Stand on it.
Is that Bruce Almighty? Isn't that a Bruce Almighty line?
I'm not sure. I haven't seen Bruce Almighty in a while. That's Jim Carrey, right?
A minute ago. Yeah, Jim Carrey. And
who was Evan Almighty? That was part 2, but was that a different one?
That was Steve Carell, wasn't it?
Steve Carell, was it? I don't remember.
I think so. I could have that wrong, but I think so. All right, DC standing on business. I don't agree. I don't agree with him, but my man is standing on business for sure. I know there's one thing, when we were talking about this team having talent, I tend to focus a lot on DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine, and I often forget that Dennis Schroeder is here. He is the Sacramento King. He's been introduced as the Sacramento King, and I like Dennis Schroeder. I think there's a lot that he can do for this basketball team. I think he has the ability to score. I think he has the ability to facilitate. I think he has the ability to set the table and organize and do all of that stuff. Like, I think that Dennis Schroeder can do a lot of good things for this basketball team. And so it goes into, and this is the tough part. This is the most difficult part, I think, about what Scott Perry said to Sean Cunningham about this basketball team needing time. It's this fan base has done nothing but give this organization time. I say this repeatedly. Do not ever tell a Sacramento Kings fan to be patient. This is the most patient fan base, perhaps in any professional sport. This Kings franchise, for the better part of their existence in Sacramento, has been terrible. Not just bad, almost terrible. There's a generation of Warriors fans that are Warriors fans because why the hell would you be a Sacramento Kings fan? They're awful. So while I agree with Scott, and I'm all in on the idea of this basketball team needing time together, I thought he handled that perfectly because he knew to not ask for patience. Because there is no more patient fan base in the league or perhaps professional sports than the Sacramento Kings fan base. This is the same fan base that packed the Golden One Center, enchanted beat LA before the very first California Classic, a preseason summer league game, essentially. Packed. This is the same fan base that showed up to the first playoff game in 17 years, 6 hours before it started, 7 hours before it started. The same fan base that packed the Golden One Center and Doco right outside the arena after a summer league game to watch Lil Jon. This fan base has exercised a lot of patience. Hopefully, this is a basketball team that can find their legs with each other really quickly. Hopefully, Doug Christie can find, and that is low key a difficult task that Doug Christie has. When he took over this basketball team at the end of December, he knew what he had, which is why Doug deserves, in my opinion, at least, and I have admitted and will not shy away from the fact that I'm not really impartial when it comes to Doug Christie. But this is one of the reasons I think he did a fantastic job. When he took over that group, when he took over this group, when we took over the Sacramento Kings in December, he knew exactly what he had. That changed, and it changed quickly. And he had to adjust. Now, a lot of coaches have to do that. This is trade deadline. It's nothing new. Trades happen all the time. Coaches have to adjust. It's probably a bit unusual to make that seismic of an adjustment days after you get the job. And so Doug is going to have to find his legs pretty quickly when it comes to coaching this team. Thankfully, he has the run-up of, 30-something games last year with Zach LaVine. Obviously, Doug coached like 60 games or whatever it was last year, 50 games or whatever it was. But after after Zach LaVine got here, he has that run-up of games where it's like, okay, all right, I know what I have in Zach LaVine. I know what I have in DeMar DeRozan, Keegan, all of these different guys. All right. We're working in Dennis Schroeder. We got some of these rookies. Every coach has to adjust to their draft picks and to having rookies on the team. Those are adjustments now that Doug Christie is going to have to make. And I'm looking forward to it. Again, this isn't a bad basketball team. This isn't the bright, shiny beam in the sky, but this isn't a bad squad either. It's just a question of, will they play bad, in my mind? Will the mesh of players, where this awkward mix of group of guys, lead to really bad basketball? Some will say that's what happened last year. I think there's a little bit more to it than that. I actually think there's a lot more to it than that, though a lot of the basketball we saw last year was not pretty.
Well, we know early on who this team is, like pretty much, I don't want to say like the first week of the season because that's not fair, but I feel like a lot of it last year was like, oh yeah, a lot of it just thrown on the fly, no point guard, this, and that. You got the point guard there, a little training camp to work with and all that. Like, so are we going to know early on who this team is?
I feel like it. Yeah, I feel like it because the key components are back. And Dennis Schroeder's really important. Like, not trying to minimize this at all. But LaVine, DeMar, Zach, Keegan, those guys, Keon, like this isn't it's the exact opposite of a young squad going out there trying to learn things together. No. This is where things are difficult for Nick and Max and Dennis and guys that are new to the team. And even Devin Carter to a certain degree. Y'all better get caught up. Because Zach's got to figure some things out. DeMar's got to figure some things out. Domas has got to figure some things out. Keegan's got to figure some things out. And you've got to incorporate Dennis and Nick and Max and all of these other guys because they're going to have to figure things out along the way. And the hope is through the course of a training camp and through the course of a preseason, they can figure these things out together. There's a significantly bigger benefit to figuring these things out when you're all together. This is a really important preseason for them. Really, really important. So it becomes, all right, you might not love the future of this basketball team, but you've got something this year. Championship contender, probably not, but this team can compete. They can compete in the conference for a playoff spot. They absolutely can. There's no reason, and we'll talk more about this later, there's no reason this basketball team should finish below 500 in my estimation. I understand that isn't the largest of, that's not the most significant bar you're setting right there, but they shouldn't. They finished 40-42. That was awful. They should not have been that bad. And there's excuse after excuse after excuse after excuse to why they were that bad. They can't be that bad anymore. A couple of quick notes here. We've got some things going on here at the Odyssey Studio. So coming up at 3 o'clock, Kyle Matson's going to take over the show, and Matt George is going to join him. So all of those usual Locked On Kings conversations that you normally get on a Thursday, you're going to get those. It's just Kyle Matson's going to step in place for me while I go be corporate D-Lo for the afternoon. So that's coming up at 3 o'clock. We've got a lot more to talk about before then, including what are the biggest stories remaining for this NBA offseason? There's probably a lot more than you think. And we'll talk about those when D-Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Casey's off this week. I don't know how to pronounce your screen name. Sir Arts 25? Srat? I don't know. He'll be back on Monday, though. Mad George. That's funny. Ooh, good question. Favorite track off the Clips album? I don't have one yet. And if I do, I don't know the name of it. I ran it twice. The second time was working out. So I just had the earbuds in and probably don't even know the names of the records. I know I really like the first 5 tracks. Obviously, I love the Kendrick song, Chains and Whips, because I'm a massive stan. But I love just letting that album go. That's a good track. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Lions, baby. Y'all know how it is. You gonna go after any Disney merch? I'm not exactly sure what that means, but we have a video planned that involves Disney merchandise. And we couldn't find our or at least we couldn't find both of our Magic bands. So I ordered, it's funny you asked that. I ordered some new ones just today. I wanted a Lion King one, but they didn't have any, which is really depressing. Or at least I should say they didn't have any on the website. Yeah, we got Leo's in here, baby. Yes, sir. Hey, shout out to our brother Mark and his wife Francesca. They too are celebrating an anniversary today, 23 years for Mark and Francesca. So happy anniversary, you two. Much like our man James Ham and his beautiful wife Sarah. They're celebrating their anniversary today, man. So happy anniversary to all of y'all.
Shout out to Love. Shout out to Love out there.
Shout out to Love.
See the Coldplay stuff yesterday?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's tough.
They didn't make it, but you know what? We know people who did.
That's tough. So for those who didn't see, so there's a video out there. So that guy is a part of Coldplay?
No, he's a CEO of some big company or whatever.
Oh.
He was just in the suite, but he was at the Coldplay concert.
Oh, it was the Coldplay
And they
concert.
were doing the thing
Okay.
where let's take the video camera, I guess, or whatever around the arena, and
Yeah.
it landed on the wrong one. I
Apparently-
literally open up Twitter right now, and it's the first video that pops up.
Yeah, he got caught with. Okay, that's worth putting on the screen. Let's see if let me share the screen. I always wonder when you see those types of things. Man, this new layout is confusing as hell. Where is is it this?
Yeah, I got it.
Do you got what button is it? Jesus Christ. All right. Thank God I got a producer. All right. Here's the video. For those that are watching, and then whoops. And
It's cooked right there.
Lord.
You can't just, there's no seats there, pal. Where are you going?
Oh, goodness gracious.
Oh. And then the best part,
So I'm
the
so
friend right here, she knows everything about it too. People were saying.
I'm so used to this stuff being a work, but there was enough follow-up
Like it,
that
to the
was
ground he
like,
goes.
this is not a work.
Yeah. And then this was one of my favorite parts to watch.
The-
Little buddy who pops up.
Oh,
Not even
No.
know, yeah, right here. This guy right here is not even knowing the situation. Oh, at the Coldplay concert, so happy. Yeah, I love Coldplay.
Coldplay. Well, that's love of a different variety.
Yeah, that's something.
Yeah.
There's always just the golden rule: just don't ever be the main character on Twitter.
Oh,
And
man.
those two people are part of the main character. That's probably the clip of the year so far.
That's tough, man. Bro just thought he was going to take his little side piece out to the Coldplay concert and have a good little time. And now his entire world is blown up.
Yeah, I guess the lead singer or whoever it was for Coldplay was like, "Oh yeah, I hope we didn't do anything wrong."
Well,
You didn't, but
and this part of the story is he's the CEO of something, and
she leads HR. That's like the thing too. Yeah, she's head of HR.
oh man,
Classic Ime Udoka situation.
oh, the memes are tough. The memes are tough, man. Yeah, the opposite sex is a powerful drug, man. That man risked it all.
I wonder what that's like now, though, to just like now you've gone viral and you were the talk of all of social media, whether it be, I'm sure, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Like, it's just,
Yeah,
like this is your not moment, but it's just like, the heat is all like, I wonder what that's like.
y'all got to get married now.
Yeah.
This is worse than like getting a girl pregnant outside of your marriage and going, oh, babe, I guess we got to get married. No, we just got outed on Twitter. We have to spend together forever.
Well, because it's like, too, like, there's no phone calls for you to make. Like, I'm sure everyone you want to call, oh, yeah. So, like, they already know. They knew as soon as they opened up Twitter.
Hey, this is a great question. So who in that situation gets fired?
Oh, it's the HR lady. I'm sorry. Like,
So the girl,
see, the higher up's never get in trouble.
but the girl who was with the CEO is
Yeah.
the head of HR.
Yes.
Oh my.
Not the exact title, but it's like something in charge of people or something like that.
Oh, that's great. That is absolutely terrific. So good, man. Soren, you cheated on me when I specifically asked you not to? Yeah, that's a good line right there.
See, we can all enjoy it, and no one's gonna ruin it by pretending they know what it is.
Oh man. I cannot wait to see how this story. Brother, can you imagine?
Well, his wife took his last name out of her Facebook post. We know that.
Can you imagine having to tell people, yeah, man, a Coldplay concert changed my life?
Probably not the first person to say that. But also, like, isn't it so crazy how they just within like 10 minutes, I felt like with this video being out there, just everyone knew who he was, who she was, who the wife was. That's another part where it's like I feel like social media kind of jumps the gun or whatever. It's like you don't got to be sending this stuff to his wife.
Oh yeah, there are people who can't wait to tag.
Oh yeah, like I'm saying, I was on Facebook. That's where I saw it or whatever. Like people posting on Twitter, it's like people tagging her on Facebook and that she took her last name out of there and stuff like that. It's a whole thing.
Cannot wait to tattle. Jake says, "Damn, the HR lady has to fire herself for misconduct." That's too bad. The videos are social media is funny. The internet is funny. Like I told this story at the live show. Katie and I were together just quietly doing our thing. And then there were like things that started to hit pieces of the internet that really upset her. And it was like, well, no one really knows what's going on. Like we have to tell them. And so we just made the decision maybe a little bit quicker than we wanted to, but just acknowledge we're together and whatever you say on the internet after that doesn't matter. But if we keep avoiding it, then maybe it becomes a bigger thing.
It was low-key a moment on D'Lo and KC.
Was it?
Yes, for this simple fact of you're pretty closed off, I feel.
It was
for the show at least.
Yeah, definitely. It was I think the best thing about it from my point, like it wasn't planned. It literally was because she was really, really upset that day.
Yeah.
And I just called her before the show. I was like, hey, I'm just going to acknowledge we're together. Like, I don't know when and I don't know how, but I think we're just better off if we just tell people we're together. And that
Me
way,
and Casey had no clue, by the way, like for the chatty house stuff. We were saying you were talking like, oh, okay, this is what's going on.
Yeah, like because you know what it was is like I was reading the start of the show and it's like, yeah, we're kind of just hanging out. We're not really doing anything. So I'm just going to take this opportunity to tell you. And yeah, I didn't even know like if it went over very well. I just felt like I needed to say it for her because she was really, really upset. And I said, the second we acknowledge it, we take the power out of their hands. And so that's why it became, again, it was a little sooner than we would have liked, but we did it. And then she, acknowledged it shortly thereafter. And then obviously, we have no problem, sharing it with people now and having it on social media and all of that. But I also had a business decision to make of my own. I may have lived a closed off life. I may have kept my personal life off the air.
Yeah.
She does not. I was referenced on that show about 7 times today. I was called at 5:45 in the morning for a bit. So it's just kind of, it's, like her radio show is a whole lot different than this radio show. So, it was, all right, got to embrace it. You live a different life now. That's what I tell Kyle all the time. I live a different life than I used to.
Yeah, like one day you're just chilling, the next day you end up with 500 Easter eggs.
That's it. 500 Easter eggs for the three beautiful young ladies that are now living in my house. So now living in our house. And I love those girls, man. These girls are like the best. Like having kids in my life for the first time ever is amazing. One of them is 16. She's the dopest 16-year-old ever. Like she's so sweet. She has her mom's sense of humor. She has her mom's wit. Like she is incredibly quick. She loves The Office. We will regularly quote Office lines to each other like you and I do. Her 11-year-old is insanely talented. Like she's like a Broadway star level talent. The 4-year-old is just like Katie. Like if you just took Katie and made her 4, that's who Morgan is. And it is it's an amazing experience to have kids. Like my niece and nephew were amazing parts of my life, but they were in San Francisco. My godchildren have always been amazing parts of my life, but having kids, particularly young ones like 4 and 11 in my day-to-day life is just a joy that I honestly thought I would never have. And I'm very, very thankful to her and to them for that.
Stevie B 916, good point. We're gonna get a reality show, Odyssey reality show, maybe.
We've been pushing the Odyssey reality show for 2 years.
Fact, we even got an intro. We need
do
need to fix that up, Zabo. You need to take out some characters and add some characters, but we do have an intro.
Yeah,
damn, we got to cut at least 3 of them out of there.
We sure do. There are some major edits coming to that Odyssey.
Tribal Chief, The Rock, Kim.
Yeah, well, Kim can stay.
All right, Kim can stay.
Yeah, Kim can stay because Kim will always be at the gatherings whether she works here. But it'll be one of those things where it's, and also Kimberly Taylor, like she'll be there. That's where she'll be in the chat. But yeah, Zay, we got some updating to do to that video. In any event, shout out Love, and I guess shout out Coldplay. Are you gonna have kids? Have you guys? I'm sure you've talked about it.
It's the plan.
You're gonna have kids?
Yeah, I'm a big family guy. Stuff means a lot to me. So,
how many brothers and sisters do you have?
I just got one younger brother.
Oh, okay.
He's like 4 years younger than me, but he's old now, so it's just my brother, I guess.
Do you want a bigger family?
No, just 2 kids. 2 kids, and I'm done after that.
Okay.
Third one's an accident, but two, and I'm done. Let's keep it real.
I got you. We've had there's been conversations about another one. It's like, dude, no, we can't. Like, I love kid. Like, this is amazing. I can't go from I can't go from 0 to 5.
Chatty House, just let me talk to Chatty. Can you imagine just you coming to talk to us one day, like, yeah, I've been up since 1 o'clock with the baby, blah, blah, blah. Can you imagine that content from D-Lo?
Oh man. Shoot, I feel like that's the case now, but I hear you. 0 to 5 in a quick stretch is that's a lot. That's a lot. That might have something to do with why I was at the doctor the other day, but we'll save that. We'll save that for later. We've been talking about this NBA offseason for the last 90 minutes or so, but we've centered it pretty much on the Sacramento Kings. And I asked the question, like, what are the biggest stories remaining in the NBA offseason? And as I was kind of workshopping this, I was like, man, I don't know how many there are. So I just started to kind of look up, like, hey, what's ahead? Hey, what hasn't been done? And I realized there actually might be a few things we're going to be talking about over the course of the next couple of months. The obvious one is LeBron and whatever his future is with the Los Angeles Lakers. It doesn't feel like we've hit a fever pitch. It feels like we're just scratching the surface of what might be ahead. And of course, it's impossible to tell. Like, Rich Paul's talking about 4 teams have contacted him. LeBron is off enjoying his summer. It's like, all right. He was courtside, said, I don't have anything to talk about. It feels like maybe there's some passive aggressive behavior. It feels like maybe he's a little frustrated. It feels like he might not be happy. He might be disrespected. But we haven't hit a peak yet. I'm actually of the belief we won't. But it's LeBron. It's the Lakers. And so we're going to watch it. Even if we don't want to. They're going to force us to pay attention to what LeBron James and the Los Angeles Lakers are doing. So that's one story. Probably the biggest, though it might not be anything. I think there's something to be said for, like, what happens to all of these unsigned vets that are out there. Chris Paul said at the Fanatics thing that he wants to play at least one more season. Chris Paul ain't on the team yet. But Chris Paul is one, many players, two, many point guards that aren't on the team yet. I know Russell Westbrook is near the end of his career, but I didn't think he was at the end of it. He doesn't have a team yet.
How much of those guys not having a team has to do with the fact that this trade market is just not there and teams weren't able to move off of guys that maybe they would have?
Oh, I think a lot. Yeah, I think a lot.
Like, I'm sure there's a team out there for CP3, but that team just hasn't been able to move off of player X and can't make the move right now.
Yeah, I don't, we talk a lot about how, like, I think the Sacramento Kings can and will sign Russell Westbrook, but I don't think they can do it as it stands right now. Like, and what is the Al Horford situation? I know Al Horford was mulling retirement, but it sure sounded like he was going to the Golden State Warriors for a little bit. But they were waiting, perhaps.
I think Al is just chilling right now, taking his time.
Yeah, and he doesn't have to
it.
sign with anyone right now.
Yeah.
But the problem is, if he wants to play and someone changes their mind, then what winds up happening with him? He clearly has suitors. You also have the restricted free agents that I think are certainly a fascinating thing to follow. What happens with the likes of Josh Giddey, Jonathan Kuminga, Cam Thomas? These are all good basketball players. What happens with those guys? I think that's a story to follow, because if the trade market stays still, then you've got teams, for maybe lack of a better term, stuck with certain players. Has Gary Payton II signed? Is he just out there? I mean, he's
a free agent, Kyle Madson says.
He's still a free agent. Like, GP's a good basketball player. How does this all shake out over the next couple of months? I think restricted free agency is particularly fascinating because, these are mostly young players. Like Jonathan Kuminga is a young player. Josh Giddey is a young player. Josh Giddey, we've tried to point out the difference between these two, Josh Giddey and Jonathan Kuminga, a couple of times. Giddey seems to be wanted by Chicago. Chicago is playing the market game. They're like, hey, man. All right. Like, wait it out. See what it is. You want this. We can afford this. We just chilling. When you get that offer, we'll react. It ain't that those offers are not coming. I don't think a single offer sheet has been signed this offseason. Not one. Not for Kuminga, not for Giddey, not for any of these guys. And then the obvious difference between these two teams is there's no indication that the Warriors want Jonathan Kuminga, the basketball player. They want to use Jonathan Kuminga as an asset. They don't want the basketball player. They don't want that man. They don't want that guy around. But they're trying to utilize him as an asset. I don't know how big of an asset you are if no one is offering you anything. I don't know how big of an asset you are if there's no market for you. So teams are going to be left with really difficult decisions. And part of me is starting to wonder, are we heading into maybe a week leading into training camp, or the weeks leading into training camp, and just a flurry of these deals get done where guys have to make the decision, do I want to play professional basketball this year? Cannot state this enough. Have never seen anything like this.
Is this a bad thing? This feels...
I don't think it's a good thing.
Well, yeah, because I don't know if this is extreme. It feels kind of like the NBA's had an NFL offseason where it's like there's Josh Giddey, I think, asking what he's asking for anytime before wouldn't have been an issue. I guess before this new CBA and stuff like that. But it's like, yeah, just we're not going to pay you that just because there's no need to, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So like now these guys are just taking low value contracts. Like, is Josh Giddey going to get paid after this? Is there going to be a new market for Josh Giddey or even Jonathan Kuminga or these guys after this? or is this just what we're dealing with going forward?
Man, I do not know. I don't know. Like, this is, you know, we talked about that. We talked about that escrow account that went south, literally and figuratively. We talked about the cap only going up 7% versus the 10% that everyone would expect. And those are two very odd things for the NBA, especially in a year, or especially in the financial news that seems to have been so positive. Now, remember, all of that TV money that we read about, TNT, NBC, or I guess TNT isn't a part of it anymore, NBC, Amazon, ABC, all of that stuff that we have read exhaustively about over the last year, that hasn't kicked in yet. That money goes into play next season. So I don't know how any of that factors in. Adam Silver said something really interesting. This will probably tie into a conversation that we have tomorrow, but he has repeated time and time again, NBA teams have to figure out a way to end these regional sports broadcasts. To put it in terms related to us, Adam Silver has said the Sacramento Kings have to figure out a way to get away from NBC Sports California. Basketball teams need to get away from NBC Sports regional networks, was it Bally Sports, whatever local revenue station you're using is failing in the grand scheme. Adam Silver clearly believes there is a bigger and greater plan for teams to make money that doesn't involve the likes of NBC Sports California. I think I know what that is, but I don't know for sure. I think, given the way Adam Silver seems to think in he is a forward-thinking technology guy. I assume this means something involving streaming. My frustration with streaming is it is not universal. I know we take for granted that high-speed internet is in fact available everywhere. It is very much not. I know it doesn't feel like that, but it's not. And so if you're streaming, if you're leaning on streaming, how do you get this done? Well, the answer is probably what the NFL did. The answer, the NFL leans on a streaming model. They lean on YouTube TV for Sunday Ticket. And I think that's what Adam Silver is looking at when it comes to Sacramento watching the Sacramento Kings, the Bay Area watching the Golden State Warriors, and so on and so forth. Because clearly he has looked at the numbers. Clearly he has looked at what the Sacramento Kings generate from NBC Sports California. Clearly, he has looked at what these different basketball teams generate revenue-wise from their local television broadcaster. And he has been able to determine that's not enough. He has been adamant about this for at least a year and a half, that this is not the way that we should go. And I'm sure in a financial year that has been, at least for us on the outside, as unpredictably bad as it has been, he's looking at all of this like, hey, 7% versus 10%. Hey, Steph Curry lost $5 million. Hey, your best player lost, whatever percentage, 5%, whatever it is, off of their contract because of this. That's because of our basketball related income. We have collectively failed at this. We have been united on every front except this one, and it's costing us money. And if there was ever a time for Adam Silver to get the owner's attention or the decision makers for each franchise, there was ever an opportunity to get their attention, it's when the money is bad. It's when the money is bad, and this is the second part of the conversation. Expansion is on the horizon because he has said enough over the last 2 days to give the impression for the first time that expansion is not a given. We have convinced ourselves that it is, but Adam was smart in the way he orchestrated that a couple of days ago during his press conference. We'll talk more about that. And I said, there's a couple of more pretty big stories that could take place. There's a couple of other big stories to watch, whether they happen or they don't. They'll be major stories. We'll talk about what those are when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Trying to decide what to do next show. Sorry. Yeah, maybe that's a special ed. Maybe I just don't know. I just don't know how financially impactful that is. I think that's what.
Are we talking for preseason with that?
Nah, we're talking about like period.
Oh.
The preseason situation is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Chatty House is hilarious because there was a moment where they were just talking about vasectomies and experiences and stuff like that.
Yeah. I love that y'all. Sometimes I feel like y'all don't hear anything. And then every once in a while. Shout out to the Chatty House, man. Sometimes I think they're just off in their own world, not paying attention to anything. And then I make a vague reference about going to the doctor after talking about kids, and they all picked up on exactly why I was there. I love y'all. I love y'all so much, man. There was a good question right here. Mark asked, D'Lo, is Adam Silver the best of the pro sports commissioners? In my opinion, absolutely. He's also not involved in any scandal, which I don't think can be said for Roger Goodell. I've got some takes on that situation, but I think I'm going to hold off on those till tomorrow. Obviously, we talked about what is going on with the NFL in the NFL Players Association earlier this week. And Kyle hit me up first thing this morning and was like, hey, Pablo dropped part 2 of that podcast. And it keeps getting worse. Like, this is so bad. What is happening with the NFL and the NFL Players Association is so bad. I said to you earlier in the week, this is one of the biggest sports scandals I've ever seen. And I don't know if people don't understand it or, calling back to what we were talking about earlier this week, people just don't care. Because I can guarantee you, if this was the National Basketball Association, oh man, would the pitchforks be out. If this was the national one, I don't think this would happen in the National Basketball Association, because that players union is too strong and they're not bitches to the owners the way that the NFL is. The NFL Players Association is and always has been the weakest association in American sports. Do you know how bad you have to be worse than Major League Baseball? Do you know how bad you have to be worse than the Players Association, who everyone said in 2020, well, baseball's they're going to be the first ones up and running. They're going to be the first ones to get their league back on track. They're going to be the first ones to figure this whole, COVID thing out and all of this. Nope. We had a 110 game season. We had an 80 game season before it finally got to the point we can't have a season less than, 60 games before they finally got themselves together, got a deal done, and got back on the field. Do you know how bad you have to be worse than them? That's the NFL Players Association. They had a executive director elected right under their nose. They had an executive director who was a part of one of the biggest scandals in American business history. NFL didn't care. NFL Players Association probably didn't even know. But the question to those two things is why and why. That's something we're going to have to talk a little bit about tomorrow, because I'm going to lay this out meticulously and cook the NFL, cook their players, and cook that whole damn league. I can't wait to talk about that. And if you haven't caught up, it's a mess. An absolute mess. Go to ESPN.com. It'll be right there for you. Because now people are starting to cover it. Now that Pablo Torre and Mike Florio have done a couple of podcasts on it, now the real journalists out there are starting to do journalistic work. And they're finding out some absolutely amazing things. So we'll talk about that situation with the NFL and the NFLPA a little bit more tomorrow. You could kind of see this coming if you've been paying attention. Caitlin Clark almost certainly came back from her groin injury way too early. Fast forward to now where Caitlin Clark has aggravated her groin injury. Fast forward to this exact moment where people are conveying, including our very own Trista Crick, on Indiana for the WNBA All-Star Game to find out Caitlin Clark can't be a part of it. She can't be a part of the three-point contest that was being billed as, Caitlin versus Sabrina. She can't be a part of that game that is in her home city. It's her home team city. She can't be a part of that any of that stuff. They were smart in that she put out a statement through the Fever social media channel, say, "Hey, I'm excited to host all of the festivities," meaning I'll still be there, I'll still be around, but she's not going to be able to be a part of any of the things that she was advertised for. And that's a bummer for the people in Indiana. That's a bummer for Caitlin. That's a bummer for any WNBA fan. That would have been electric to have her out there at the three-point contest against Sabrina Ionescu. I feel like the Fever are out there trying to win basketball games. I feel like they could have done a better job monitoring this. It feels like just a bit of a miss. And I'm positive Caitlin wanted to get back out there. I'm positive Caitlin wanted to get back out there and help her team win basketball games. And you absolutely put your basketball team before all-star festivities. But this is tough because she's out for the all-star game. She probably should be out beyond the all-star game. But that's a decision her and the Fever are going to have to make moving forward. We were talking about phone lines are open for you if you want to hang out, 916-909-1320. We were talking about some of the biggest stories remaining in the NBA offseason. We talked about the LeBron situation. We talked about the situation involving free agents, some of the veterans that are out there, the Chris Pauls, the Russell Westbrooks. We talked about what's going to happen with restricted free agents, Josh Giddey, Jonathan Kuminga, Quentin Grimes, some of those guys who I don't think there has just been no movement whatsoever on offer sheets or anything like that for some of these guys. And how these situations wind up getting resolved will be fascinating to watch. Speculated that perhaps in the week or weeks leading into training camp, there's just a flurry of deals because players as well as teams have to decide, well, we're not losing him for nothing. And the players deciding, well, we're not playing basketball. I'm not playing basketball. So what's the offer? And it's not going to be anything that they want. They're going to want to sign short-term deals. They want to get out of this as soon as possible. Maybe just accept qualifying offer, whatever it is. Like, this is, again, borderline uncharted territory, not for players, but for this amount of players across the league. Some other big stories to watch, I think, involve extensions. One being, this Kevin Durant, who is in the final year of his deal, does he sign an extension with the Houston Rockets? Does he decide before the season starts, this is where I want to play the next handful of years? Because I'm not of the belief that Houston made this deal with Kevin Durant now I could absolutely be wrong, but I don't think they made this deal with a wink-wink agreement that he was going to sign a contract extension. I'm sure that has been discussed, and I'm sure the door is open for that. But I don't think this is Anthony Davis going to Los Angeles. I don't think this is Kevin Love going to Cleveland, where everyone knew Anthony Davis was signing with the Los Angeles Lakers when the trade was made, even though he waited for the money to go up that offseason. Everyone knew Kevin Love was going to sign with the Cleveland Cavaliers. Everybody knew that, even though he wasn't legally allowed to until that offseason. Everybody knew it was happening. I don't think that's what's happening with Kevin Durant in Houston. I think Houston has a great shot at signing Kevin Durant to an extension. But I think that will be an interesting story to follow, because if there's no extension signed, then that puts a lot of pressure on this Houston Rockets team to be successful this year. Now, granted, there is already a lot of pressure on Houston to be successful this year. This was a basketball team that won 50 games. This was the 2 seed last year. This was a team that was referenced for a solid year as a destination for Kevin Durant. For my money, one of the most famous Woj tweets of all time. Woj tweets absolutely out of nowhere that the Houston Rockets have the assets to acquire Kevin Durant, and then he just left. Never followed up on it, said it a year ago. No one knew what he was talking about, just mentioned it and left. And all of a sudden this offseason, Houston makes the deal, lands Kevin Durant. I think he's going to sign an extension there. But if he doesn't, again, puts a lot of pressure on the Rockets to be successful. Not only successful, but it puts a lot of pressure on the Rockets to experience one of the ultimate levels of success. If you've got Kevin Durant, you've got him from 1 year, and you've got to find a way to win him over, you probably got to get to the Western Conference Finals. You got to show that you can compete with the likes of the Oklahoma City Thunder. We've outlined repeatedly how masterfully constructed the Oklahoma City Thunder salary cap situation is. And despite the fact they signed a bunch of guys to what amounts to $700-something million this offseason, they have it constructed beautifully. So they have it constructed beautifully to where they'll be able to manage the aprons appropriately is what I mean. If you're Houston, you've got to compete with that right now. Or you potentially risk losing Kevin Durant. And if you sign an extension, perhaps before the regular season starts, I'm not saying you're relaxed. I'm not saying like, whew, okay. All right, if we're not good this year, it's okay. I don't believe anyone in Houston is thinking like that. Kevin Durant was acquired for them to take the next step, and I absolutely think they can take the next step with Kevin Durant. But I think it also takes just an unnecessarily, heavy weight off their shoulders. There's already pressure on them, but we know we've got this group. We know we've got a team. We know we're building off of what we did last year for a couple of years to come. We're not building off of what we did last year for the next couple of months and crossing our fingers and praying that it works. We're going to figure this out. So a Kevin Durant extension is something I'm very intrigued to see if it happens and if it does, when it happens. And speaking of extensions, coming up on August 2nd, your boy is eligible for a contract extension from the San Antonio Spurs. De'Aaron Fox. Does De'Aaron Fox sign a contract extension? Let me rephrase that. Do the San Antonio Spurs sign De'Aaron Fox to a contract extension? Do the San Antonio Spurs sign De'Aaron Fox to a max contract extension? How much of San Antonio's thinking changed when they acquired the number 2 overall pick in this draft? Is De'Aaron Fox a member of the San Antonio Spurs on August 2nd? I don't know. Of all of the extension conversations, this, even more so than the one we're going to get to next, is the most fascinating. Because when it comes to Kevin Durant, and spoiler alert, the other contract extension is Luka Doncic. We'll talk about him in a second. when it comes to Kevin Durant and the likes of Luka Doncic, you know what the league thinks about them. You know what the team thinks about them. Like, the question I don't think is, does Houston offer Kevin Durant a contract extension? The question is, does Kevin Durant sign a contract extension? The question isn't, do the Los Angeles Lakers offer Luka Doncic a contract extension? The question is, does Luka Doncic sign the contract extension? I don't believe that that's the case in San Antonio. I think the question in San Antonio is, do the San Antonio Spurs offer De'Aaron Fox a contract extension? Go back to talking about those other two players, Kevin Durant, Luka Doncic. We know what the Rockets think about KD. We know what the Lakers think about Luka Doncic. And I think it's fair to say we know what the rest of the league thinks about both of those players. I don't think we know anymore what I think San Antonio is high on De'Aaron. I don't know if they're as high on De'Aaron as they were prior to moving up to number 2 in the lottery. And I know this is going to come across as shade. I promise you it's not. I know this is going to come across as hate, and I give you my word it's not. I don't know what the rest of the league thinks about De'Aaron Fox. I think we as Kings fans have convinced ourselves that there would have been this massive market for De'Aaron Fox this offseason. By the way, has anybody changed their thinking on that? Given the way this offseason is gone, like in the totality of the league, given the way that this is all gone, does anyone think the best move for Sacramento was still to wait till the offseason? Does anyone still think there would have been this robust market for De'Aaron Fox this offseason? Because there has been a robust market for one guy and one guy only, and it was Kevin Durant. There has not been that market for anyone else. So what would have happened if the Sacramento Kings had said, hold up, man, wait a second. I get you're unhappy. That's fine. Monty, your ass is getting fired at the end of the year anyways. So let's just get through the rest of the season. You can bitch and moan and pout, and you can even sit out the rest of the year if you want to, but we're not trading you till the offseason. And there are people that believe that was the move that the Sacramento Kings should have made. And I understood it 2 months ago when everyone said it. I think James believes that. I understood it 2 months ago. But now we see what this league has looked like this year. Now we see that we're living through a free agency period unlike anything I can certainly remember, at least not covering the league. I don't remember anything like this. Maybe something happened growing up where free agency was a standstill. Maybe something happened before the years I was in radio and nothing really buzzworthy happened. But certainly not in the last 10 years when I've been covering this basketball team as closely as I have, has anything like this happened. So do you still think there would have been a market for De'Aaron Fox? Because I think that market was limited to begin with. I think that market was extremely limited to begin with. Now I don't know what would have been there for him. I see my man Raul saying the problem isn't trading De'Aaron Fox, or when you trade De'Aaron Fox, the problem is trading him for Zach LaVine. That's fine. My point is, what would you have traded him for? You had a Chicago team that wanted to move off Zach LaVine. You have a Sacramento King that has to move off of De'Aaron Fox. That same exact deal might have happened in the offseason.
I mean, it is an issue, though. It is an issue if they never went looking otherwise, too. Like, if Zach LaVine was the only guy they looked at, like, that's a problem.
No.
Would you have taken maybe lesser players in a first-round pick? Or it's like these guys aren't great or anything like that, but it kind of matches the contract? Because I get you take Zach LaVine because there's no robust market, but I don't get only looking at Zach LaVine.
I understand you. I understand that completely, and I understand anyone who has a problem with that.
There's probably a lot of, because it's not about Zach LaVine, just more so where this team's trying to go now. There's probably a lot I would have taken it before that.
Okay, so my question right now is, would you have been able to get it?
Well, that's the thing. If it's only Zach, then no. But if you
No. We could take Zach LaVine out of the equation. We could say we get to the offseason.
What I'm thinking about right now is not this big deal for De'Aaron Fox. So I'm gonna assume yes, like 2 players or whatever, where it's like they can come and contribute in the first round pick. Maybe I'd say yes. I'm not looking for the Desmond Bain deal in this scenario. It's just something that opens up my flexibility more than a Zach LaVine deal did.
See, I'm glad you. It would have been tough to counter if you hadn't used that so appropriate word, flexibility. The Sacramento Kings had traded for De'Aaron Fox for a couple of guys and some draft picks that would have given them flexibility. Knowing what we know now, would a team have given up those guys that would have provided them with flexibility to bring in De'Aaron Fox, who's going to want a contract extension in 2 weeks? That's what I'm stuck on.
I mean, he wouldn't be the first player traded somewhere he didn't want to go, right? And end up working out. Like,
no, he absolutely wouldn't.
A team taking that chance wouldn't be the first team to do that.
No, he absolutely wouldn't. But as I look at the market, as I look at what has happened with the league this year, I just wonder if, in hindsight, maybe the only thing the Sacramento Kings could have done was trade him during the season. They could have gotten Zach LaVine for him in the offseason because Chicago was ready to move off of that. There's a way you could have done that, and ultimately San Antonio landed De'Aaron Fox for little to nothing. But going back to that was a sidebar. Going back to the original question, does San Antonio offer De'Aaron Fox a contract extension this year? Does the San Antonio Spurs offer him a contract extension in 2 weeks? A lot changed, at least in my mind, when the Spurs moved up in the lottery. We're talking hindsight right now. We're talking the market right now. If the San Antonio Spurs knew at the trade deadline, they get a call from Adam Silver. Hey, guys, it's Adam. Love what you've been doing. Really want to land someone solid with Victor Wembanyama. We're going to award you the 2nd pick in the draft. Not that any chicanery like that would happen, but use your imagination for a second. Do you think they still make the deal? Do they still make the deal for De'Aaron Fox? Now, I don't believe that you could just have a bunch of young guys running around out there. You want veterans, but you've got really good young players in your backcourt. Perhaps the veteran you targeted should have been at a different position. So all of these questions lead me to believe, what exactly are the San Antonio Spurs going to do with De'Aaron Fox on August 2nd? Because if a contract extension isn't announced on August 2nd, I get the feeling something's probably a little bit off. Because they have the ability to talk about this stuff now. They can't officially offer De'Aaron Fox and Rich Paul a contract extension today. Oh, but they could talk about it. And I'm certain they have. But what's that mean? Is it a max contract extension or is it something else?
If an extension isn't announced, because he's in the final year of his deal right now, set to make $37 million. If it's not announced, is he on his way to getting traded?
Yeah, I would think.
And imagine if you're the Spurs, you don't trade for De'Aaron Fox to not give him an extension and let him walk for free as well.
No, I disagree. Well, I think you traded for him with the intent of giving him an extension, but then you moved up in the lottery. So to answer your first question, if he doesn't sign a contract extension, do I think he's on his way to getting traded? Yes. I absolutely do. Between now and February, I absolutely believe he is on his way to getting traded. Barring an incredible start to the season and the decision next offseason when he's a free agent to bring him back, barring that, like, yeah, I absolutely think that happens. And then the other thing you got to remember, the Spurs didn't give anything up to get him. It's not like they traded Steph Castle. It's not like they traded a strong young player.
Yeah, now I'm just radio showing right now. Maybe you're holding on to De'Aaron Fox. Says, hey, Milwaukee said we're gonna run it back with Giannis real quick, but if things aren't looking so hot come January, come talk to us again.
No?
Like I said, I'm radio showing a bit.
That's fine.
But
That's fine. That's fine. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with radio showing.
because I'm like, if you're not giving him the contract extension when he's eligible, and like you said, they've had to have talked and all that, then what are we doing here? There has to be some plan in place. But it's not. I highly doubt if they don't give him an extension, it's like, yeah, we'll figure something out. Like I'm sure there's some plan like in place already.
It's a really interesting position. The San Antonio Spurs could, if they chose, knowing that this is a really atypical offseason, they may not care about De'Aaron Fox being with their team for the long term. They could still sign him to a contract extension and just figure it out later. But I don't know. It'll be, I genuinely have no clue what's going to happen on August 2nd when he becomes extension eligible. I do think I know what's going to happen with Luka Doncic, and that was another big story to watch the rest of this NBA offseason. Though, if I've looked at these numbers correctly, it's actually not that big of a story. First Take and Sports Center and ESPN, they're going to tell you otherwise. I'm going to tell you why, as usual. You can ignore that stuff. Plus, I want to talk about DeMar DeRozan. We saw him at Summer League yesterday. I think that's an interesting discussion right there as well. So we'll come back. We're going to take you all the way to the top of the 3 o'clock hour when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Fox is worth the max from the Spurs. Yeah, maybe. Oh, yeah, 13th round. Y'all want to talk boxing? This chat is so much more enjoyable with certain people not in it. Specifically, a certain person. Oh, man, the house show. The house show just started getting incorporated on the air. I did see, hey, you want to do house show? We'll do house show. I cracked up when I saw Goldberg bitching about his retirement speech getting cut off. It's like, oh, shut up. Like, you shouldn't even had a retirement match. I had no idea that match went 15 minutes. That is absurd.
They were in Atlanta as well?
Yeah.
I didn't know that either until this morning, I think.
Gunther should have squashed his ass. But he's out here complaining about his little speech getting cut off. You are the most overrated wrestler in history. You, like so many others, rode the coattails of Hulk Hogan. You rode the coattails of Hollywood Hogan. You rode the coattails of the NWO. You were like a blip on the radar of professional wrestling. To steal a line, to steal an analogy from my partner, you could tell the story of professional wrestling without Goldberg. You could do it. You could tell the story without him because you'd have to tell the NWO and you'd have to tell Austin. Goldberg's biggest contribution to that conversation is he was essentially a knockoff Steve Austin at the same time Steve Austin was ascending. You were at the helm of WCW when WWE was going crazy. You are not what helped WCW overtake WWE. The NWO was. I can't believe Triple H gave his sorry ass a retirement match. He didn't deserve it. He didn't deserve it.
I want to disagree with what you just said, but I don't think I do.
I don't think there's anything to disagree with.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, there's not.
The NWO, yeah.
We'll just continue from the break.
I was getting ready to cook.
Yeah, but you said you could tell the story of wrestling without Goldberg, and I wanted to fight you on that. But I don't think I can.
Goldberg,
if you're just keeping it to WCW, then yeah, you talk about it.
Goldberg is right guy, right time. That's all he is. He thinks he is he is so similar. One thing that drives me crazy about Bret Hart, and it really stems from reading his book. Of course, if you hear any interviews with him, like you hear it in the way he talks, like Bret has a really difficult time in separating Bret Hart and Bret the Hitman Hart. He has a really difficult time in separating the character that he did an amazing job establishing during his time in wrestling and like him, the person. Goldberg is the same exact way. I'm sure Goldberg has fans. I'm sure. Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. Like what?
Dame Lillard is finalizing a 3-year, $42 million contract to return to the Portland Trailblazers. Oh, my God. The deal is expected to include a player option in 27-28 and a no-trade clause. Dame Lillard is headed back to the Portland Trailblazers.
How does Trista feel about this?
Wow. Wow. 3-year, $42 million contract. First of all, shout out to Dame. He is getting paid the next 3 years. Between that stretch provision from the Milwaukee Bucks and this from the Portland Trailblazers, salute to the Oakland native. But man, he's headed back to Portland. Yes, I need to know how Trista feels about this.
I don't even know what to like. It's such a. He's back, I guess. Cool. Like we're all good now, right?
I've got a question.
What?
Oh man. Okay. All right. Okay. Achilles injury. Hang on. Everybody calm down.
Yes, he's 35.
Everybody calm down.
He's older as well,
Okay.
Damian.
I forgot. Achilles injury. I was going to ask if Portland is now better than Sacramento. I forgot the Achilles. I forgot why he was waived. Okay. Dame is out next year. Okay. We're fine. Everybody's fine.
I think you could have asked that question 3 minutes ago and it wouldn't have been crazy.
Dame Lillard returning to the Portland Trailblazers. Shout out Dame. That's pretty cool. Again, a player option for the 27-28 season. So that's not next year. It would be the third year of this contract. And it includes a no-trade clause. I'm going to text Trista right now.
So does this fix everything with his, like, I don't want to say legacy, not that it was on the line or anything like that, but are people going to hold him not winning a ring against them anymore? Essentially, that's what he left to do. Didn't do with Milwaukee 1 year, then blew out his Achilles.
Yeah.
And now he's back in Portland.
I don't think. I don't think Dame.
I think we're all just gonna forget about the whole Milwaukee thing 5 years from now. Just Dame was a lifelong Portland Trailblazer. That's how we'll talk about him.
I agree with that, and I don't think Dame is going to catch any heat for not winning a ring. Assuming Portland doesn't win an NBA championship, I don't think Dame is going to catch any heat for that. I could be wrong. Like, I don't look down. I don't look at Dame any sort of way.
Well, I think people look
for
at him
him
a
not
little
winning a
funny because he did the
championship.
whole I'm 10 toes down, Portland this, blah, yada, yada, yada. And then it's
Yeah.
signed his extensions like, all right, now I'm ready to go.
Yeah,
And it's like, it was clear because it's like, all right, now he's ready to win, I guess.
his exit wasn't the most graceful, but it wasn't the most graceful, but overall, I think it'll be forgotten. It's just like what you said about Milwaukee. I think it'll be forgotten. I think he'll be fine.
Yeah, I agree with that too. Like I said, he's going to be a lifelong Portland Trailblazer 5 years from now. Portland gets to love him forever again. There's no hard feelings now.
Now he's with some of these young guys. I love this. I love that Dame is a Portland Trailblazer again. Shams Charania just reports that Dame Lillard is in fact returning to the Portland Trailblazers. There is some.
I was really hoping you were going to say he was going to be a Celtic. I kind of was latching onto that for a second.
That was a thing, right?
Yeah, like Tatum was recruiting him, all that stuff. They were going to rehab together. I mean, that's a joke.
Oh, man.
That's a joke. But
oh man. Okay.
That's a joke, but yeah, they'd be back,
Videos of those guys doing the rubber band, the big rubber band stretch with their Achilles.
Imagine the content Celtics social media team could have got out of that.
TK, I text TK, so how do you feel? She said, I'm at a loss and also completely unsurprised and shocked at the same time. All right, TK. TK, as someone said it a second ago, TK probably making a video right now.
Portland's in a weird spot right now, too.
They are.
Drew Holiday's just for the year then, I guess. I'm assuming when Dame's back. Not saying it's his team.
Yeah, unless you run back like the Dame CJ thing, right? Where you have those guys in the backcourt. It's probably not ideal and not what you want to do. So, yeah, probably.
What are they doing?
Huh?
Like, what is Portland doing now? All right, I don't want to be a wet blanket on this little fun story, but I don't get it, I guess. Who's the future? Like, what is...
Well, I think
I'm just a vet now.
So I still think they're working on their future and building their future, but I also think they can use Drew Holiday here to establish vets now or work with rookies now, and then Dame comes back. Dame, if you have Drew, if you decide to move Drew Holiday, like that's fine, that's whatever, but you also, if you have Drew Holiday there, you take a little pressure off Dame in his return from an Achilles injury. I think Dame got hurt during the playoffs. So year to year, like Dame will be fully recovered by the time the next training camp starts and the next season starts. So there should be no reason that he has to like ease into the NBA season, because he should be well back by that point. So I don't know. I mean, when the Blazers acquired Drew Holiday, they didn't know Dame Lillard was going to get waived.
Yeah.
Unless my timing on that is wrong. I think the Drew Holiday acquisition happened before. Drew Holiday, I feel like that happened the day
that was like early on. Not too early, but yeah, that was before the Dame stuff, I believe. Before Miles Turner.
Yeah, that was right. That was early. So, man, they didn't know. Like, if I have the opportunity, you've got Drew next year, and this goes back to when the Drew Holiday move actually happened, and I said I feel bad for him, and Kenny couldn't understand why. It's because Drew's a solid player. He can help with a variety of different teams. He's one of the best dudes in the league. he could wind up playing for 3 or 4 more teams. He could just wind up being the guy who keeps getting traded time and time again. That's what he's facing right now with Portland. He's going to wind up getting traded. Yeah, interesting. Dame Lillard back with the Portland Trailblazers. 3-year, $42 million contract. According to Shams Charania, a player option in the 27-28 season. A no trade clause also involved in this. Of course, Dame is 35 here at this point in his career. A couple of other things from Shams Charania. Here we are. Lillard will now have the 25-26 set salary of $70 million between his Portland and Milwaukee deals, and a salary of $141 million over the next 2 years ahead of that opt-out in 2027. Lillard and the Blazers both deeply cared about the comeback in recent weeks, with multiple meetings among the Portland franchise icon and general manager Joe Cronin and head coach Chauncey Billups to bond together and move forward united on a new deal. One last thing from Shams Charania here. Lillard will use the 25-26 season to rehabilitate a torn Achilles, but a return to the franchise in Portland, where his family and kids reside, were of ultimate importance. He also had multiple mid-level exception and minimum offers from NBA contenders. Jesse, there you go. Perhaps he did get an offer from the Boston Celtics. So
that part about his kids and family being in Portland, I feel like probably was the biggest thing for him. Because it wasn't really too quiet about him not being too happy in Milwaukee. He was away from everybody.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons that I am steadfast on the idea that Russell Westbrook could play in Sacramento. I don't think Russell Westbrook wants to go to the East Coast anywhere. I know Chris Paul doesn't, which is why I want Chris Paul to I want the Clippers to sign Chris Paul, and hell, do what the Blazers just did. Have a little reuniting moment and let them, if this truly is Chris Paul's last season, let him have it with the Los Angeles Clippers. But it's one of the reasons I think Russell Westbrook could sign here. I think as you get older, those things become of greater importance. Like you have this idea of like, I'm going to go out, I'm going to be the greatest, I'm going to be the best, I'm going to be a Hall of Fame player, I'm going to do this. These guys' roles within teams are changing. Dame Lillard's role when he returns from this Achilles injury is going to be a little bit different. Russell Westbrook is at a different stage in his career. Chris Paul clearly at a different stage in his career. They have things that are more important to them, or just as important to them. Basketball at this point for these guys might be a job they're very good at, a job that they're better at than just about everybody, but they're coming here to work. They want to win, they want to compete, they want to do all of those things, but they don't want to do it while sacrificing time with their wife, kids, families, loved ones, significant others, whatever the case may be. And you see that more with players as they get older than you see it with some of these young guys who are still driven by being the best and winning and being in competition. You talk about Dame, Russ, at least in my mind, and I could absolutely be wrong on this. Dame, Russ, Chris Paul, none of those guys have rings, and none of it matters to me. All three of those guys are certified. Dame Lillard said, I'm the second best shooter of this generation. He's absolutely correct. Chris Paul, in terms of pure point guard, I understand that Steph Curry is a point guard, but in terms of the organizer, facilitator, floor general, Chris Paul is the best of this generation. Russell Westbrook, one of the most dynamic of this generation, one of the most unique of this generation. Obviously, my favorite. These guys have nothing to prove. No rings between the three of them. Doesn't matter. Will never matter. When you evaluate the careers of Dame Lillard, Chris Paul, and Russell Westbrook, they don't need rings. They don't need to go chase anything. They could focus on helping whatever team they wind up playing. For Dame, it's the Portland Trailblazers. For Chris Paul, Russell Westbrook, perhaps we'll find out over the coming weeks who they wind up playing with.
There's just the rings culture thing too. I feel like, I guess, in order to be talked about amongst like the top 10, like, yeah, you need rings and stuff like that. But for all the jokes he catches, like, there's nothing wrong with being Charles Barkley or even Carmelo Anthony.
Maybe, but maybe amongst the when you're talking about like the top 10 players of all time, when you're talking about like the absolute best ever, yeah, maybe that's.
Oh yeah,
maybe that's part of the conversation. I don't think Dame Lillard is a part of that conversation. I think if you add 4 rings to Dame Lillard, he's probably not a part of the conversation.
Yeah, you're not taking him out of top 75 because he didn't get a ring in his career. The rest of those guys.
Yeah, I don't think that's the case at all. So the ring culture thing is dumb. Like, there are guys who have rings. Like, I think the conversation really got stupid where the ring culture conversation really jumped the shark with Kevin Durant.
Did the ring culture thing develop, I guess, as a way to keep LeBron from overtaking Mike in a way, or even Kobe, where it's like, maybe this guy is as good? Because I don't know, like, I have maybe we've been talking rings forever, whatever, but just more so where it's like, all right, now is when it matters.
It's always going to be.
Because Magic Johnson, I don't think people, when you bring him up, I don't think people bring up his rings first and foremost. Talk about the player he was and all that.
If you're a fan of someone, you'll always find a way to defend them. And so, like, it's no different than what we see with, like, Drake and Kendrick Lamar, for example. You'll find an argument to fit. Drake's got all these top 10 hits. He's in the clubs. He's all over the place. How come he's not considered the greatest of all time? All right, salute. Fair point. Kendrick Lamar fan would say, Kendrick's got like 24 Grammys. Does that factor in on anything? Like, so if you're looking to make a point, if you're looking to defend somebody, you can find an argument to do it. For Mike, Mike's got 6 rings. Then guys like Kobe, Tim Duncan, people always leave Tim Duncan out of this. They got kind of close. Then what'd the conversation shift to? Oh man, he's 6-0. He's 6. How many finals has LeBron James lost? How many finals has Kobe Bryant lost? How many? Because Michael Jordan, he ain't never lost any. And then when you really back them into a corner, the Michael Jordan people I'm talking about, when you really back them into the corner, their new thing is, well, Mike never played in the Game 7. Mike is so good, he never played in the Game 7, which is wrong. He never played in the Game 7 in the finals. But, like, cool. You're going to find something to defend your guy. I think LeBron is the greatest to ever do it. Going to, is it
8 straight?
8 straight NBA finals? 4 with Cleveland, 4 with Miami. And then going to another one and winning it with Los Angeles 2 years later. Not to mention to the one that he went 2 years prior with Cleveland. That doesn't count for anything. Or it wasn't 2 years prior. It was like 3 years prior.
Doesn't, because Mike never lost.
Mike never lost. Mike was 6-0. Mike was this. Mike was that. When the conversation started to be had that Kevin Durant needed to win another ring because the ones that he won with the Golden State Warriors, where he was the best player on the team, wasn't enough. He had to go win another one. He had to go win with Brooklyn. He had to go win with Phoenix. Now he has to win with Houston. He has to win with somebody else other than the Golden State Warriors. That's where the ring conversation really died. Because are you going to attempt to compare Draymond Green to Kevin Durant? Because Draymond's got 4. Are you going to attempt to compare Klay Thompson to Kevin Durant? Because he's got 4. Now, if you want to have an honest conversation, you can go Steph Curry and Kevin Durant. I think that's a fascinating conversation that ventures well outside winning rings. Rings can be a part of the conversation. It's not the be-all, end-all. 6-0, can be a part of the conversation. It's not the be-all, end-all. 8 straight NBA finals. It's not the be-all, end-all, but it's all a part of the conversation. All of these things play in a wider scope. To me, like, if you want to mention that Dame didn't win a title, that's fine. Carmelo, fine. Russ, Chris Paul, it's all fine. It doesn't take away anything. If Chris Paul played 40 games this year on what the Oklahoma City Thunder, whatever team winds up winning the title, playing 18 minutes per game, 20 minutes per game, that means nothing to me. Chris Paul joining a championship contender and winning a ring at 40 doesn't mean, oh, Chris Paul won a ring, he's verified now. No, Chris Paul already is in that ring. While I'm sure it would mean the world to him, in the way you evaluated his career, it should mean nothing. Dame Lillard winning a ring in Milwaukee, I think would have mattered a little bit more than the scenario I just presented.
It would have been a Matt Stafford type of ring where he had all the talent in the world, I feel. It's just kind of like, just missing that one thing, and then you go over to the other team. It's like, all right, yeah, there's what we've been looking for this whole time. Like, see, you could do it.
Yeah, the tough part, like, I don't want to minimize Matt Stafford's ring too much, because the tough part was they were really good with Jared Goff and made the decision, we don't have the right quarterback to win, made the trade, got the right quarterback, and won. It's kind of hard to argue.
Yeah.
Like, it was like, all right, that worked. But your point stands. Dame steps in with a better team than Portland was able to construct, partners up with Giannis Antetokounmpo, and goes off and wins an NBA championship. There's something to be said for that. But it doesn't change the way I evaluate Dame Lillard. It's like talking about, it's like the conversation we had earlier about LeBron winning a championship with the Knicks. I don't, other than Knicks fans and people who live and die on what happens in New York, that title is a fraction of what the Cleveland title was. And maybe it'll rank I don't even know that I don't think it's better than the first Miami title. Maybe it's better than the bubble title, but I'm not even sure about that. But maybe it is. I don't know. People will always disparage the bubble title, forgetting that the Lakers were the favorites heading into that season. I don't know. It's go back to the earlier statement. Ring culture is whack. But I love this story for Dame Lillard. Dame Lillard back with the Portland Trail Blazers. Didn't expect that. Actually forgot about Dame, with all due respect. I wasn't even, I assumed he was going to sign with someone this year, but I just
figured it was going to be one of the contenders.
Yeah, I completely forgot. Just completely forgot. I think and part of it is because we know he's not playing next year. I had been thinking a lot, probably more than I needed to, about Bradley Beal. Waiting for the Bradley Beal buyout to happen in Phoenix, because that felt like it was always going to be like a boom boom type situation. He's going to get bought out by Phoenix and he's going to immediately sign somewhere.
I want to believe in that situation so badly, but Kyle Madson's right. Like, James Harden is just going to fold in the playoffs, and Kawhi probably won't even be healthy, and it just won't work with the Clippers. Adding Bradley Beal, like, on paper, that looks great, but
I like it. That's a 50-win team that brings in a guy who can score.
Yeah, I think a lot of Brad's ability to play is still there. I think the last 2 years is the more product of it just didn't fit. It's a horrible situation for him.
But to Kyle Madson's point, come April, we'll see.
Yeah, like we have enough evidence.
Yeah. It's still the Clippers. It's still James Harden. We'll see. Rich Wright says, Rich Wright 88 says, D-Lo tripping, LOL. LeBron isn't better than MJ, LOL, at all. Rich, salute, appreciate you. You can write LOL all you want to. No matter how many LOLs you write, no matter how many laughing emojis you put there, I don't think that Michael Jordan is better than LeBron James. LeBron James is the greatest basketball player I've ever seen. You are welcome to feel differently. Anyone who feels different, anyone who's Team Mike, y'all are welcome to be Team Mike. For my money, LeBron James is the greatest basketball player I've ever seen. That's it. What he has been able to do for the amount of time he's been able to do it, he is a one-man dynasty. The league follows him from Cleveland to Miami, back to Cleveland to Los Angeles. People hated on his son for being drafted for no other reason than he was his son. There has never in the history of the draft been a discussion about a player drafted where Bronny was the way there was a discussion about Bronny James. And it's all because he is LeBron James' son. And LeBron, if he's not the greatest player of all time, he is the greatest player of this generation. But for me, he's the greatest player I've ever seen. I love Mike. I'm in awe every time I watch old highlights of Michael Jordan. I'm in awe every time I watch highlights of Kobe Bryant. When the big Kobe LeBron debate was happening, when the big Kobe LeBron Nike puppets stretch of seasons was happening, I was Team Kobe. I was at the time saying Kobe Bryant is the best player in professional basketball. The best. There is no one better than him. And it felt like once LeBron took that mantle when he got to, well, he was probably the best player in Cleveland. But when he got to Miami and he started winning championships, man, I don't feel like he looked back. And you got your Shays and your Jokic's and your Giannis's and your Embiid's, like all of those guys, like they have their moment. But longevity-wise, I mean, Drew Down, great point. Steph Curry, just incredible. But LeBron, to me, is the one. I don't know that we'll ever see anyone do what LeBron James has done. LeBron, I don't, in someone fact check this. I heard it somewhere and I should have fact checked it, but I'm going to repeat it because it sounds crazy. No one has ever played 23 years in the NBA before. And in September, LeBron James will start his 23rd season. A guy who averaged 24, 8, and 8 last year. At the age of 40. 24, 8, and 8. Season number 23. Been in the spotlight since he was 16 years old. Been the most discussed basketball player on the planet since he was 18. And I don't know how many know this, but he actually debuted at Arco Arena. Little known fact, never mentioned.
Never heard that.
Never.
You got to guess who's played the most seasons ever besides LeBron?
Yes. Is it your boy, Robert Parrish?
No.
It's not. Okay.
He's second. He's tied second with a bunch of others.
Robert Parrish is tied with second?
Yeah, he's tied second.
Is LeBron first?
He's tied first, I guess. After this season,
okay.
he will be first.
Okay.
Yeah. So I guess Parrish will be third after this year, tied with the others.
I feel like is it Kevin Willis?
Oh, Kevin Willis tied with Robert Parrish, 21 seasons as well.
Okay, who?
Vince Carter, 22 seasons.
Oh, come on, man. Oh, that's a miss on my part.
Yeah, Dirk, Garnett, Kevin Willis, Parrish played 21, and then there's Udonis Haslem, Jamal Crawford, and Kobe Bryant.
Oh, Haslam. Forgot about
Kareem
Haslam.
Abdul-Jabbar, who played 20.
Were all of Haslam's seasons with Miami? He didn't play for anyone else, did he? Wow.
All the Heat.
Wow.
So funny. Look at this. Jamal Crawford, 20 seasons, 1,300 games. Kobe Bryant, 20 seasons, 1,300 games. Udonis Haslem, 20 seasons, 879.
Hey,
Salute.
yeah,
He's got a lifetime job with the Heat. He did it right.
does, and he's doing great on television.
Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing. That's great. Where is Sammy? Sammy says, D-Lo, you can't be serious thinking LBJ is better than Michael Jordan. Yeah, is that a hot take? Am I hot? Am I Skip Bayless? Well, no, of course I wouldn't be singing nice LeBron's praises if I was Skip Bayless. Really? I honestly, Sammy, I didn't realize this was such a hot take. I know it's a divided take, but I didn't realize it was that hot. Yeah, I absolutely believe LeBron is better. Is this news? Have y'all never listened to this conversation before? Shout out to everybody tuning in. Stephen McBride says LeBron folks and their counting stats are so ridiculous. Well, okay.
He's got rings too.
What barometer do you use? What barometer do you use to determine who the greatest player of all time is?
LeBron's got the most points scored in the history of the NBA. Huh?
So
Stupid stats.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Stephen. Let me step back. I won't use stats for the argument. You tell me, what should I use? My brothers in Christ, what is happening right now? Mark says this is a super hot take. MJ is way better than LeBron. That's okay. That's all right. Y'all can actually feel that way. And here, Aldrin J said the quiet part out loud. Them old heads get upset when you talk about their GOAT.
Yeah.
Oh, they get upset. Now, mind you.
I won't say who, but my father might have texted me during this conversation about this all.
Now, mind you, I am less than a month away from turning 45 years old. I am of the MJ, and the second year in a row, I'm turning 45 for those who remember last year. I am of that demographic. So I understand. But it's always the old dudes who get really fired up about their GOAT.
They won't even hear the other side of it.
Please hear me when I tell you, I am not saying MJ is trash. I am not saying LeBron is definitively better than Michael Jordan. Hell, I'm putting Kobe Bryant in this debate. I think when you put all three together, I'm going to go LeBron first. I'm going to go Michael second. And I'm going to go Kobe third. I love Kobe. Kobe was, before Russell Westbrook, Kobe Bryant was my favorite player. I just have a tremendous amount of respect for LeBron James. Mark says he's 28. He's not an old head, and he thinks MJ's better. I think he's lying.
We didn't even get to watch MJ, Mark.
I think Mark.
What are you doing with him?
There you go. There you go. Yeah, I'm not taking Kobe off the list, man. Adam L says, LOL, you could take you. First of all, stop typing LOL. All of y'all. He says you could take Kobe right out of that list. I don't think so. I think you are grossly underestimating Kobe's impact. And that's another thing I measure in all of this. You know, Mike's impact on the game is, I think Mike's impact on this game is still being felt today. And if you dumb this conversation down to impact, like impact on the game, Mike would be first. Kobe might be second. And there's probably an argument that Kobe could be over Mike. But I'm going to go Mike first because you can't walk down the street without seeing a jump man somewhere. Kobe would be second and LeBron would be third. And I think impact is one of the things that you factor in when having this discussion. I had no plans to have this discussion today. It got hot in the chat. I didn't mean to start a fight with everybody.
I was telling Kyle, be the point of the summer where the Dame conversation turns into a rings culture conversation, which always turns into an MJ versus Brown conversation somehow, some way.
All of this started because Dame signed back with the Portland Trailblazers. My bad. Brian says, I'm 47 and I think LeBron is the best all-around basketball player ever. Well, I guess we know this for future summers. If there's ever a dull day, just bring up Michael and LeBron, piss everybody off, and have a conversation.
Oh, yeah. ESPN's going to bring it up at some point this summer.
They'll probably bring it up on Monday.
That's breaking case of emergency for everybody. Well, that's really provocative. That really gets the people going.
I guess. Congrats, Dame.
Yeah, salute Dame, by the way.
Oh, no, man.
Salute Dame. LeBron's better.
Yeah. I guess so.
Or if you'll salute Dame, MJ's better.
I guess so. Man. Oh, man. That's
Cast
funny.
Digital Media says y'all won't have this convo with Casey here. We've had it like 10 different times with Casey.
What are you talking about? Do you think this conversation is new? And why? What am I, scared of Kenny? What are you talking about?
Everyone
Kenny actually
knows, D'Lo. You hold on to your takes when Kenny's around.
Yeah, that's what it is. And everyone knows Kenny waffles on the pick anyways. Like one day he'll say something about MJ, and the next day he'll go, man,
Kenny doesn't
LeBron.
waffle. Kenny has an answer. He just won't say it because he doesn't want to upset people.
That's what it is.
He
knows.
If you've listened to him and how he's talked about, if no one were to listen to him or whatever, he just said it, it'd be LeBron. But he's still holds on to MJ.
There are it's just I guess in the end it's a fun conversation because it's one of those things where everyone has a side, whether it's MJ, whether it's LeBron, or as Kyle points out, when are we putting Nick Clifford in the conversation? Because I think that's really where we should be at.
What do we even make of Nick Clifford? Like, at what point do you, all right, just stop, don't get too excited? Like, is it too crazy to say?
No, you don't.
He'll have an impact game one.
No, okay.
Like, is it too crazy to say he'll have an impact in the rotation?
So
this
is kind of like what we were talking about earlier. You can ride your high feelings on Nick Clifford probably all the way till the start of preseason. Then when you see him against other NBA, like true NBA guys, that's when you're going to have to make a determination. Do we keep going with this Nick thing, or do we temper our expectations a little bit? Because the longer he plays as well as he's been playing, that's the conversation is not going to stop. You can take these, you could take what will be in a week or so, or maybe in a matter of days, the post-summer league feelings, you could take those all the way to training camp. Like, if you're high on Nick Clifford right now, nothing that happens in the next game, next 2 games, next 3 games is probably going to change your mind. Like, Nick wasn't even shooting well in that game yesterday.
He just plays in control, though, and with a purpose.
And that's the thing. It's like he at least through the first, what are we up to, 4-0? At least through the first 4 games, he doesn't, like, he's had like where he's not shooting well. He's had moments where he's not scoring. That's never deterred him to have like a completely bad game.
Yeah, because yesterday they were playing through him in the last few minutes of the game, and you see him driving in or even taking a shot. It's like, no, like he wanted to do that. Like, everything was just with a purpose.
Yeah, man. He is in full control. He has complete confidence. He is not shaken by missed shots. And sometimes that's one of the things that you have to encourage young players to understand. Doug talks about this all the time, or Doug Christie talked about this all the time last year. Hey, keep shooting. Keep doing what you do. When Keegan Murray was going through his struggles, when Doug Christie took over, I think this was right when Doug Christie took over. What'd he say? Someone asked him, hey, what are you going to say to Keegan Murray? How are you going to, get him going or whatever? And I swear Doug said something like, man, we're going to hug him. We're going to put our arms around him. We're going to tell him we got his back, and we're going to tell him to keep doing you. Keep getting those shots up. Keep being aggressive. Don't change anything. Don't wither away. Don't do any of that. Just keep playing. And that was Keegan's, 3rd year last year. And don't get me wrong, there's going to be moments where Nick Clifford or Maxime Raynaud, if he's a part of the rotation when this thing gets started, there's going to be moments where you've got to gather those young guys and be like, hey, get back to playing free. Get back to playing loose. There's probably a certain level of freedom that these guys have in summer league where they feel like there's a certain level of freedom that's probably going to change when they get on the big court and there's DeMar DeRozan and there's Zach LaVine and there's Domantas Sabonis and there's, some of these Malik Monk, some of these more tenured guys around them where it's like, okay, I still got to play my game. I still got to be me. But these guys are here. They've got a way to play their game. They've got a way that they play this game. This team has a way. I have to fit in with them. And that's probably one of the most difficult parts about being a rookie or a first-year player. That's probably one of the most difficult parts about coaching a first-year player is, look, man, I know you feel like you have to take a back seat to these guys, but you're a part of this. And the reason you're a part of this is because of what you do well. Go out there and do what you do. Go out there, attack, relax, play with that confidence that you played with in Summer League. Play with that level of aggression that you played with in Summer League. Don't let the fact that Domantas Sabonis is out there change the way that you play. Don't let the fact that Zach LaVine is out there change the way that you play. Don't do any of that. Just go out there, play your game, and be you. And I got to go be me in front of some corporate people. So the show is not ending. Kyle Madson is here. He's going to step in the room. Matt George is going to join the show coming up in about 15 minutes. So the conversation continues. I'm done with the LeBron Michael Jordan debate so much, I'm just going to leave. But Kyle Madson's going to step in here and finish the last hour of D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah, I appreciate y'all, man. I know this is a little unusual, but your boy got to go be corporate. So I'm going to go be corporate. And,
yeah, go get someone to sell something for us, please.
I will
money.
sell
Go
it
get money, please.
my fucking self if I have to. So I will see y'all tomorrow at 4. I'm working on tomorrow's show as we speak. I'm being denied left and right, but we're going to have a good time. So stick around for Kyle. He's on his way in here. Actually, he's not. He's just sitting there. But I'm going to get out the way.
Kyle will be in a
Chris
moment.
Cook, what up, boy?
Shut up. Russ, Spencer, Filthy McNasty, what's up?
Break at 13, and then you can go to the top of the hour. No, I was going to.
Andrew, I don't see it as hating, just more so just stop taking everything so serious, Brett.
Yeah,
That's it.
Jesse, why you always hating on Bret Hart, man?
Good luck. I'm going to just drink these while you're gone.
Well, just leave the empty bottles, please.
All right. Getting in my Damian Barling zone here.
Kyle Madson, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
We're
you.
good? You don't need to mess with the board. We're all good.
Getting in the Damian Barling headspace, big WNBA guy. I love wrestling. I wish I could love Kyle just a little more. It's fine. Hey. Do the show as Damian. Do the show as Damian. Okay, hang on. Let me get these buttons undone.
Yeah.
Let the taco meat bang.
I believe we're the only two people left in this building besides Charlie.
Typical.
I think even the engineers got out of here early today.
Nah, Seth is here.
Seth's still here?
Yeah, Seth's a gangster, though. I think Seth lives here.
Shout out, Seth.
I don't know what I'm going to talk about. I've done zero preparation for this. I only need to do 13 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That I can survive. I just said a lot of things. Talk about the taco meat, the chest hair.
You called your chest hair taco meat?
That's what it's called.
It's called chest hair.
Nah, Kendrick Lamar. His shirt buttoned open, taco meat laying on his gold. Nostalgia. Come on.
I guess only if you go to Taco Bell.
I'm just going to answer these questions. What was your NBA preseason take? All right, bet. Here we go. I have mail that says all of this. No, boy. Yeah, no D-Lo, no KC. It's KM and Jesse. We're hanging out until 4. What's up, everybody? All right, I got a couple things. I said I didn't prepare for this. That's a lie. I prepared a little bit.
Yeah, I was wondering, like, oh wow, Kyle's just flying in here.
Yeah, no, I'm just letting it rip. We'll talk. I've got some Dame Lillard thoughts here in a second. We're not gonna let it go to LeBron versus Michael Jordan though.
That's the best part of summer.
I'm not gonna go there.
That's the best part of summer.
I've made it.
That's like Groundhog Day for summer.
That's just how you know.
Yeah, it's like, oh, if they're talking MJ versus LeBron, oh yeah, we're cooked
here.
right now. Yeah,
yeah,
it's over.
About third day of the MLB All-Star break. Must be. No, this is cool for me, man, because I was thinking about this on the way over here. Obviously, between shows, I was getting some work done, went and got a little coffee, and I was just thinking about this. It's really cool, man. Why is the video like this on purpose? Hey, youtube.com/ESPN1320. There we go. When I first started in radio, the first job I had, job, not internship, was at the other station. And I was doing weekends and nights and weekends. And one of my first responsibilities was this NFL preview show on Sundays with Damian Barling. I'd never met the guy before. He was the host, come in on Saturday or Sunday morning. He would do this like hour on the NFL. And the first show I did was a disaster because I'd never run a live event before. You know how running a board is.
Yeah.
It's tough to learn. It's
pretty intimidating at first. It's all the buttons and stuff.
So many buttons, and like if you push the wrong one, you take the station off the air. Like it's a whole thing. I had never run a live show before. I had only done games. So like we had the Raiders. When you do an NFL game, your responsibility is to push one button. It's the go button on the commercial.
When it's your turn to go to commercial.
And you literally, there's a format you follow. And when the announcer says this phrase, you go to break.
You're listening to this football team on this. I go to break. You're listening to this team radio network. They go to break.
Right.
Little inside radio for you.
Yes. And it's easy. I'd never done a live event like this before, though, where there's a person talking. So my first show was a disaster. They had to like have somebody come in and like run the board for me. And it was...
Can't even say it's tough. I couldn't even put people on the phones at first.
Right. Like, I didn't know. Like, bro, what do you want me to do? I know how to turn the mic on. I
have a cell phone. What am I supposed to do with this landline right here?
Yeah, dude. Like, what are we doing? So anyway, it was a mess. Second show comes around. I've got everything kind of sorted out. And Damian Barling comes in at one of the breaks. And he sits down and he goes, "What do you want to do?" I was like, "What?" And he's like, "What do you..." And keep in mind, I'm 26, 27 years old. It's my first radio job. And I was like, I want to be on air eventually. And he had to prod that out of me. He had to, and I'm like, I want to be on air. Like, that's my ultimate goal. He's like, all right, then we're going to put you on air. I'm like, what? And he goes, yeah, we're going to come up with a segment and you're going to do that segment every Sunday. And he gave me this start because I'd done like college radio before at KSSU at Sac State. Shout out Stingers Up. I'd done a bunch of radio there, but it's so much more intimidating when it's this.
Oh, this is real.
It's right because at KSSU, I'm online basically.
Yeah.
They have a station, but it's all online, and you're with your buddies, and it's like you've got the same friends interacting every week, and it's people you know, and it's like, okay, cool.
Here, John Bull, just picking John Bull. John Bull might say something to you or whatever, like just off your take or whatever. It's not like the same if you're on school radio or something like that. It's a lot more.
John Bull's still here?
Yeah.
Well, now I'm nervous.
Oh yeah. No.
But yeah, you just got it right. This is a way bigger megaphone.
Yeah.
And it's just intimidating. It's different. So this was my first real on-air experience, and everything I did in radio from that point forward, Damian was there, and he was always down to help, always down to give me an opportunity, always down to fight for me. I was part-time at the other station. I'm producing, co-hosting, and board hopping the morning show, the morning drive show.
Yeah.
And I was making so little money. It was a joke. And it was part-time. I was not a full-time employee. 5 days a week, doing all that, not a full-time employee. We're at this Christmas party. And I won a TV in a raffle. A big screen TV. And one of the bosses comes over after I won the TV, and he goes, "Hey, do you or I'm really happy that you won that. I love that one of our
Part-time guys or something like that.
Yeah, I'm this is what he's saying. He's doing the he's like, one of our guys got it. Like, what were you gonna say?
Yeah.
What were you gonna say? And Damian, at a full table of people, looks at this dude dead in the face and goes, "Hey, person, do you know what he'd really like?" And the guy's like smiling. He's like, "What's that?" And Damian goes, "Healthcare." The next week, I get a call into that office. They make me a full-time employee. I get healthcare benefits, the whole thing.
Yeah, it's fire. Damian Barling is a great agent.
Dude,
no doubt.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
So salute to Damian. And when he asked me if I can do something for his show, I'm going to say yes for the rest of time.
Yeah, Damian gets his rep, I think, as being like this intimidating, oh my gosh, this thing, no. Like,
which he
cool.
is a little.
Well, I've never had that. I've never had those issues that others have had.
No, but it's just, so when he says, "Hey, can you hop in and do this show for an hour?" It's like, yeah, man, that I've had people all along the way help me. I have had people from at KSSU, at my very first radio station, salute. At my very first radio station, I had people there helping me out. And all along the way, there's always been people. So I owe so much to so many people. But Damian specifically, like, I can very confidently say I wouldn't be here. Certainly not at this station. And maybe not and maybe not in this business at all, if not for Dame. So salute to Damian Barling, and salute to Kenny Caraway, and of course salute to you, Jesse, for putting on a great show day in and day out here. And I'm super thrilled.
Just vibing with the friends.
Yeah, man, that's all it is. That's all it is. So now we'll talk about real sports stuff. On my coffee run, I look down and I see that Damian Lillard, speaking of Damian's, has signed back with the Blazers.
Yeah, he's back.
I can't tell you why. This makes me so happy.
Yeah,
I love this.
Yeah, it's a feel good move. I don't know if
man.
I'd love it for the Portland Trailblazers going forward, but
Well, it's 3 years.
Yeah.
This year he's not going to play. He's coming back off the Achilles. It gives him a full runway. And then it gives them, if they make the strides that I think they're going to make, I'm really high on the Blazers. FYI, if you don't listen to my program, The Insiders with James Ham, 10 a.m. to noon every day right here on this station.
Is that going to be your Pistons team this season?
Ooh, because I was in on the Pistons.
Yeah, you're a Pistons guy. That's probably your greatest take of all time.
I appreciate you. My take was that they were going to hit the
Don't downplay. You always downplay. Don't you predicted them to go to the postseason and all that stuff. That's what you said. There.
Oh, yeah, no, totally. Yeah, if you yeah, you have the sound, you cut it. So
I think it's possible.
No, I was a big Pistons guy last year. I don't think I'm there yet with the Blazers, where I think they're gonna. I have to see what their over under looks like, but I don't think they're gonna make that kind of run. But I do think that they're gonna put themselves in a position where next offseason, this time next year, after our LeBron MJ debate, we'll be talking about.
Good point.
Thank you. We'll be talking about how, oh, this Blazers team is ready to drop a Damian Lillard in, and this is going to be the take. This is going to be the universal take. Dame's not the player he was, but they're not going to need him to be, because this is a better version of the Blazers than he's been on, and they just need his scoring. They don't need him to be the guy on a night-in, night-out basis, because they got Scoot Henderson, they got Tamani Kamara, they got Denny Avdia, and that's going to be the take. They're dropping Damian Lillard into a very, very favorable situation. It's $14 million a year. That's not going to hamstring them long term. And like, let's forget all of that. I'm going to step aside. I get we do sports talk radio. We have to dive into the analysis and what's this mean on the court and what's this mean short term and long term and this and that. Stripping all that away, this is just a dope thing.
No, yeah, because like there was probably a lot of people unhappy I don't know a lot. There's people unhappy with the way he left and all that, and just kind of soured on him. I feel, but now I was telling Damian before this, like 5 years from now, we're never going to talk about Damian Lillard, the Milwaukee Buck. He's always going to be like a lifelong Portland Trailblazer to us.
Yeah.
The same way they talk about Michael Jordan being a lifelong Bull.
Yeah.
Not that Wizard guy.
Yeah, and it's just I'm so much more into this than, and I think Dame recognized this when he went to Milwaukee. Like, the grass is not greener, man.
Yeah.
You can go to Miami. You're going to win a title with Miami? No, you're not. Like, let's keep it a stack. If you're not joining the Thunder or the Rockets or like the Nuggets,
maybe the Knicks or the Cavs.
Maybe the Knicks or Cavs. There's
Maybe.
like 5 teams you're going to go to where you've got a realistic shot at a top. So I love this. Like, people who were Dame fans who have Dame jerseys can wear them again. I mean, I'm sure if you had a Dame jersey, you didn't stop wearing it necessarily. But this is just cool. There's going to be those weird photos of Dame in a Bucks jersey. I think the photo of him sitting on the ground after he got hurt and just kind of like staring off with his hands on his or his arms on his knees. I think that's going to be kind of unfortunately the lasting image of him in a Bucks jersey.
Yeah,
but it's not now. Remember when Dame was with the Heat? Hey, remember that weird year where Dame was with the Lakers?
What's what I'm saying? Like, we're not even going to do that with the Bucks, I feel, going forward. Like, we won't even really refer back to it. It's just Damian Lillard was with the Blazers, and that's it. And that return to when he comes back from his Achilles, like hopefully it's in front of a Blazers crowd. Now it's going to be a moment.
Yeah, man. I will be tapped into Damian Lillard's return. I don't know if the NBA's done their schedule already, but whatever you got to do,
you can make it happen. You can make it happen.
Get the Blazers a home game to open the season. Come on.
Work the schedule.
Come on.
Give someone a back-to-back if need be.
Even if he's not playing. I know he's not playing this year, but let him be on the sideline. Let him be on the sideline game 1.
Yeah.
At home. In front of the Blazers crowd. I think that'd be awesome. What I know is going to be awesome is Matt George. Locked On Kings podcast. ABC 10.
Yep.
Thank you.
10. It's not the Bay Area, pal. You better get it right over here.
ABC 10. He's going to join us. We'll talk a ton of Kings. Love chatting with Matt. We'll do that next. You're on D-Lo and KC. You're on ESPN. I don't have any sponsor. Brought to you by Sky River?
Yeah, brought to you by Sky River, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Sacramento
Sports Leader. Don't do that.
Oh, my God. Dude.
I caught it.
Oh, I can curse on this stream, huh?
Yeah, now you can.
Shit.
There you go. Come on. Bring Matt in here.
Matt George. I can't hear Matt.
Yeah, Matthew, we can't hear you.
Matt, you got to plug your mic in, bro. Wait. Nope. Oh, dang. I feel great. Honestly, like, I've still got because of the nature of the disease I I think almost everyone has this disease. It's just dormant. Of the disease that afflicted me.
Is that better? Better?
There you go.
Hey.
It's just kind of like a tingle in if you touch one of the
tingle if you touch what?
Yeah, what are we talking about?
Yeah, tingle if you touch what?
One of my shingles lesions. Lesion's such a gross word. There's nothing you can call that sounds okay.
Huh.
Isn't this what that one dude called Kristaps Porzingis after they drafted him?
Tingus Pingus.
Oh, Tingus Pingus.
Okay, so that's where that's from then.
Yeah, it's Michael. What's it?
Rappaport.
Thank you.
He's gonna be on my favorite reality TV show coming up next season.
Traders?
Yes.
Wait, really?
Bro, are you a Traders watcher? All right,
forget the Traders. Hang on, stop. Time out. I am like halfway through. No, how far into season 3 am I? I'm most of the way into season 3.
Do you watch UK?
No.
The UK version's so much better.
Really?
Because it's not reality stars, it's just regular people, and in the UK they just get emotional as crap. So it just gets crazy emotional. So everybody gets super like mad at each other and it gets super hostile. It's great.
Yeah. Hell yeah. I love that.
Traders, great show.
I tried to tell Gavin from the Wake Up Call. We can talk about this on air, actually. I'm really excited to do that. But Gavin from the Wake Up Call, I was like, you got to watch this. And he's like, I don't do trashy reality TV. I was like, that's not what this is.
No, it's great.
This is not Love Island. Which I
I'm
also love.
I'm a sucker for reality game shows. I just started one on Netflix where
The Millionaire one?
where you have the secret millionaire and they have to hide it. Yeah, I just started that. It's
On our
pretty
list.
intriguing.
Haven't tapped in yet. We just finished the second season of Poker Face with Natasha Leone? That's not her name. That's not her name.
I haven't heard of that.
The first season was Natasha Leone. That's right. The first season was way better than season 2, in my opinion.
I watched The Anonymous, which is pretty good.
Okay.
I like those kind of reality game shows. I mean, I'm just a Survivor fan too. So
That tracks.
what does that mean?
Hey, speaking of Coldplay, are Matt and I the two people in Sacramento media who would be most likely to attend a Coldplay concert?
No, Sean Cunningham.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good point.
Sean.
Yeah, he's number 1 by a mile.
But if
Yeah.
we're leaving Sean out, maybe.
Like, we look like we would go to a Coldplay.
Yeah.
What
'cause
about
I only
Jake?
came to go.
Jake Gayden's up there.
Oh,
I bet Jake would.
Jake would wear a basketball jersey to a Coldplay concert. No sleeves underneath.
A Yukon jersey
Oh, for sure. Like a Alex Oriaki Yukon jersey.
with his name on the back, with Gayden on the back.
I love Jake. What a great guy. 15 seconds. Here we go. Mirror. Yeah. Yeah, no D'Lo, no KC. I'm Kyle Madson filling in for D'Lo, and Matt George filling in for KC today.
I can't remember
At
the
least
last
in this
time I produced this
final
show
hour.
when one of those guys wasn't here.
Probably never,
It's got to be probably like way early on, like
Because-
years ago.
because I know and Matt, I think you've done this as well, where when D'Lo and KC, one of them were out, they would have fill-in hosts.
Yeah,
who
now
would-
we
who
all
would
just all
fill
three
in
of us
for
just
the
take a
other
day off
person.
now.
Yeah. This is pretty wild. Matt George, Locked On Kings podcast, ABC 10. How you doing, man?
This show sure looks a lot different, doesn't it?
Boy, does it.
Very extreme difference. Hey, let's talk about Coldplay and K-pop. Why not? We're talking about reality television during the break.
Dude, all right. Hey, let's talk. No, we can do that. I want to get your thoughts on Dame Lillard and some King stuff for sure. But we were talking at the break at youtube.com/ESPN 1320. We were discussing reality TV and some of the shows you like. I don't consider the show Traitors to be reality TV. That's a game show to me.
Well, yeah, it's different than Jersey Shore. Like Jersey Shore
Right.
and Traders is like not even
Right.
close. to the
So
same thing.
I hit Gavin from the Wake Up Call, and I know he's not a Love Island guy. We've established that between us. But I said, hey, do you watch Traitors? Because I think Traitors is a show he would like.
It's phenomenal.
It's such good TV.
It's great.
And he said, no, I don't watch trashy reality TV. And I was like, brother, first of all,
I'm like a diss to you, low key.
that insane.
Mm-hmm.
What a wild thing to say to a person when they're like, you should watch this show I really like. And then they say you're trashy. But anyways, I said, no, it's not. I don't consider that reality TV. Traitors is an elite television show. It's so freaking good. And Matt, you're a fan, and that made me happy.
Yeah, huge fan. The UK version is phenomenal. USA is fun too because Alan is amazing. But the UK version is definitely my favorite. I even watched like New Zealand and Australia. They even have
Oh
versions
my
which are pretty
goodness.
good. Look,
All right.
Traitors has got me hooked, man. If there's Traitors content, I'm watching it. I like to I don't know if this is common to me or if everybody does this. I like to apply myself to a game show and say like, how well would I do? But I have a morbid fear of ever appearing on like a game show, reality show, and being the first one out. Like that's an embarrassment I don't feel that I could let live down. I feel like Traders or Survivor, as much as I love both of those games, I would do terribly in both of them.
Yeah, man, I feel the exact same way. I put myself in those social situations that people are in on Traders. I would not handle myself. How would I respond to that? If I was a trader and someone looked me in the face and went, "Are you a trader?" I'd be like, "Nah, you got me." Yeah, I mean, I'm out. You got me good. All right, so let's talk about real stuff. Matt George, Locked On Kings podcast here on D'Lo and KC. Kyle Madson filling in for D'Lo, no KC this week. D'Lo had a prior engagement for some radio stuff. He's going to go make us lots and lots of money, and we're really excited.
D'Lo sold out. He sold out. He went corporate.
Yeah, so salute to Damian. Before we get to King stuff, do you have any Damian Lillard thoughts going back to Portland?
I am exactly on the same wavelength as you, and I think I tweeted it out immediately when I saw Sham's tweet. I love this. Like,
so cool.
It's just great. Like, it's just great. And I think, like, yes, he's coming back to the Western Conference. By the time he's back, even without the injury, like Father Time, he's not going to be the same player as he was prime Damian Lillard with the Dame time and hitting the big shot and getting tackled by Skal Labissiere in the playoffs. But like, that is Skal is like the ultimate like photobomb of that epic picture of Dame after that moment. But I love it. Like, I love the storyline. I love it for Dame. I love it for Portland. I just think like stories like this in professional sports, and especially in the NBA, are really, really cool. And even if it makes the West any more difficult, look, I think the Portland Trailblazers are a very quickly rising franchise. Like, if the Portland Trailblazers were to take a Houston Rockets-esque jump, not necessarily to the second seed in the West, but all of a sudden this season, Chauncey Billups has got that team playing with an attitude and an energy and a fire. That wouldn't surprise me at all. And I don't think the addition of Dame changes that trajectory anymore, like aggressively in any one area. I just think it's a great story, and it's going to be fun to follow when he returns.
The Rockets comp is interesting if we rewind to 23-24, because that was the year where the Rockets like were dead proof positive that what they were building was working, and they almost tracked down the Warriors for the 10 seed, but fell a couple of games short right at the end of the season. It wouldn't shock me at all if that's the Blazers. Like, if it's the same deal as last year and the Kings are in the 10 seed, it wouldn't shock me one bit. And I guess we did that a little bit this year, where down the stretch you kind of had to go, oh, hey, there's 6 games left and Portland's only 2 back. But this year I think they're going to be a little more legit than that, and I think they're actually going to go for it if they do have a shot.
I mean, I think the Blazers are going to finish higher than the Kings in the standings. I think the Blazers are going to be a better team. Yeah, I mean, I know the Kings are stacked with talent, but I don't believe that they're all of a sudden like one season, a full season together is going to make them any more cohesive than they obviously aren't. I'm excited about the pieces, especially the young guys. Neat Clifford, I'm sure we'll talk about him, has been fantastic. Excited about Maxime Raynaud. Don't know how much they're actually going to play consistently. And I think the Kings are going to be in a prime position, and Scott Perry specifically is going to be in a prime position to make a pretty significant move at the deadline, even if it's not a win now move and more of a like trading value that he probably wants to trade now that has a little more value than it does right now, like a DeMar DeRozan or Malik Monk. Like, I think there is going to be a team with the context of we're really close, or we need one more scorer or one more bench player to go out and give the value that Perry is looking for one of those 2 players.
You brought up Neat Clifford, and I want to start there because I think there's a ton to get to with Neat and Maxime Raynaud, and then the way those 2 guys get integrated into this strange amalgamation of players. But with Neat specifically, I'm having a really difficult time, and I stepped into Summer League and said, yo, I'm not overreacting to Summer League. I will not be beholden to things that happen in Summer League. I've watched Anthony Randolph score 50 points in a Summer League game, and there's probably a lot of people like, who's that? Exactly. So I try not to be beholden to those, to these games. But when I watch Neat Clifford, and you take this very small 4-game sample size, you're watching a guy check every single box that you would want a player to check. And you're watching a guy operate in the way that really good NBA players operate when they first get into Summer League. So where do you land on? Because I'm like, dude, he's on, based on what we know right now, he's on this like star trajectory. Just based on what we know. And again, he might get to preseason and NBA athletes just bother him more than summer league and we're at square one. But when, and maybe you've done this already, when will you allow yourself to get excited that maybe Nick Clifford is more than just role guy on the team?
Well, I think what Summer League has confirmed for me is that Nick Clifford is role guy day one. To me, there's no, unless the roster is incomplete and another move is coming, there's no reason why Nick Clifford should not be part of the 8 or 9 man rotation opening night.
I agree.
He just provides value that this organization is looking for in terms of the versatility. And what's nice to see is, and we see this with top lottery picks, but from the 24th pick, I think back to when a guy is drafted, they put their highlight package up, right? And the analysts start talking about it, and they put buzzwords up on the screen. And for Nick Clifford, it was versatility and basketball IQ. And you see that immediately, right? And then you hear what Scott Perry had to say. He's a versatile player that we think is going to contribute right away. Boom, he checks both of those boxes. I think what Nick Clifford did in these 4 Summer League games, and hopefully there will still be more, we'll find out by the end of tonight, I think is more impressive than 32 points from Cooper Flagg. And we know he was going to fill it up and have his showcase games. It's way more impressive than Devin Carter's 30. And that's not a shot at Devin. Scoring 19 points 3 times. Was it 17 points in game 1? Having the first 2 games be more fourth quarter scoring oriented. And after game 2, Nick does an interview and he says, man, I got to be better for all 4 quarters though. And then sprinkled throughout those 4 games, you're seeing multiple rebounds, a 12 rebound game in game 2, multiple assists, the 9 assist game in game 4, multiple steals, multiple blocks. Somebody that is making an impact on every single level in every single game. That is more valuable to the Sacramento Kings than any offensive ability. Because look at this roster. We know Zach LaVine can cook. We know DeMar DeRozan's going to average 20 points a game probably. We know Domantas Sabonis might not look for his shot, but he'll stumble his way into 17, 18 points a game. So, like, scoring is important, but having someone that can be a Swiss Army knife for a roster that is begging for a glue stick to put themselves together is incredibly impactful and incredibly important. So if I'm going into training camp and preseason and regular season with a confidence that, and I could even apply Maxime Raynaud to this a little bit, but especially with Nick Clifford, the Kings went out and got a guy that accomplished 2 things. One, he checks the boxes of what we thought he was on draft night. And number 2, Kyle, I'm looking at everything this season through the scope of establishing a culture, establishing an identity. Sure. Wins, losses, whatever. Doesn't matter. By the end of this season, by game 82, hopefully earlier than that, we should be able to identify what the culture is in Sacramento clearly, because we've seen it, and which players fit and which players don't.
Yeah.
And Nick Clifford is our first glimpse at that, and he is a grand slam fit for the culture that we believe Scott Perry is trying to establish.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you. And this is Matt George, Locked On Kings, ABC 10. I'm Kyle Madson, filling in for D'Lo. No KC this week. Damian back tomorrow, of course, from noon to 4 right here on ESPN 1320. And I will be with James Ham from 10 a.m. to noon on the Insiders on this very station. That's one of the things that I'm really intrigued to find out, because I agree with you. I think if I'm the Kings, I'm prioritizing culture and long-term build, long-term success, long-term development over, hey, can we get to 43 wins and be the 9 seed? That, and frankly, for me, and I think for a lot of people, 43 wins, the 9 seed in an early play-in exit, pale in comparison to 36 wins. But man, Nick Clifford had an awesome final couple months, and Devin Carter actually figured out a role where he's playing 17 minutes a night consistently. And Maxime Raynaud didn't play a ton early, but came on down the stretch and wound up playing a ton of minutes. Like that I think is the ultimate kind of success this year. Now you'd love to have both. You'd love to win a bunch of games and have those guys kind of come along and develop. I don't know that my fear is that the Kings don't feel that way. My fear is the Kings feel like, okay, well, as long as we have the high-end talent of DeMar DeRozan, Zach LaVine, Domantas Sabonis, and Malik Monk, then we've got to go try and win. And my fear is that everything done this season will be in service of that more than the development of Nick Clifford, Maxime Raynaud, and whoever else they determine to be. Maybe it's Isaiah Crawford, Isaac Jones, whoever. That's my fear with this.
I think that fear is extremely valid based off of the pillars of the organization that won't be going anywhere anytime soon. And I think people know what I'm talking about when it comes to ownership and like the top line of executives.
Yes.
And maybe I'm getting the wool pulled over my eyes. I believe through conversations that I've had with Scott, conversations that I've had with people who know Scott very well, and then other conversations just with different people around the league about how Scott has been operating, whether it's in the Kuminga sweepstakes, the Russell Westbrook sweepstakes, or anything. I believe Scott will not fall into that trap. I believe Scott recognizes the position that he's in naturally. And he knows that this roster is flawed, and he also knows he's kind of stuck with it. So
Sure.
I think there is a way where he can prioritize this culture building and prioritize his first draft picks here in Sacramento, while also trying to use the time that's forced upon him from Zach LaVine's contract and Domantas Sabonis' contract to try and win basketball games right now and hopefully kill two birds with one stone. What I don't believe Scott Perry would do, let's take a hypothetical scenario where the Sacramento Kings are actually overperforming.
Sure.
And they're 8 games above 500 and they're in the 6th seed at the trade deadline. I still don't think Scott Perry would, despite maybe pressure from the ownership and organization, I don't think Scott Perry would be foolish enough to mortgage part of the future for an all-in swing at that point, the same way Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox probably felt like they had to do in order to save their jobs.
Sure. I don't think my question is for Scott Perry, though. If you're
That's
Doug
fair.
Christie, this is your first time as a head coach, because Scott Perry's not the one making lineups.
Yeah.
Scott Perry's not working on the substitution patterns. Like, he's not doing that. I wonder if there's an understanding between Doug Christie and Scott Perry and ownership that, hey, this is what this year is about. And frankly, barring an unforeseen trade, this is what next year is going to be about. Is they might win 34 games, but it's in service of A, B, and C. With the hope that in 2027 and beyond, there's this culture established, and now it's not starting from square one of a rebuild. There's like, okay, there's some bones here. There's a foundation here. The worry I have with that is it's Doug's first time as a head coach. Is he going to be willing to? I know you don't have the answer to this, but this is where is he going to be willing to? Zach LaVine, and I talked about this on the Insiders a little bit earlier, but Zach LaVine late in the fourth quarter against the Lakers falls asleep 3 plays in a row on the same back cut, and they go for dunks. And is he going to be willing to take Zach LaVine out of the game and go, hey, you know what, Nick, you're going to do it now. Malik, you don't got it tonight. Devin Carter, you're playing. Are they going to be willing to do that? Is he going to be willing to do that? Because that is a really, really tough call to make.
I think that's a fantastic question. And for me personally, Doug's, I just love on the guys. I love on the guys. Got old really, really quickly last year. And I understand Doug was trying to be the polar opposite from Mike Brown, who primarily lost his job because of kind of the abrasiveness and having I won't say the entire locker room because that's just false, but part of the locker room kind of turning against him. Here's what I think is different. And again, like this, I'll tell you the thing that changed me or got me out of the pit of Kings media despair that I was in to start this offseason, where I told myself, okay, we have to mentally reset here. And I'm talking about myself because no, genuinely, my outlook on the Sacramento Kings organization was as bleak as it has ever been going into this offseason, because of what happened from December onward and how the previous regime, at the urging of ownership, completely screwed up the final 4 months of the season. Like, screwed it up to a point that I think Scott Perry came in and probably had some of those tough conversations. Like, we can't do this anymore.
Yeah.
But what got me out of it was, even if I was a little skeptical about the process of how Perry was hired, there wasn't a process. It was, we want you, come be our general manager. And then how Doug Christie was hired, because there was always the fear of, is Doug Christie being forced upon Scott Perry? Regardless, once that decision was made and those two had their press conference together, I saw a new kind of unified front, right? And all we've seen in Summer League is cameras panning to the sideline. You see Scott Perry and Doug Christie side by side talking the entire time. This is an image we never saw with Monty McNair and Mike Brown. Right. So I bring that up because, again, maybe this is me pulling wool on my eyes or trying to sell myself a used car, but I have faith that the relationship and the strength and the partnership between Perry and Christie will be strong enough to where, if Doug has to make one of those tough calls and anybody else has an issue with it, Perry would then step in and go, well, I trust him to make that decision, or I'm giving him the green light to make that decision. That's his job, and vice versa. Because I don't think Monty or Mike ever had each other's back, and certainly not when ownership started putting pressure on either one of them, both of them, or none of them. So I'm hoping that the experience of Perry plus Doug Christie's attitude, because we know Doug, at least when the ball is thrown up, is, I'm going to fist fight you if you're not wearing the same jersey as me.
Quite literally.
Literally uppercut. Like that. I'm putting my faith in that and hoping that will carry through. And that's going to be put to the test this season, because there's going to be rough patches this season. Let's be honest.
Yeah. Yeah. They're in, and you say you were in this, what did you call it? Pit of despair?
Pit of despair.
Oh, man.
The Kings.
That's so dark,
bro.
But it feels like it's interesting you say that, and it's not something I'd given a ton of thought to, but it's almost like that Scott Perry, Doug Christie relationship this season more rides on that than anything else, because that relationship is going to determine whether they do make the hard decisions of, Nate Clifford has been awesome in 15 minutes a night, and DeMar DeRozan's really been struggling. We're going to start Nate Clifford tonight and see how it goes. Like, that's, I'm just picking out a scenario, but that's a conversation that I think has to start between coaching staff and front office, because you're not gonna pull the trigger on something like that without the blessing of everybody being on the same page. And I think that's, and maybe I'm wrong in thinking that this season's going to come down to that, but I think if you're going to try and build a culture, I think it's going to be really, really tough to do when players like Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan, who take up so much oxygen, are not, I think, ideal fits for whatever culture it is you're trying to build. That hard-nosed, defensive-minded, shoot a lot of threes team. I don't think that those guys fit that mold. So navigating that is, I think, probably the tallest task.
I do think or believe that Perry does view DeMar DeRozan and Domantas Sabonis as pieces that will help establish that culture, though. I mean, I've been told that Perry likes both of those guys. And remember, Scott came in and had meetings with every single person in the organization and had conversations, especially with the players, like one-on-one conversations about where they're at, what he's trying to do, how, like, he's used this line before that everybody loves: I want volunteers, not hostages. I believe Scott Perry feels that DeMar DeRozan and Domantas Sabonis are volunteers to what he's trying to do. We'll see if that gets, again, also put to the test if things don't start going well. Now, that doesn't mean that he views DeRozan and Sabonis as long-term pieces of the plan. I think he views both those guys maybe the same way he views Russell Westbrook and Dennis Schroeder. Like, that's why he probably had interest in those guys, to come in and help establish that culture in Sacramento that he's trying to build. I think we know where Perry kind of stands on Zach LaVine. He sees the value in LaVine, and he's going to ride out LaVine as long as LaVine is under contract here in Sacramento, and they'll work together and everybody will be professional. I've heard about conversations that they've already had between the two of them over the phone about different things already this offseason. So that's really encouraging in that sense. But like, I don't think I don't think DeRozan is still on this roster because he didn't have value around the league. The same way I think Malik Monk is on this roster. I think those are two very different circumstances. Like, I think the Kings and Perry were actively looking to move on from Monk and still are to some extent, and the value wasn't there the same way Kuminga's value is not there. But DeRozan, I think they want here.
Let me ask you something on Malik Monk since you brought him up. Do you believe that, or do you know maybe that the attempt to move Malik Monk, was that about a roster logjam, and he is the player who had value at his contract size, or is he a player that they've identified as, you know what, this guy doesn't fit what we're trying to do, so we're going to try and move him because his contract is movable or theoretically movable? So
the cop-out answer is a little bit of both, but I won't be a coward. I think it's the second one. I don't think Scott Perry views Malik Monk as a fit for this team going forward, but there absolutely is something to the logjam at the position. And I think we all were under the guise that Malik Monk's contract was valuable around the league, or a good contract. And I think the 2 remaining years after this season, that's $18 million, and specifically I think it's a $22 million player option at the end, changes that narrative a lot around the league. Now, I am personally of the belief that Malik Monk is incredibly important to this Kings team. He's one of the best 6 men in the league. And if he and Doug have a strong enough relationship, to which I've been told, Malik has told Doug Christie, I will do whatever you need, even if that includes coming off the bench. I don't think he's going to pout or throw a fit about it. Then, like, I still think Malik Monk has tremendous value to remain a Sacramento King, and I'm not going to be disappointed at all to see him wearing a Kings jersey on opening night. But in terms of long-term vision of what Scott Perry is trying to establish and the culture that he's trying to establish here in Sacramento, I am under a pretty significant impression that Malik Monk does not fit that. Not that he doesn't see value in Malik, but the team and organization he's trying to build, I don't think Malik fits it.
Matt George, Locked on Kings, ABC 10 here in Sacramento. I'm Kyle Madson, filling in for D'Lo. No KC this week. No D'Lo final hour, so I'm in for D'Lo. And I'm back with James Hand tomorrow at 10 a.m. on the Insiders right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. So do you, I'm just going to run all these questions by you that I've kicked around in my program. So do you get the idea that there's a chance if Devin Carter starts to fits better into a role of pesky defender, rebounder, glue guy, hustle plays, moves the basketball, takes open shots when they're there. Do you get the idea, or do you think that there's a possibility that he would start to eat into some of Malik Monk's minutes? That's a great question. I know
that is it is a really good question. I mean, I think if the Sacramento
let me tell you exactly how I'm kind of thinking about this.
Yeah.
In my mind, Malik Monk is the 6th man to start the year, and he's playing 24 minutes a night, whatever, 25 minutes a night. As the season goes on, and as we start talking about establishing this culture and this and that, it wouldn't shock me at all if, Devin Carter got 10 minutes here and really tore it up in that role, and hey, he got another 8 or 12 minutes here, and oh man, look, now Malik Monk's playing 20 minutes a night, and Devin Carter's consistently playing 14 minutes a night. And then we kind of start to see that as the season goes on.
I think if Scott Perry had his way, neither guy would be on the team, to be honest with you. But and I say his way not because, again, he hates the guys and just wants to dump them for nothing, but he would, if he felt he could get proper value for either or both of them, I think he would do it and would have done it already.
Okay.
But he's not just going to cut him for nothing. I think, like, the way I'm interpreting your question is, like, who is more likely to work out as a backup point guard in Sacramento, essentially, and or at least short term, I guess. And I still think it's Malik. Like, I'm willing to give Devin Carter a shot. I think Carter has been more impressive than he has been disappointing during this this summer league. He's had great moments. He's had bad moments. I think Devin Carter has earned the right that when training camp begins, and we're talking like the first game of preseason, like when Doug Christie subs Dennis Schroeder out in preseason game 1, I think Devin Carter should be the first one in at that backup point guard position to give it a look. Like, I think he's earned that first look. Doesn't mean the spot is his, but hey, you're going to be our first look at it. The way I picture it is we go into the practice facility during training camp, and there's typically, during that time when the roster's so big, there's 4 different colored jerseys. There's black jerseys, white jerseys, blue jerseys, red jerseys. And they each signify like kind of what group are you? Starters, bench guys, like end of bench / two-way guys, and then like prospects, G League guys, essentially.
And then just the real dregs.
Yeah. And then the guys that I still couldn't make the team.
And then the pit of despair.
Yes. But I think Devin Carter would be like the bench point guard day 1 of training camp. I think he's going to deserve it and get that look. That being said, I don't trust Devin Carter in that position because I don't think it's naturally his position. I don't think it's a fit for his position. And ultimately, the whole conversation for me about Devin Carter goes back to what I felt on draft night. Who Devin Carter is as a basketball player doesn't fit the Sacramento Kings. And I think that's just going to truly play out. And I don't necessarily blame Devin for not being able in one offseason after a fractured rookie season and shoulder surgery to be able to suddenly pick up and learn a brand new position at the NBA level. That's a lot to ask anybody.
So if he's the backup 1, sorry, now I'm going to do semantics.
Yep.
So if he's the backup 1, Malik the backup 2, so your backcourt is Devin Carter, Malik Monk?
Probably, and Keon Ellis, and you go really small.
The 3?
That's the problem. Like, and if you're asking who's the lot out of those 5 guys, the backcourt, who's the odd man out, it should be Devin Carter. But the Kings are so desperate, I think, to find a backup point guard, and Devin Carter realistically on the roster is the only one that probably can be that consistently. Because I don't like
doing it.
I trust Monk to be a primary ball handler a lot more. I just don't think Perry and the organization does. I look at him as a primary ball handler next to another primary ball handler. Like Monk excelled when he was next to Fox.
The more we talk about this, the more it feels like how they operate in the preseason with their guard rotation is going to set the tone for what their entire season looks like.
Yeah, and 100%.
If it's Malik Monk is the 6th man and he's also the secondary this second primary ball handler, the second point guard, and Devin Carter is just kind of mixing in here and there. That to me says they're going to try and kind of quote unquote go for it as best they can. Whereas, like, I wouldn't be opposed to seeing Nate Clifford get point guard run in the preseason just to kind of see what it looks like.
I'm with you.
I was like, why not? Been
And
doing it at Summer League.
And there are members of that front office that feel the exact same way. Like, there are members of that front office that believe that Nate Clifford will be an option right away to potentially hold down that backup point guard spot. Because I believe that the Sacramento Kings don't want to try and mold Keon into that because they want Keon to be Keon.
Yeah.
Right. And they don't want to have him change his game and how impactful he is. So that's why Keon's not brought up in this conversation, not because he's an afterthought, but because he's so good at what he does. Don't touch it.
Yeah. The ball handling stuff in Summer League last year didn't go great.
No, right.
And it's you're not going to waste a bunch of off seasons trying to see.
And he shot 40+% on catch and shoot threes. Like, you're talking about a floor spacing guard on offense, not necessarily a ball handling, creating guard on offense. And I think what our conversation is, Kyle, scratching the surface of the thoughts and conversations that Scott Perry's having, which is why it makes perfect sense. If this was NBA 2K and Scott had his way and there was such thing as a trade machine, like, I think he would have moved both Devin Carter and Malik Monk this offseason for either a piece or to free up the space to go and sign another piece to make it now a clear 3 to 4 guard rotation at the 1 and 2. A Schroeder plus backup X and then Keon and Levine at the 2 spot. Like, that's what he tried to do this summer and couldn't accomplish it because the money is so tight and so scared around the league right now.
Yeah, the entire offseason has been weird.
Very
like
strange.
The restricted free agent market being as bad as it's been, and the just kind of lack of. It was like everybody was gearing up for Giannis to ask out, and then he didn't, and the Desmond Bain trade happened, and Kevin Durant got moved, and it was like, all right, that's it. Oh, all right, you guys got it. Would you do, knowing what you just said about moving guards and getting a wing in and just having a if offered, I know this isn't something that's on the table. This is like I've been bandied about on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
Would you do the Malik Monk for Kyle Kuzma thing?
Oh God. If I could remove Kyle Kuzma's name and just make it depth at that position and another guy that's 6'8", 6'9", yes, I guess. But I'm tired of even remotely talking about Kyle Kuzma in Sacramento. But also I don't think Kyle Kuzma fits what Scott Perry's trying to do either. So I don't think Scott would ever do it. I guess I would say yes for, I don't know. No, you know what? I'm not going to fence it. I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no. And I am what I think the Sacramento Kings should do. I know I just spouted this whole thing about, I think Devin Carter will get a look at that backup point guard spot right away. But assuming this is their roster going into training camp, to me, it should be Schroeder, Monk at that point guard spot, and then Levine, Keon, and then DeRozan, Neek, and you can have any combination of those 6 players on the court at any time. And then Keegan, Sabonis, Maxime Raynaud, kind of a rotation of those 3. You're going to be small. You're going to be undersized. What else is new? That's nothing new here in Sacramento.
Oh, okay.
And until Perry can't just address that all at once. But like, I think if Doug Christie has a 9-man rotation on opening night, to me, Neek Clifford and Maxime Raynaud deserve to be in it. And I know that might feel like, especially on the Raynaud side, overreaction to Summer League. But if my other option is Drew Eubanks, like I know who he is. Like, I don't care. Put in the 7'1" rookie and let him develop.
I'm right. We have 3 minutes and we're gonna finish strong. Let's talk Drew Eubanks. No, I'm with you, dude. I watched Maxime Raynaud play 8 minutes of Summer League ball, and I was like, yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's gonna be a freaking all-star, but why would you not want to let that guy play?
Yes.
Let him. You can run stuff with him alongside Sabonis. You can run stuff where he's your backup 5. Like, just let him go. And if you lose a couple extra games because of it, like, in fact, you know what? I'm going to take that back. You're not going to lose a game because you played Maxime Raynaud instead of Drew Eubanks.
I was going to ask you the exact same question. Everybody asked themselves this question. Is the difference between a win and a loss ever in this Kings season going to be Drew Eubanks playing over Maxime Raynaud?
No,
ever?
Not even a little bit. Now, if this was Jonas Valanciunas was still the backup 5, I'd feel very different.
Correct.
If it was Mason Plumlee, I might feel different. But it's Drew, like, salute to Drew Eubanks. Like, he's an NBA player. That he's one of the best basketball players to ever step foot on earth. But like, no.
Which is also one of the reasons why I feel the Kings moved on from Valanciunas, is 1, to save themselves $5 million. And I wasn't a big fan of the trade, but I understand it. And 2 is because Valanciunas does not fit the archetype of center that Scott Perry clearly values. Maxime Raynaud does. Play him opening night. And I have pretty strong indication, Kyle, that the coaching staff would like to do that or is open to that. So hopefully they do it.
Yeah, I don't know why they wouldn't. I'm fascinated to see what goes on here in training camp, what goes on in the preseason, and if there's any carryover from Summer League, or if we're all living in this fever dream where the Kings young guys get to play, and then we're going to get to the regular season, and it's like, nope, back to reality.
Levine, 38 minutes.
10 minutes of Neek Clifford and Maxime Raynaud for 4 minutes every other night. You guys enjoy that.
It's going to be so depressing when the Kings are down 20 in the fourth quarter opening night, and then Raynaud checks in. Like, no.
Oh, but it would be a standing O.
Oh, it would be great from a crowd standpoint, but put them in when they're down 5 in the first quarter.
That's Matt George. Locked On Kings does a phenomenal job over there. Find him on YouTube and wherever you podcasts, wherever you get your podcasts.
Yeah, whatever.
Wherever you get your podcasts, YouTube, all that jazz. You can also see him on ABC 10. Matt George and Kevin John doing a great job over there. Matt, thank you so much for hopping in for this final hour. And we'll you do Wednesdays on this program, right?
Thursdays.
Yeah, it's Thursday. Oh, it's Thursday. Nice. It's a big time W. Appreciate you, man. We'll talk soon.
Good to see you.
Later, buddy. There he goes. Matt George. You're on D-Lo and KC. Kyle Madson filling in for D-Lo. No KC this week. I'm going to get out of here now. But I'll be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. with James Ham. No need to fret. 10 a.m. The Insiders for Damian Barley, Kenny Caraway, and Jesse Tapia. This has been fun. I've had a really good time. Appreciate you guys letting me fill in for the final hour, and appreciate everybody listening and watching on YouTube. 1320 AM, 98.5 FM HD2, Twitch, all that jazz. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye, everyone.
Kyle's gonna kill it on 102.5.
102.5. Oh yeah, nice. Hell yeah.
The K-pop takeover of 102.5.
Bryce, no. We don't do that here. No such thing.
Plead the fifth.
You heard about what offensive tackle?
Yeah.
Oh,
Trent Williams is great.
I would trust Kyle to block for me 100%. Kyle would protect me.
I would. Do I have to do? I just got to do the KSFM show now, right? They play music, and when the music stops, I'm just like, yeah, hey, what's up? We're out
I'm gonna
here.
go home. You do what you want in that studio.
The tickets to Childish Gambino.
Yeah, I'm Kyle Madson.
Don't
This
have
is
it
not
six.
like a
Complex in the mix.
Here's Sexy Red.
There, covered right there.
Yeah, Glow. Okay, everybody, goodbye. Appreciate you, Matt. Thank you so much.
Of course.
This was great.
Later, gang.
I'll see you guys. Do I just hit end stream?
Yeah, man.
We're doing it live. I don't know how to do this. The last time I hit end stream.
We're leaving now.